Good morning and welcome to Old Trafford for day 2 of the 4th test between England and India. Welcome to you wherever you may be listening in the many far-flung corners of the world. India will resume on 264 for 4. Had some easy runs in the fading light yesterday against England spinners Liam Dawson and Joe Root. Jadeja and Thakur moving on to 19 apiece. But feeling is, amongst the Indian supporters anyway, is that there is a lot of work to be done if they're to get up to what they regard as a par score. And it's a very good morning to Steve Harmison.
Good morning, Manners. Good morning to everyone. Wherever you're listening from, it's going to be an exciting day today. There's a few clouds knocking about, brand new cricket ball. There's a little bit of blue sky to the left, which I think is already passed. I think there's a dark cloud to the right is hopefully just going to skirt around us, and we're going to get the weather from over by where the football stadium is rather than from where the city is. But Chris Woakes has got new ball in his hand with the injury to Rishabh Pant, effectively 5 wickets down. England will be licking their lips hoping that if we can get Jadeja or Thakur now and then Sundar, all of a sudden we can wrap India's tail up for around about 310, 320, and I think if they do that, then England will believe that that is just a little bit below par. And with Jofra Archer scheduled to bat at number 11, England will fancy their chances on first innings to potentially take a lead.
Would he be amongst the strongest number 11s that England have had in modern times?
Well, he was better than the one that we had.
Chris Woakes running away from us. First ball of the morning, and Shardul Thakur, the right-hander, comes forward and blocks it defensively out on the offside.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Apparently 4 times there's been only 4 times there's been a test team in which all 11 players have a first-class 100.
Yeah. Well, you've got Cast coming in at 10 and he's got first-class 100, so I don't think Jofra has he? So
no,
you'd have to
no.
get his,
do you remember when he made his first comeback? He played a game for Sussex second 11.
Yeah.
Everybody flocked down there and he batted at 6 and scored 100.
Scored 100, yeah.
Seconds.
Yeah, he needs to get his finger out, doesn't he?
Here is Woakes again, and Shardul Thakur leaves a nice away swinger. Good shape on that one. And yeah, that's all of those 5 occasions have been in modern times, because I mean in days gone by there were gentlemen who opted not to bat.
Yeah, if I batted number 10, he was definitely better than Panesar. So yeah, I mean I'm sure Graham Swan batted number 11 once for England.
Here is Woakes again, bowls, and that one is cut behind square on the offside to Ollie Pope. Good looking shot that. So just clarify, yesterday evening, in order to go off the field in very bad light 10 minutes early, that's all it was, Ben Stokes said, okay, we'll take the new ball. Could he in theory have said this morning, for whatever reason, actually I've changed my mind, can we have the old one? Once you asked for it.
Yes, but I don't think to be fair, I don't think he would have asked for the new ball last night. I think he probably would have just said to Rod Tucker, Archer's coming back on, and Rod's gone, no he's not.
Okay, all right. Okay, yeah, he didn't need to ask for the new ball. Here's Woakes again, and that one is steered away by Thakur straight towards third slip. Zach Crawley fields. So just confirmation that they have taken the new ball straight away this morning after 83 overs. We've had 3 overs. We had 3 overs with the ball when it could have been replaced with spin yesterday in the late evening. Ben Stokes hoping for a little bonus wicket from one of the 2 spinners, but it didn't happen, and as I said, the runs were coming a little too easily, so decided to do the prudent thing and go off a bad light. That's pushed away defensively by Thakur, again up towards mid-off, mid-wicket rather, and it's fielded by Bryden Cast, and Cast just seemed to be loitering quite in the unusual vicinity of Shardul Thakur for a bit longer than was absolutely necessary when he fielded that ball. Thakur hasn't played the last couple of tests. Wide of the off stump now from Woakes, but big away swinger, booming away swinger. Started wide and swung even further. I'm not sure Thakur could have reached that one if he'd wanted to. 264 for 4, maiden over from Chris Woakes to begin, but Harmy, not surprising that there's a bit of shape with given the overhead conditions. It's very grey. We're in the lap of the gods as far as the weather's concerned, because between 11 a.m. and 6 p.m. there's between a 20 and 30% chance of rain throughout.
Yeah, there's obviously some heavy clouds knocking about, but there's some blue sky in patches. It was a bit like yesterday. It was a scene really want it. Threatened to rain a few times. I think there was a few spots out there, but nothing enough to sort of take the players off. So we might get lucky. Hopefully the dark clouds that are forming might just have a little bit of rain in them, not a huge amount, but that would encourage the bowlers, because it's not hot, it's not humid, it's not going to sort of energy zapping. So from that thing, you might get an extra over out one of the bowlers. And there's also, when it's like this, there tends to be a little bit more movement, and that's what hopefully England can exploit.
Jofra Archer from the old pavilion end, and that's edged, and it falls just short of Duckett in the gully. Oh, what a good start from Jofra Archer. Ravi Jadeja just looking to work it onto the leg side, and it's just sort of cut across him, I think, hit the outside edge of the bat. And why would Archer and Woakes have switched ends?
The wind. Yeah, the wind. I was on the field this morning, and again had my back turned, and Stokes Ben came up and sort of punched me in the ribs, and it's like, why are these edges not carrying? And I just couldn't stop laughing in that first up.
Here's Archer then, and it goes full and straight, and it's clipped away by Jadeja out to deep square leg. Dawson Fields. Sorry, who?
Ben, he was asking, he was like, why are these edges not carrying? He's like talking about the surfaces, and he wasn't like having a real go at them. He was just like, if we bowl a ball, why are the edges not carrying? 3 or 4 times yesterday, 3 or 4 times at Edgbaston. He said they're pushing, and when the edges aren't carrying, and we just see, we're not whinging about the pitches being sort of slow and for like run score or anything. It's just, if you're a bowler and the ball is pushed and it's nicked, surely they've got to carry. And he was berating the sort of the pitch being so slow, and where that the edges aren't carrying. 3 or 4 times yesterday they didn't carry.
Here's Archer again, bowls, beats Thakur outside the off stump. Big booming drive from Shardul Thakur. He was certainly tempted by it, and didn't hold back. He does play with quite hard hands, particularly against the quicker bowlers, but made no contact with that one, whizzing past the outside edge.
Good start, Jofra. Good start. Seam bolt up, great seam position. He's just angling in. He's trying to, I'm not sure if he's trying to swing it in, or he's just trying to angle the seam in such a way that it's gonna catch it and nip back. Yeah, lovely seam position. It's angled towards off stump.
Here is Archer again, bowls, and Thakur edges, and it's Harry Brook fields it at second slip. I'll leave it up to Harmy to analyse whether this one carried or not. My impression was that it didn't. Oh, in-swinger.
No, I mean, again, you're going back to what Penn was saying this morning. That's hard hands. He said there was, there's a couple yesterday that were played and soft hands and dropped down. He said, don't mind them. He said, but when somebody's pushing at the ball and going hard at the ball, why are they not carrying? There was one, I think, a little bit like that yesterday when Crawley could have dived in front of Brook. The left hand, I think it was Jaiswal. And that's 2 this morning where Thakur's pushing out and in front of himself. Jadeja's pushing out in front of himself, and that's what, the frustration from the captain's point of view.
Here is Archer again. Edge does carry. Brook catches. Archer makes the breakthrough in the second over. Really good catch from Harry Brook. Excellent catch. As low as it could be before it hit the ground. Back to the hands on the ground. Really good slip catch. Terrific fast bowling. Danger man Ravi Jadeja gone. Steve Harmison said it would be an exciting day, and it started that way.
Yeah, what a catch this is. What a catch. A great delivery from Jofra Archer to get the ball, but again, it's only just carried. It's only just carried to Harry Brook. They're not too deep. They're in Jadeja's, he's pushed at it, And Brooks got his finger on it. It looks as though it might have been close to the ground, but Harry Brooks' left hand has just got himself underneath the ball to manage to make sure that the ball doesn't touch the ground. Great bit of bowling from Archer. An excellent catch, a brilliant slip catch from Harry Brook. And England are off and running in what I think now is a good end to work at. You've got Sundar coming in, who is a competent batter. A lot of people will be saying Thakur come in to justify his selection at number 7, a very big Gautam Gambhir thing, and Sundar, who is a proper batting option. But now all of a sudden England are in a position where that 350 we're quite happy for India to get in the first innings now goes to 300, as England should be looking to bowl India out for around about 300, 310 now.
Just the start they wanted, and the change of ends for Jofra Archer has worked. I must say, Harry Brook, I don't know, he was always a fine slip fielder, but gee, he's growing in that capacity. He's taken some stunning catches. It was mentioned to me that he wasn't, he was more of a cover fielder in his youth. Well, some people say he's still in his youth. Anyway, it's Washington Sundar outside the off stump from Jofra Archer, and it's left alone by yet another left-hander in this Indian lineup. Massive warm round of applause for Jofra Archer from the Old Trafford crowd, those who've managed to fight their way into the ground. And what a palaver it is, my word. Could do with some greasing of the wheels of access to get into Old Trafford. Anyway, that's not the point. Jofra Archer making the best of the new ball, making light of a wicket. You mentioned the pitches, and I mean, if England were to rate them out of 5, the 4 that we've had so far, would any of them have got more than 3? I can't see.
Headingley possibly.
Okay. Works in then, can he pick up an early wicket? Oh, leg slip would have been in business. Pushed away by Jarrod Kimber down the leg side. And for much of yesterday, Ben Stokes did have a leg slip in pretty much exactly that position.
Sheesh, what's that hit? What is that hit? We've talked about it yesterday. It looks like there's a ridge, doesn't it? There's a bit that goes across the surface. And it's hit something because that has flown. Just watching it again. Yeah, it's hit close to that ridge. It's flicked off his gloves. It's actually really well played from Shardul Thakur. If there was a leg slip in there, he was in business. There's not one. He's managed to get it fine and is away for 4. But I'll tell you what, that saved a lot of pain from a rib cage point of view.
I wonder which end Jasprit Bumrah will be bowling from. Here is Wokes again, bowls, and polite inquiries. That one doesn't swing away and hits Thakur on the pads. But, no chance of that being upheld. 270 for 5, effectively 270 for 6. Confirmation overnight, as we suspected in the minutes after it had happened, that Rishabh Pant does have a fracture in his left foot, and well, there's talk about him being able to or trying to bat, but he can't walk, so he'll have to be carried out to the middle if he does. As Wokes is in again, played away defensively by Thakur, and of course he can't have a runner, so I mean, you wouldn't put it past Rishabh Pant, I suppose, to have a pain-killing injection, wear some lead boots and try and whack a few boundaries.
Yeah, well, they're not having a run a bit. I think there's not many people in world cricket who wouldn't worry about that, and just Rishabh Pant is definitely one of them. So that aspect. The other one would be from a medical point of view is, would they have a cast on his foot?
Here's Wokes again. It's short and wide and cut by Thakur very nicely indeed. That was a little bit long hoppy, and Chris Wokes, you kind of, he doesn't berate himself. He doesn't wear his heart on his sleeve. He just walks a bit quicker and a bit more.
Yeah.
You know, sort of struts back to his.
Yeah,
runner.
he does. He struts. He stomps back, doesn't he? And
stomps.
Gives
better.
himself a good talking to. He knew the minute he let go of that was not a very good ball. Well put away by Shardul Thakur. Width
274 for 5. Wokes in again. Bowls. Thakur turns it away off his pads. Wokes now holds his head in his hand, thinking, "Geez, taking that off middle," and it was straight. He has taken it off middle, down to deep backward square leg, fielded by Dawson. India moved to 275 for 5.
A good start from England. Sorry, man. It's a good start from England. A start which I think was needed this morning. It needed something to set the tone. A good over from Chris Woakes, an excellent over, and a good big wicket from Jofra Archer. We need to back this up and keep this going. Put pressure on Sundar. Catchers are in position.
Here's Woakes running away from us with Brian Statham end, and it's left alone by Washington Sundar. Taken behind by Jamie Smith. Washington, that was his second ball. India 275 for 5. 2 questions. Would England prefer pace and bounce in their pitches at home? And B, is it still possible to produce pitches anywhere in England with pace and bounce?
Yeah, I don't think... the first question is pace and bounce, yes, because you've got Carse, you've got Tongue, you've got Atkinson. Whenever Wood's fit with Archer, that's a pacey wicket. Woakes is the only one that you think probably doesn't need the pace and bounce, but he will take the bounce if he's got that zip. He'll come on the bat nicely. Pace is everything in that front. But I also think it's not so much the bowling that they need pace and bounce in, it's their batting. They've got players who want to hit sort of balls off a true surface.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Here's Archer to Thadil Thakur, and he pushes it up towards mid-off. It's intercepted by Chris Woakes. We've got a pretty packed slip cordon now, as you would expect. The regular trio of Root, Brook and Crawley at first, second and third. Duckett in the gully. Ollie Pope is at leg slip now. Yeah, well, it was really the batting that I was thinking of.
And with that, man, as it's the way sort of England play and the dominance that they want to score at.
Clipped away now by Thakur, wide of mid-on. It's fielded by the England captain, Ben Stokes. So he'd have given, like, I suppose you're rating a pitch on what you would like rather than does it conform, is it okay? But if you were giving 5 to the pitch that you would really like your team to play on, Headingley might get a 3, the other 2 are 2.
Yeah, I would say Headingley a 3 and the other 2 are 2. And this might be a 2 at the minute.
Here's Archer again to Washington Sundar outside the off stump, left alone, taken by Jamie Smith. I'm not sure I made myself clear there. So a match referee would rate a pitch differently to the way a captain would rate it. You know, a match referee, is it dangerous? Is it fair? Does it provide something for batsmen and bowlers? Does it deteriorate? You're supposed to mark a pitch as poor if it doesn't deteriorate. So it might be glorious with pace and bounce over the first 2 days, but if it stays like that for all 5, then it's supposed to be poor. A pitch is supposed to deteriorate. Here is Archer again, bowls to Sundar outside the off stump. Washington lets that one go.
Yeah, I think from a match referee's point of view, he'd probably mark it 1 better than possibly Ben would mark it. So, and I think the Headingley one, I would say, would be marked a little bit better than the other 2 that we've played so far. More from not just the pitch, but the all-round sort of surroundings. I think the actual outfields were, the outfield was quick, it was fast. Where the last couple haven't been as, I don't think they've given true value for your shots.
Here's Archer outside the off stump, and it's left alone by Washington Sundar.
But I think from a surface point of view, what Ben would want, what the England team would want, was be a little bit more pace than the ones that we've actually had, because the ones that we actually had haven't been bad pitches. They've been pitches which have gone the distance, pitches which has deteriorated. They've just been a touch on the slow side for England skill sets. But from match referee's point of view, they've actually been, really, decent pitches. But in an ideal world, they'd want, and this is where probably chief executives would rather have these pitches, because if you get a good pitch, which is fast scoring, this team scores so quickly.
Archer, Yorker, right in the block hole. Very well played by Washington Sundar. But Archer, excellent. Really really good. Well, we were in the same situation as we were at Edgbaston with the game starting on a Wednesday, and in order to maximise revenue and to make the best of a very popular Test match with very high ticket sales all 5 days, you want it to go to the 5th day. So, yeah, I mean, Lancashire County Cricket Club will want this game to go to a Sunday. It's always slightly risky starting on a Wednesday, but a packed schedule, it's necessary to do that for a couple of the Test matches.
It showed yesterday that it started on a Wednesday, Manners, because I think this was about 90% full yesterday. I don't think this is a full sellout. There was a hell of a lot of empty seats. That grandstand there, the sort of permanent temporary stand that there's there, that's full today. Not one point yesterday was that like that. True.
Here is Wokes again, and that one is clipped away behind square on the leg side, and he trot through for a single. And may I just say that we can talk about the crowd by measuring it visually, looking at the vast stand away to our left, as Harmy says, the permanent temporary stand. But the other way to measure it, Harmy, was the tram. And may I say, wise choice to drive this morning. Yeah. Very wise choice.
I wasn't going on the tram at that time. I knew you were coming in later. I'll come in at 9. I'll come in at sort of 8:45 to get here for 9:30, because there's less people on the tram. But after that, it was going to be a nightmare.
Here is Wokes again outside the off stump. Left alone by Washington Sundar. Yesterday, Jarrod and I left the hotel quite a lot earlier, about 9:15, and it was glorious. I would say, even I'd go so far as to say it was fun yesterday. And today, the tram was so packed that at one point, do you know, like the way an underground or a tram jolts to a halt, and you couldn't hold on to anything, and nobody fell over. That's how tightly packed we were.
So it was good to get in the car this morning then. Even though I had to walk a little bit, it was good to get in the car.
Yeah, it works in outside the off stump. I think taxi or Uber is perhaps, you know, but tomorrow I'll take the tram again. I'll just leave 45 minutes earlier. Just get here early.
Might not be as many people tomorrow, because at that time, you've also got to work that people are working from home. And in the COVID world now, a lot of people tend to not be at work on a Friday. They'll work from home on a Friday. The transport's a bit different.
Here's Chris Wokes again. Washington Sundar leaves alone again. I must say, Wokes seems to be moving it both ways at will at the moment. He's bowling away swingers to right-handers, and now he's slanting it across the left-handed Washington Sundar. It's funny you say it's the post-COVID world, and how different it is. So my elder daughter was still at school, or just leaving school in the COVID years, so she hadn't applied for a job. Now she's applying for jobs. Here is Wokes again. That's the in-swinger to Washington Sundar. Left it alone, but I'm not sure that he picked it. Anyway, so she's applying for these jobs, and she's saying, this is outrageous. They're saying I have to go to the office 5 days a week. I'm like, no, well, isn't that normal? She says, no.
Yeah. That's where your job's at.
Hey, she said, normally these days, you have at least two work from home days. It's all a post-COVID world. And I said, well, you'd probably find that for 250 years before that, it was quite normal to go to the office. 3 slips in a gully, Wokes in, bowls. Oh, and that one beats Washington Sundar. Good over from Wokes. I thought that there were times he looked a wee bit flat in the early part of the series, and certainly there was some talk that he might be rested after Lords, where he was down on pace and lacked a bit of zip and nip. This might be his best and zippiest start.
Yeah, I think it is. Play. Yeah, I think it is. Both yesterday and today, really, really good with the new ball. And this is what you want from Chris Wokes. He's a new ball bowler. You want him. He had 8 overs yesterday with a new ball and bowled very, very well. Didn't get his reward until after the first session, and he deserved that reward, because in that first session I thought he set the tone nicely, and this morning he started well, a touch wide, but he still kept the pressure on India.
Archer with the breakthrough. No one goes past the outside edge. Shardul Thakur's just groping for that. Have you been keeping an eye on Archer's speed, Tommy? Because he was sort of low to No, not low. Mid to highish 80s yesterday. Never hit 90.
That was 86, that one. The majority of his deliveries yesterday were between 85 and 89. I didn't see if he bowled a ball at 90 mile an hour, but in that first session, there was a lot of balls between probably averaging. Gary Morgan will tell us more. Averaging 86, 87, I would say. He probably about 86 mile an hour.
Here's Archer again down the leg side, and it's the first really stray delivery that he's actually bowled. Nicely done by Jamie Smith. A step and then a dive to his left, and that was a very good take from England's part-time keeper. 277 for 5. We talk a lot about Jofra Archer's fitness, his strength and conditioning, and in fact, and speed. We talk about that. But just from a technical point of view, how nicely is the ball coming out of his hand at the moment?
Oh,
everything's behind it, isn't it? It's just, here is Archer again, and this one is, well, Thakur steps inside it. He wants to glance it. It's hit him on the thigh pad, fielded by Ollie Pope. You can explain it better than I can.
Yeah, his wrist position's in good rhythm. He's a little bit like Jasper Bumrah. He sort of gets the top, and there's a flick of the wrist. His release point's a lot obviously further back than what Jasper's is, but it seems as though he's shaping it off the finger. Where someone like Matthew Hoggard or Chris Wokes would bowl an away swinger, and it would be from the shoulder, and it would be the angle and the trajectory would swing it away. Archer's more finger-wise.
Here he is again to Thakur, drops it down on the onside, nobody at square leg. They scuttle through for a quick single, which is a good idea. Rotate the strike, and it's sort of, people talk about fast bowlers who get everything behind the ball. Sometimes it just sort of comes out slightly. Well, you can come side of the hand.
It is sometimes. So Bryden does it quite a lot. Josh Tongue does it quite a lot. I did it quite a lot. Where if you just come out of your actions a fraction early, you'd come down the side of the ball, and because you come down the side of the ball, it looks as though you're bowling a wobble seam, but you're holding it for a seam up delivery. But because your left side's gone early, your head's gone a little bit earlier, your release point is just a little bit inside where you want it, and you sort of cut across it like a little bit of a leg cutter. And it takes about 2 or 3 miles an hour off the actual delivery you're trying to bowl.
Here's Archer again, and it finds the outside edge of Washington Sundar's bat. It runs all the way along the ground into the slip cordon Zach Crawley fields. I knew you'd describe that well.
But because Jofra, there's the sort of flick of the wrist, and his release point is so high in his wingspan. So when he goes up, he doesn't sort of go over the top of the perpendicular like I did sometimes. He's not like Chris Wokes, which is a lot lower from an arm release point. He maximizes, like Jason Holder, maximizes his whole wingspan, and because of that, everything's behind the ball.
Here is Archer again, beats Washington Sundar, and alarmingly, for no apparent reason, it was at full pace, and it bounces in front of Jamie Smith. I say alarmingly, you don't want that much uneven bounce this early in a test match on the second morning. So how does he deliberately bowl a wobble seam delivery then?
Well, all he does is just the same, and I think he just changes
the side of the ball.
Well, no, he just changes the seam position in the fingers as he's delivering it. And that's how he would do that. There you can see, I've just watched it again. He's coming down the back of the ball, but because he's trying to swing the ball in towards the right hander or away from the left hander, he's put more pressure on his first finger, on his index finger, to take the ball away from the left hander, and then when he's trying to swing the ball away from the right hander, he's putting pressure on his middle finger.
Here's Wokes once again, and that one is clipped up towards Archer by Shardul Thakur for a single. He's at mid-on, Jofra Archer. So what effect does many of our listeners and viewers might know this, but many won't. So when you come down and impart, they call it, reverse rotation or backspin on the ball, so it's spinning, as I say, backwards as it hits the batsman. Does that help increase swing?
It helps increase swing, but probably takes pace off. We've got a first little, I'm not sure if it's a ball change or a ball, but looks as though
ball maintenance.
Looks as though Rod Tucker had something out of his pocket. So I just wonder if it's got a little bit of a scuff off where, he's cleaning it. It's not anything wrong with the ball. I think Chris Wokes is basically asking Rod Tucker, can I get this mud out of the seam? because
you
if
can clean the ball, but the umpire has to supervise.
it. Yeah.
Here's Wokes again, and Jarrod Kimber thick edges into the gully. Ben Duckett dives to his right and fields it. So yeah, you can't be seen interfering with the ball without the umpire casting his eye over proceedings.
And you can't get away with it now with the amount of cameras knocking about, where you used to be able to.
You know, the most heavily televised test match in history was the final of the World Test Championship. There were 54 cameras. This production for this series apparently has 43. Quite incredible production that was. Wokes in again outside the off stump, and that's left alone.
Yeah, gone are the day where you used to walk back to your mark. Well, I can say this now because I'm finished, but you used to walk back to your mark where you used to have a longer thumbnail, inside thumbnail on your right hand, and you'd walk back to your mark sort of holding the ball on the seam
innocently
with a strong thumb on the inside, and as you're shining it, your thumb would go in and sort of down the side of where the piece you were trying to work from.
Outside the off stump, and that's left alone. Many years ago, I never ever wanted to go into a player's changing room, even on non-match days. There was a kind of feeling of sacrosanct, inner sanctum. I just never wanted. I certainly never on a match day, but once I had to go in, and there was, in one of the bowlers' coffins, there was a tub of horse hoof strengthener pushed away behind square on the leg side. So that's gone straight to the field, a no run. So horses that do show jumping and whatever have to have their hooves strengthened so they don't crack if they clip the bar. And there was a fast bowler that used to use it on his nails to make them thicker and stronger.
You'd have your ball shine, designated ball shiner would be somebody who had that nail, just because you weren't trying to scratch the whole ball on the rough side. You're working on certain areas to make it, from a reverse swing point of view, the aerodynamics of the ball just change a little bit. So you'd get a little scuff mark, and then you'd work around that scuff mark to make that scuff mark obviously a little bit more abrasive.
Down the leg side by Chris Wokes now, and again Washington Sundar leaves it alone. It's taken by Jamie Smith. And as a final thought and parting word from me, as I make way for Jon Norman, techniques and methods to assist the ball to swing and seam have existed since cricket balls were made.
Absolutely. Since cricket balls were made, but it was always the same thing, Manners. You could have a ball that reverse swung, you had to have skill to do it. And if you've got the skill, and you had the skill to do it, like Ben Stokes does it really well when it comes to reverse swing from an old ball from this England team. Jofra can reverse swing the ball very well. Mark Wood tends to be the sort of high velocity, high pace bowlers that can do it. It's one thing having it, you've got to deliver it. John.
Archie, continuing then from the Jimmy Anderson end, and it's Shardul Thakur, who's looked pretty compact in his innings, both last night and this morning. He's 33 from 58, just pushes this out to cover. Jarrod's alongside me. How you doing, Jarrod? Where's your mic? Is it that one?
Yeah. Yes.
We had. Do you know what? Coming to the office today, or no, that's Freudian slip. Coming to the ground today was much like going to the office in rush hour in London.
You haven't really recovered from that trip, have you?
Well, Archer again. Whoa, I tell you what, James Smith's putting some work today. That's a Superman leap. Maybe he went to the cinema last night. He's dived across second slip to collect that one.
It's gone a very long way. Yeah, yesterday me and Manners had this delightful sort of 1950s cinematic journey into the ground on the tram, a lovely walk, a chat. Got on our tram.
I'm thinking San Francisco.
Yeah. Manners at the front, like he was the driver, and he did take a photo because he was so excited. It was just beautiful. And then we took you on the tram today, and it was sardines, and it was Manners literally elbowing people to get on the tram. Did I see that?
It was sweaty. Archer again, and now Jamie Smith has to dive to the left. This is like watching Mitchell Johnson bowl.
And then we couldn't get on the tram the first tram, so we had to get on a different tram, not even the right tram. But it wasn't ideal.
It wasn't even the tram that took us to Old Trafford. It was, and then when we got to the tram stop, we had to hurdle a fence to get out, and that wasn't great with your locked knees.
No.
And bust arm.
Yep. So it wasn't ideal. But we're here.
I had a sweat patch on my back.
Are you going to come on the tram with us tomorrow?
Never again. Never again. And I have a tram where I live, so it's not even, the novelty factor wasn't even there. Pushed to point, and Jarrod Kimber sends Washington Sundar back. No run there. How have you seen the first half an hour of play then? Because obviously we've had the wicket. Jadeja, great catch by Harry Brook at second slip. He's gone for 20. Kimber's hit a couple of shots. Sundar's faced 18 deliveries and he's yet to get off the mark. I just have the feeling that wouldn't mind seeing Jasprit Bumrah bowl on this in these conditions, but I don't know what you're thinking.
Yeah, I think it was a good time for England to have the new ball, wasn't it? So it has been moving around quite a bit.
Archer again, leg slip in place. This is really short, too short, and not even Superman can stop this. It's going to be a wide's call, yeah, so reaches the boundary just in front of us here in the Brian Statham end. Archer's radar's gone completely off. The second ball of the over went essentially between first and second slip. Second ball of the over went between keeper and leg slip, and this one has sailed over between wicket-keeper and leg slip and down to the boundary.
Yeah, Smith actually should have stopped that, but the only reason he should have stopped that really is because he just got himself in a mess, but it got stuck in the pitch. That's why he should have stopped it.
Did he go with the wrong hand there? Ooh, beaten this time, and Thakur overbalances, pushing out a delivery. Taken by Smith again. No run. 284 for 5 then, India.
But it was a very, very short ball that then got stuck in the pitch and seamed away as well, but it bounced up like a tennis ball, so he had a chance. I think he just thought it was going to fly past him, and that's why, as you said, he went with the wrong hand. He got his feet mistaken. But yeah, Archer's just lost it and then come back and bowled a beautiful ball.
Well, I think it almost surprised Thakur insofar that he could get a bat on it, but he was on the move, wasn't he? That's a shot you don't want to be playing against any bowler, really. This time more compact and placed to backward point. End of the over. So what's a good score here, Jarrod? What's a par score?
I'd say 350 to 375.
Interesting. News overnight that Rishabh Pant is essentially out of the series.
Have you seen him?
No, I haven't.
Our social media person, Steve, saw him.
Well,
didn't take a photo.
If our social media guy saw him, then I guess it's all over our talkSPORT Cricket Insta account by now, right?
I didn't see the photo up. Apparently, didn't take the photo. Steve commented. No, we can't even make fun of him. He's not here. Well, we can make fun of him. We'll send him the link, the timestamp later. But he didn't take a photo because the security guard's there, and I was like, "There's literally 40 photos I've already seen of this from people in the press box having taken it." But yeah, it's the proper big grey moon boot up to about your calf. They're still apparently having discussions about whether he will play, whether he will bat, I should say. I just can't see how he can by the look of that.
Wokes around the wicket to Sundar, who finally gets off the mark. I doubt he'll ever run faster. 285 for 5. Well, it's pushed up to mid-on, but it's Bryden Cast herring in from mid-wicket, who actually gets to the ball quicker. Either way, the players cross. I mean, that second new ball should mean there's an increase in scoring, but then, of course, Washington Sundar's just seen off 3 overs without doing so. India got to get up to 350, 375, you feel. Anything less than that seems a bit light, especially as they're down to 10 men for the second innings. Push to point, no run.
Well, so I talked to Bumble yesterday because I said this feels a little bit different than the first class wickets. Yeah, I haven't watched a lot, but I watch a little bit of Lancashire TV. It's very well produced. It's a good little product.
It is.
Yeah,
I'd say it's the best one.
Yeah, you'd think Surrey would be the best one, but Surrey's not quite on that level. But
no, it really isn't, which is a shame.
But Lancashire's incredible, and so I do watch a bit of cricket from up here. I thought the wicket looked a little bit different. Bumble thinks it looks exactly the same, but there's more grass, so he thinks it's going to flatten out. Just looking at it today, it doesn't appear it's going to flatten out. Now we're only 40 minutes in, and the ball, it's a brand new ball and everything.
Beaten this time. Thakur coming forward and defending, but a bit more zip and bounce. It goes through to the keeper. I just saw the average batting breakdown day by day since 2015, and 42 is day 1, 39 day 2, and then it drops to 27, 25, 25. But of course, that test here, which we always go on about, 2023, I imagine if we had seen play, maybe that would have gone up a little bit there. But it does seem like batting gets more difficult as the test continues. Relatively small sample size, well, 10 years I suppose. Pushed up to Jofra Archer at mid-on, and the non-striker, Washington Sundar, a little slow to get going, and it was hit firmly as well. Washington Sundar's actually looked like he kind of changed direction actually as he approached the crease, but he's in and Archer misses the stumps. There's no drama. We move on. 287 for 5. India at 286 for 5, sorry. Yeah, they've got to get up to 350, you think. If you've got 350, you're going to be in the game.
I always thought that because we just don't know what the wicket is going to do from here on in. If it does flatten out for a day and a half and England are on it, if you've got anything less than 300, England can whack up 450 and you're in all sorts of trouble. Whereas we getting to 350, 375.
Wokes again, and he beats Sundar, the left-hander, who was out very early, of course, in second innings at Lord's, and one of the reasons he's in the side is for his batting. He's beaten him by, well, actually played inside the line a touch, actually. He's gone past the outside edge by about, I don't know, half a foot. But he does need to score some runs. He did in first innings, didn't he, Sundar? In fact, it seemed at the time like it was a pretty important partnership. Who did he bat with? Was it Jadeja? Probably was. Wokes again, and this will be runs from the bat of Sundar and a chase for backward point. There's certainly going to be 2 here, and that's all it will be. Let's have a quick look. Sundar. Yeah, 42. Well, that was at Birmingham actually. 42 in the first innings, and 23 at Lord's in the first innings. So, so India needs something from him, especially as I say, they are down. They've been robbed of the services of Rishabh Pant just as he looked like he was getting going.
He's very similar to someone like Jadeja in that he's not a fully fledged batter, and he has the talent of a batter, but he doesn't always think like one. And obviously, he spent a lot of time working on his bowling, and like a lot of young all-rounders, they quite often develop, sort of, let's call it the Dan Vittori 30-year-old, when you suddenly, everything starts to click with your game. He has the batting skill though, but he's very good at making that sort of 30 to 60 score.
Here is Archer again, banged in, and Thakur just swings back. He's looked pretty good actually, I thought, Thakur. He's come out, there's a little bit of intent about the way he played. He came in against the older ball, didn't he, rather than the new ball yesterday, and that was probably quite important. Did we ever find out why he came in ahead of Sundar?
No, I don't think we have.
Did anyone ask that question in the presser? There was probably, everybody was talking about Rishabh Pant's situation, focused on that rather than the fact that Sundar, we felt, should come in ahead of Thakur, but that was not what occurred. Oh, Jessica's back. We're both wearing shirts today. This is placed quite nicely actually to short leg and Bryden. No, Stokes comes in. I do confuse those two now and again, which surprised me because they look nothing like each other. Not really. Carson Stokes. Jessica, the transmetal alchemist. Alchemist. Both John and Jarrod.
For you to say.
Yeah, both John and Jarrod are wearing shirts today. John's shirt appears to be either light blue or steel blue. I'm a bit colourblind.
It's kind of a denim-y blue, I'd say.
Yeah, denim.
Is that a thing?
Whereas
I suppose denim can be moulded.
Jarrod's is either black or navy blue. It's navy blue.
Maybe,
yeah, I'm a bit colourblind. I didn't realise that for about 30 years. This is pitched up by Jofra Archer and defended stoutly by the left-handed Washington Sundar.
What colour do you think your shirt is then?
No, it's not. It's, you know where blue turns into green?
Oh, okay.
I will often see green when it's blue.
That's not green.
No, this is, I can see this is blue. But thank you, Jessica. I look forward to finding out what I'm wearing this time tomorrow. Archer again with 4 slips, a gully and a backward point, and only 2 fielders in front of the batter, and Sundar finds one of them at mid-on.
So Jessica lives just around the corner from where I grew up.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and she lives at a train station. Because we've been talking about the bad trips in, that train station was the worst one in my line, because our line was a dual line all the way to that station. and then it would get single, so you'd have to wait for the train to come up from the other direction.
Oh, yes.
Oh, I hated Keon Park so much, Jessica.
Yeah.
I don't know why you would move there. I know they've made the line dual now, but I still haven't gotten over it.
That's why you moved. Ooh. Plays inside the line. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Washington Sundar kept a touch low as well.
To be honest, I don't think it matters if you play inside the line or not. He's moving the ball so much. Like,
Yeah.
he did try and hit that. It just didn't matter. And Jofra's laughing as well. He's like, how am I supposed to get the edge here? It's ridiculous. So Jofra Archer currently averaging 22 against left-handers and 36 against right-handers. I can only think of 2 bowlers with a bigger differential being better against left-hand than right-handers. Do you want to give a stab at any of those bowlers? They're both off-spinners. One you should get and one you won't get.
Here is Archer and an inside edge down to fine leg. No, go on.
Graham Swan. So Graham Swan has a bigger differential. I think he averaged about 37, 38 against right-handers, and I can't remember what it was, maybe 21 or 22 against left-handers. And Dilruwan Pereira, who was
He's the one I would have got.
Yeah, he's the one you were just about to say.
Yeah.
He was the Sri Lankan opening. He was an off-spinner, but he opened the bowling. One of the reasons I got him to open the bowling is because remember that period where everyone had left-handed opening batters? And so he would come on in Sri Lanka and just whip out the left-handers, and he averaged 50 against right-handers and 23 against left-handers. So, but I haven't done the full mass, and to be fair, Jofra hasn't played many tests, but at the moment, looks like Jofra might have the biggest differential of a seam bowler against left and right, in our system anyway.
Which does bring into mind the decision to play 6 left-handers by India is a brave one.
Yep.
Brave?
Well, I mean, I was watching this morning when Sundar was facing him earlier, and I was in this press box just screaming, just going, just don't. I would rather have Takura on strike to him, because I don't know how you play Jofra Archer when he's bowling like this to left-handers.
You just play the line, don't you? And then you hope that the ball does too much. There's not much else you can do. Washington Sundar facing Chris Wokes, and this goes past the outside edge again. Sundar playing very correct manner, as you'd expect, but India need to break the shackles a touch. It feels the scorecard. This doesn't really tell the story of this innings, because on the face of it, 290 for 5. You think that's an okay score, really. But of course, because punt is gone, it's not quite as healthy as that. And with Bumrah and Siraj to come, and a debutant next as well, 2 wide, and doesn't force Sundar to play, so he doesn't. No run. 290 for 5. It remains.
Think of someone must have batted with a broken foot before in Test cricket. I mean, might be able to think of one. I know at least Perry bowled with a broken leg, but she didn't know her leg was broken.
It's not exactly the same, but Tom Banton batted for Somerset last season against Surrey. What had he done? He really injured himself. He was out for a good couple of months afterwards, down the leg side, and Chris Wokes looks a bit frustrated that Jamie Smith didn't manage to cut this off, but it's given as wides, and we're just looking at a replay now. That's actually gone nearer to leg slip than it has to the wicketkeeper. What had he done?
Ankle, yeah.
What had he done? Broken it, or I can't remember. It was quite serious though. Yeah, and he was ruled out of the season. Didn't play again, but he did bat in the second innings, didn't he? And he batted quite well. He batted for a while.
Yeah, I've seen broken toes. Can't think of anything more serious than that. But there must be some. Lots of broken hands. There's Rick Lukosky's broken jaw. Michael Marshall's broken arm.
Well, I remember that one well. That was amazing to watch as a kid, and he hit a 4 as well. Oh, beaten this time. 295 for 5. If you've ever, if you're ever bored or just interested, go and check out Mark Nicholas's commentary as Graham Smith walks out onto the field of play at the SCG. Was that a broken hand or a broken finger? Hand. Was it hand? Broken hand. It's Nico at his absolute best. It's a phenomenal bit of theatre. Wokes and runs from the bat of Sundar, who comes forward and will take a couple of runs down to third. Again, the ball doesn't reach the boundary, and this is another thing to factor in, isn't it, Jarrod? Because You know, as India approached 300, they're now 297 for 5. When England come out to bat, they'll be mindful that that score on another pitch is probably pushing 340. Slow outfield, and so the runs aren't going to come as easily, you don't think, unless India bowl very, very poorly. Or, of course, there is that big drop-off after Bumrah and Siraj again, which we had leading edge this time. Squared up is Sundar. No run.
I don't think Jadeja and Sundar will be easy to score off in this wicket. Watching some of the spinners.
Yeah, that was. Thank you for saying that, because I was about to ask you. Of course, yeah. Nathan Lyon, Scott, the producer, just reminded us he hobbled out at Lord's, didn't he, in 2023? It's calf injury.
Yeah, I think we've had like a lot of calf injuries, sprained ankles. Someone did their Achilles, I think, and battered. I can't think of many broken.
My dad did
bones.
his Achilles.
Yeah, he did. On a tour, but not for England.
In Antigua. He didn't bat on. This is pushed out to point. There's a chance for a run out, but that's a smart bit of running, actually. Sundar has called Thakur through, and Thakur's just set off. He's just backed his partner, and he has pasted in. And in fairness, it was, in the end, quite comfortable.
Yeah, I don't know how you would have got that run. Is that the sub fielder again, who I think threw with his left hand, and he threw that about 5 meters wide of the crease. In fact, of the stumps. I think, it's a sub. I think it was Bryden Casey was backing up, who had to come around about 15 meters to his right to stop this. Let's have a look. Comes in with his left hand. It might actually be right-handed. Look, the ball ends up in the middle of nowhere. I think he might have even pulled.
I think he
tried to throw it with his left hand. I'm not sure he is left-handed based on that. But he's missed the stumps. I said 5 meters. He missed the stumps by 7 meters.
Ranganathan says plenty of movement here this morning. Bumrah will be unplayable.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is that if this pitch is going to continue to do this for a little while, and England do take wickets, they've got to come out and bat against this as well.
Here is Archer again, edged, and it's bounced just short and to the left of Ollie Pope at 4th slip. Duckett didn't move, and it's raced down to the boundary for 4. Now that wasn't a catching opportunity, but there's frustration in the slip cordon, and I think that they're all looking at each other there, aren't they? Archer's not that amused, but Duckett didn't move. I don't know if they're just...
Duckett and Pope didn't move, and it's funny now. I reckon Pope's taking a step to his right. That wasn't where he was standing. He was standing much closer to that ball when it went through. I thought it was Pope's. Didn't you?
Oh, it's definitely Pope's. Absolutely, definitely Pope. Went to his left foot.
Which is what I think Duckett is saying to him.
It was not... That wasn't Duckett's. Beaten again. Hands in the air. We're just going to see a replay, and it's...
Oh, it's almost like he pulled his hands away, Pope.
It was a very strange one. It's why I kind of stopped, because I couldn't quite work out what had happened.
Well, that's what I thought originally, was that he didn't pick it up and then he went too late. But now looking at it, it does feel a little bit more like he pulled his hands away after he realised it was going to bounce. So he might have just got himself slightly confused there. But they've brought in... Tuckett's come into the exact spot.
5th slip. And Archer looks to the heavens as another ball to the left-handed Washington bounces on a good length. Maybe he needs to pitch it up just a touch. Moves away. Washington plays off stump, and it's extravagant movement. But Washington Sundar's still there. 11 odd out. Thakur's into the 30s. And in India, you might have heard that applause. It's because they've gone past 300. 302 for 5. 5 slips in place. And deep in his crease, Sundar just pushes this up to mid-off. No run.
Harry Brook continuing the shenanigans, flipping his hat up and then trying to get it to land on his head, which he did perfectly. And Zach Crawley did it, and it landed upside down. It's an interesting one here, because the pitch does even off, and let's say India do add an extra 50 or 70 runs, by the time England come into bat, the conditions may not be as favourable for Bumrah. Some of the moisture might have gone out of the surface.
Down the leg side and fielded. There is also the, normally for a pitch to flatten out, then you kind of need the conditions overhead to...
Some sunlight.
Right?
Well, I think you'll find there is a patch of blue above us now,
Is
John.
it sunny today, Jarrod? but
it's coming from. I mean, all I'm saying is there is more blue sky where that weather is coming from.
Yeah.
I saw on your little weather map yesterday. It had the sun peeking out from the clouds. So I actually haven't looked at the weather today at all.
I think we're going to be okay. I'm not sure there's going to be any rain, but you never know, do you? Ooh, squared up there. Washington Sundar forced to play, and the ball's in the air for a while, but bounces well short of backward point. That was a good over. It was a leading edge from Sundar, and once again, Jofra Archer, who has taken a wicket today, shakes his head, takes his cap, receives a slap on the back. In India, how many overs has he bowled? Has he bowled throughout the morning so far, Archer?
Yeah, he's bowled, what are we, 54 minutes in. He's been bowling non-stop, I think.
So this spell is now 6 overs in. I imagine that might be the last one, do you think?
Well, traditional cricket would make you think that, but the way that England sort of push people sometimes, I mean, he's unplayable. Would you take him off?
Stokes is coming on, so we know that Woke's 6 over spell's come to an end. Maybe one more for Archer?
I can tell you that Rishabh Pant's in whites, and he certainly wasn't in whites a while ago, so there you go. He might, in fact, be playing. He's pointing down at his toes at the moment to say several of them are still in the place they used to be.
He's got 6 toes now. That's what he's saying.
He's got a special toe. Well,
I'm actually even better at running.
Garfield Sobers had 6 fingers and, 5 fingers and a thumb on each hand, and look what it did for him, John.
That's what Rishabh Pant's saying right now. Stokes is in, right arm over the wicket, bowling to Thakur, who shapes to play, decides not to. There's 3 slips, a gully, backward point, extra cover, mid on, deep square leg, and fine leg.
Would you rather have 6 toes or a 3rd nipple?
Answers on the chat facility. I'm not sure why the 3rd nipple is the other option.
Would you rather have the only 2 options.
Would you rather have 6 toes or 6 fingers? That's more of an option.
I'd rather have 6 fingers because the shoes would be a problem with 6 toes.
Here's Stokes, and played very late by Thakur. It's a short delivery, and Thakur tries to guide this down with a horizontal bat through the slip cordons. It bounces in front of 3rd slip and is fielded. I've
got a toe issue called, someone in the chat will probably know what it's called, but it's called something like brachiometaphyseal.
Sounds like a dinosaur.
Yeah, and it does. And it
sounds like a sauropod.
So my little toe looks like a raptor claw from Jurassic Park. And shoes are not particularly easy for me. So if I had another toe, it's just too many toes for the shoes.
Stokes, that leaps up, and has he got Thakur? He's been caught behind. Well, Thakur doesn't seem to think so. The umpire's finger hasn't gone up. Stokes has just wheeled away. He's just assuming it's hit the outside edge. And England are probably going to review. They've got 2 left. Are they going to review? They've got 6 seconds.
Jofra went over to the umpire there to appeal.
Yep, they're going to review.
And I think the reason Jofra went over to appeal was because England didn't actually appeal for that. They just claimed the wicket. So I think Jofra just wanted it to be official that someone had appealed. But yeah, they've reviewed it. But they didn't review it straight away for a team that was absolutely certain. Live, I just thought that took something on the way through to the keeper. On the first replay, it looked like it bounced really oddly off the pitch. And that's maybe what's put England off a little bit here. So Shardul certainly didn't have any issue. He couldn't look more relaxed, Shardul Thakur.
I agree. If you go on the reaction of the batter, it's not out. If you go on the reaction of the bowler, it's out. So what's the 3rd umpire going to decide?
See, look at that bounce. It just
that's really leapt up. Imagine Bumrah bowling.
It's maybe hit his back sleeve, his shoulder.
Here we go. Or is it glove? It's going past the glove now. Flat line, flat line, flat shoulder. Line, flat line. And those cheers are from the India fans. It hits the shoulder. So England lose another review. And that's a good decision by the umpire as well.
No, well done to the umpire. But also, I think it's fair for England to have reviewed that, because the ball definitely reacted as if it had come off something, and they would have heard the noise as well. And because of the weird bounce, I think they probably thought that's hit a little bit of glove, or even the shoulder of the bat, the sort of angle that it came up on. But yeah, once we saw that first replay or the first TV of it, that's when I doubted it. But live, I was with England.
So,
Always better to appeal, though, than just claim the wicket.
well, that's true. Stokes again. This is pitched up and thrashed through extra cover and away for 4.
Now, this is the Shardul Thakur we've come to see.
Yes.
What's all this nonsense of him poking and everything? Is this like, no, I'm just going to go. He's a brilliant striker of the ball. The ball doesn't always go exactly where he wants it, but he swings so hard, he can really score very, very quickly. And he's very hard to set a field to because he doesn't know where he's trying to hit it.
So 6 toes or 6 fingers? You're going with 6 fingers. But that... I mean,
no, because I don't wear gloves very much.
But what hand?
Oh, I thought it was on both.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, in that case, definitely going with the toes.
But then what about shoes? You can't buy shoes the rest of your life.
Yeah, left alone by Thakur.
How many pairs of gloves do you need to buy?
Yeah, but you're going to put people off, right? I mean, you know, do you think...
On your hands?
Do you think Miriam, you know, it might not have happened for you guys?
I think she'd be okay with the extra finger.
I mean, it's not even the top 10 weirdest things about you.
If I had an extra finger.
6 fingers.
It's kind of weird that I don't.
But you know, when you meet somebody and you've got 6 hands, 6 hands.
I don't think I've ever counted anyone's fingers when I've met them.
You'd feel it.
No, you wouldn't.
I think you'd
In the
feel
chat.
it. We've got 1 minute left on comms.
Man is going to walk into this chat.
Beaten this time, Thakur. There is just that additional bounce. Not that there's no bounce at the other end, because Archer's still bowling, but end of an eventful over. 306 for 5. India have moved on. They've added 42 from their overnight score. They have lost Ravindra Jadeja, brilliantly caught by Harry Brook. He looks a fine slip fielder, doesn't he? Jofra Archer with reward, because he bowled really well yesterday, has done today. He got the edge, but since then Washington Sundar has been very, very watchful. He's 11 from 37, and Shardul Thakur has moved on to 39. Really important passage of play has gone, and another one to come. It's been that kind of series. You cannot take your eyes off it or your ears. All change in the comms box though. Sunith Monga from ESPN Cricinfo about to come in, as well as Neil Manthorp. Just to let you know, guys, because you were at the commentary box, the big question is, would you rather have 6 fingers or 6 toes?
Drinks break, as John was saying. It's given me and Sid Monga a couple of seconds to think about that. I think we probably need a bit more context. Sid, I think my inclination would be fingers, but then I do enjoy my runs in the morning, so...
Yeah, even I went for a run today, so but I don't know how an extra toe will help. It might slow us down.
Exactly right. Yeah. All right then. Well, if we have to have an extra, I'm perfectly happy with 5 of each. So I think we'll just stick with that.
I don't care if there were 4.
Well, quite right. Exactly. What do you make of the first hour, conditions-wise? I mean, India will be obviously set back by the loss of the early wicket with the new ball, Jofra Archer, but Shardul Thakur has certainly answered some pretty fierce critics of his batting on that first Test match at Headingley, hasn't he?
Yeah, the conditions have kept him awake. He's not played a single loose shot, and he's been very good. And at moments I felt England have struggled to control the movement. It's just done too much for them. Too much to take the edge, and also there have been, I think, 3 sets of 5 wides or 2 sets, and then a couple of edges have gone through the slips, so these runs are going to be costly for them.
Quite right. There's been too much movement. That's exactly my thought. Chris Wokes has now beaten the bat in excess of 20 times. Another 5 times this morning, just beating the outside edge of Washington Sundar's bat. At least Washington has a technique that means he's only giving the outside edge. I mean, he's just playing the line, and if the ball moves, then it's more often than not, well, it has been beating the bat. But Shardul Thakur has gone along very nicely indeed, 39 off 74. And Washington Sundar has left everything that he possibly can. He's got 11 off 37. We're just seeing pictures of Rishabh Pant on our screens at the moment. He's in the change room. He's in his whites, in his kit. We're only seeing him shoulders up on the television screen. We saw him a few minutes ago outside the players and media centre area. We're actually directly above the England changing room in our commentary box. The Indian changing room is just to the right, but one floor below us. And he was wearing a calf-length moon boot. Now Bryden Cast is in, short and wide and cut away by Sundar. First shot of real aggression that he's played, and it's landed like a gap wedge. Golfers will know what I'm talking about. It's just stopped in the outfield. I thought it was going off it a little bit, and they've gone through for a couple.
Yeah, it definitely plugged in the outfield. I don't think there was a lot of force in that shot. All he wanted to do was clear the fielders, clear the cordon, and not like really hit it hard. But even Sundar was surprised. He took only a couple. He started running only after it plugged. But he's shown a beautiful game plan to face seam bowling. He's been very good in judging the line. He's not extended himself outside of the off stump line.
Here is Cast again. Sundar sways out of the way of this back of a length delivery, allows it to go through to Jamie Smith. Yeah, we talk a lot about knowing your game and having a technique and being organised and disciplined. And Washington Sundar looks like a top order batsman for one very good reason. He is.
And yeah, he is India's next all conditions all-rounder for sure. When Jadeja is still going strong, but in a couple of years' time, when we start talking about his retirement, Sundar is going to be
pushed away defensively and on the offside, and there's no run. Had an update from the BCCI. You would have had this a while ago. Rishabh Pant, who sustained an injury to his right foot on day one, will not be performing wicket-keeping duties. No surprise there. Dhruv Jurel will assume the role of wicketkeeper. Despite his injury, Rishabh Pant has rejoined the team on day two and will be available to bat as per team requirements. I hope that happens because it'll be massively entertaining in a kind of sadistic sort of a way. Pushed away defensively, squaring the wicket on the offside. I mean, in the way that human nature means that you slow down to inspect the seriousness of a car crash on the side of the road. I think there'll be people flocking to see Rishabh Pant with a broken foot hobbling out to the middle. He won't be able to run. He can't have a runner. And I'm being facetious. I hope it doesn't happen, to be honest.
I wonder if he'll be timed out if he tries to go out.
He'd be piggybacked out to the middle. Somebody jogging him out, pushed away behind square on the leg side.
Can you take the ambulance golf cart to go out to bat?
The one that came on to take him off yesterday. I don't know. It's a single through square leg, and Washington Sundar moves on to.
I mean, jokes
14.
aside, we sincerely hope the best for him, and I hope he's not required to bat because he'll be putting himself in more danger, because a fracture of the metatarsal is not such a is a very delicate injury.
It's a 6-week minimum period.
Yeah, so I think he's definitely out of the series, but he's here in case India really need him to just hold one end up.
Outside the off stump now as Bryden Cast is well, I don't know if we beat Shardul Thakur there or not, but Thakur is on 39. So let's come up with a match scenario in which India really need him to bat for half an hour at number 11.
I think if India cross 350, they should not bother. It's looking at the conditions today. Not only lateral movement, there has been also vertical movement up and down. There was this one ball from Stokes, and we can see that white line. It's a very good marker. It's around between 7 and 8 meters from this end, from Statham end, and Stokes just hit that line and it took off. And there has been seam movement. So the bowlers, I think 350 will be about 50 too much above par, 50 above par.
You're not thinking anywhere near as much out of the box Sid. There's no way India need him to bat in this innings. Absolutely not. I said let's come up with a match scenario.
Okay, so if they lose their next 4 wickets and 20 runs.
Here is Stokes again, pushed away defensively out on the onside. No run. No. The only way that Rishabh Pant should be required to bat is in a game-saving situation. So India are bowled out for whatever they're bowled out for. England make 600, and India then, and we have some rain, which uses up some time, and India are then batting on the 5th day to avoid an innings defeat. And they're 9 down with 30 minutes to go. Then send him hobbling out. But otherwise, it's a broken foot. For goodness sake. Here is Stokes once again, pushed defensively out on the onside.
But knowing Rishabh, you'll need reinforcements to restrain him from going out.
Well, I mean, did you see the thing he's got on his foot?
Yeah, the moon boot.
The moon boot. I mean, would he bat in that? You'd have to protect it. You couldn't.
Are you allowed to bat in a moon boot? I don't think there's a regulation against it. I've never seen anyone do that. But yeah, he needs to look after himself. He needs to guard against doing anything silly here.
Here's Ben Stokes. Oh, and that one is a very, very good Yorker length delivery outside the off stump. Washington Sundar tries to dig it out. He didn't probably need to play at it. It was quite a way outside of the off stump, but it spins back and ricochets towards the stumps. We just saw a picture of the Indian balcony, and I don't know whether Adrian LaRue will be the man. He's South African, originally a South African physiotherapist, and he worked for the South African national team. He's now the Indian physiotherapist. I don't know whether it's above his pay grade making a decision on Rishabh Pant. He's a physiotherapist rather than a doctor or a surgeon. That's pushed away again, just nudged through point by the left-handed Washington Sundar. Anyway, I think that was the reason that he was being shown on the balcony.
Yeah, and the BCCI has not yet confirmed that there's been a fracture, although I think everybody knows that there is one.
The Indian Express, I think, took a bit of a flyer overnight, and
almost everyone knew. We could tell, right? We were both on air when it happened, and we could tell it immediately.
Yeah, I think that the reason for that statement, here's Stokes again. Jarrod Kimber is once more forward defensively, pushing it out on the onside. He's 39, Washington 15, India 310 for 5. I mean, what benefit is there for India to say he will not bat again? There's no reason for them to do that. I don't think that England will be either bothered or care very much, really, whether he,
Even England yesterday, Liam Dawson addressed the press conference and he said it's it's difficult to see how he plays any role in the game.
Here's Stokes again, and Jarrod Kimber pushes this one behind square on the offside, and there's no run. Well, yeah, I mean, it's pretty much obvious to all who saw pictures of the swelling on his foot and just the clear pain that he was in. Anyway, pitch seems to have flattened out. It was a bit lively for the first half hour, wasn't it? I know the ball was brand new, but there was a bit of bounce and pace and carry. It's all gone a bit flat.
Or is Kash bowling too short?
Well, he does that, doesn't he? That's what he does.
Yeah, sometimes it's a bit of both. You are brought on with the older ball, but you also make it look a little more friendly with your lengths. That's why you're the third bowler, and that's why you're averaging 45 in this series.
I think Jon Norman made a very good point yesterday when he sort of in the cold light of day he looked at Kars's statistics. His Kars in again, and that's outside the off stump, left alone by Washington Sundar. I mean, it's true though. I mean, he broke open the second innings at Lord's.
He did, yes.
With a very, very good spell in the close of day 4, and he's bowled a couple of other very good spells. But you add them all up with some less good spells.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at luck and things like that if the difference is between 28 and 33, not 28 and 40.
3 slips in a gully. Here's Cast running in again to Washington Sundar. Bouncer. Sways out of the way of it. And there's no run. Can you just tell our listeners and viewers a little bit more about Washington's pedigree as a batsman? I just alluded to the fact that he is actually a top order batsman, even though he's coming in at number 8.
Yeah, and anyone who has seen him is just is tempted to find a way to include him in the 11 because he brings so much value to the side both with batting and bowling.
Here is Cast once again from the Jimmy Anderson end, outside the off stump, keeps low once again, and taken on the bounce by Jamie Smith. There's you don't happen to know who that gentleman in the middle of the Indian balcony is? Ryan Tenderskada, assistant coach. A gentleman in the middle, I don't know whether he's obviously part of the backroom staff as well, and then Adrian LaRue, the physiotherapist. Is he the medical doctor? Is he the team doctor?
Yeah, he looks like the doctor, yes. I don't know his name because the support staff keeps changing these days, but I think he's the doctor. So they are discussing it, it seems.
Here is Cast once again, and that one is tucked away behind square on the leg side. And they're sprinting back for the second run. That's very, very good communication, good running from these two, Shardul Thakur, and I think Washington called him straight away for 2. There was a time when India's backroom staff were a matter of formal top secret. I think there was just no information available whatsoever, and there'd be new faces appearing on a semi-regular basis.
Yeah, and then there were it was regularized where the coach would their stint would be as long as the coach's. So it was a team. The support team was actually a team. But in the recent times, I think there has been a little more attrition.
Here's Bryden Cast once again, steaming in now, and this one hits Washington Sundar on the pad. For a moment, he considers fielding it himself. There was a time, Sid Mongi, a couple of years ago, maybe it was 4 or 5 years ago, when the BCCI or Team India employed a media officer whose sole job was to send out a media release every day saying that there will be no media activity today. What was his name?
Dr. Baba?
Yes, that was it.
Dr. Red Hills Baba.
Yeah, he said he was metronomically timeous. Every day there'd be a media release to say that there will be no media activity today.
I think that was the
bleak for the travelling media corps. I tell you, pushed away defensively by Sundar. I used to tell my colleagues, don't take it so badly, don't take it personally, just it means you can write whatever you like.
Yeah.
There's no engagement with the team, you can just speculate.
And it was the unholy trinity of the BCCI, MS Dhoni and Duncan Fletcher, who's
Duncan loved the media, what do you mean?
Duncan made sure that the nets were also covered and nobody was able to overhear anything from the nets. Duncan was so notorious, and after that Andy Flower, they are so notorious. And we were just talking about Pant standing in the balcony just to not let on that he's not going to play.
Here's Ben Stokes. Oh, and there's a cut shot now from Shardul Thakur, and he's trying to hit that a bit hard. He's swung himself off his feet.
Fletcher and Flower, they would make sure their injured fast bowlers would come to the ground. Like with hamstring injuries, they would come to the ground and they would run a couple of laps so that the opposition does not know until the time of the toss that this fast bowler is ruled out.
And then you've got England currently announcing their team 2 days before the test.
I think I prefer the England way.
I mean, there was a conspiracy of secrecy that I'm afraid, did emanate from Duncan Fletcher. Stokes again outside the off stump. Yeah, that one swung away quite nicely. I've never heard of a coach of any team anywhere who had it explicitly written into his contract that he would not be required to engage with the media.
And poor Duncan Fletcher, the one time that he decided to, he was asked by one gentleman in the press conference that India were on a losing streak in Australia. Who is responsible? Please, now the nation wants to know who is responsible for this debacle.
And that was it. That was his one and only
Yeah.
appearance in front of the media. Here's Ben Stokes again, up to the crease now. He's looking for the Yorker. It's full and straight, it's right in the block hole. And there's
He slipped while turning back.
He's Washington Sundar at the non-striker's end has set off for a single, and then has tried to regain his ground and has just lost balance. Actually, it was more of a twist rather than losing his footing. The throw came in from Bryden Cass at mid-on, just missed the stumps. Oh, he was out.
Yeah. And I reckon after that press conference, the first thing he did was Duncan was call N. Srinivasan and tell him, "I told you so."
Yeah, they're no good. Bunch of bad eggs. The reason I find that situation so amusing is Stokes is in once again down the leg side, and there's no shot offered, and it's taken by Jamie Smith. There was Duncan Fletcher began his coaching career very many years ago as coach of a club side in Cape Town, and then the University of Cape Town. So he was just coaching the university team in a very, very low profile, part-time amateur manner before he'd made the decision to go to turn professional and become a professional coach and pursue a career in that role. And it was in that stage of his life that I got to know him quite well. Outside the off stump, and it swings away from Shardul Thakur, who offers no shot.
Yeah,
And
you know him better than any of the Indian media.
He then steadily progressed, and of course I remained in the media.
Yeah.
So he thought that I was quite a decent chap when he wasn't a professional coach. And then he progressed and got to a higher and higher level, and he never quite knew how to handle me then. And I kept saying, Duncan, I haven't changed. It's you who've changed.
Yeah.
I'm still the same person you used to have half a beer with, or even a couple. Here's Ben Stokes again up to the crease now, bowled short, wide, and cut, and I think it is dropped.
It fell short.
Did it fall short? Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, most do. I don't know
Yeah,
why.
at this ground.
Ollie Pope it was at backward point. He was diving forward. Yeah, he absolutely fell short. But it was the groan of disappointment from the England slip cordon that made me think that it might have carried. No, but not a lot is carrying. Steve Harmison was saying the first half hour this morning when he was out there on the outfield this morning, Ben Stokes was bemoaning the lack of pace and the lack of carry in the pitch. So many catches have not carried. Shardul Thakur guiding that one.
Yeah, fell well short. I mean, Thakur can say I actually rode the bounce and cut it down into the ground. It's just that it's a long way down from that height. Would be much better uppercutting it above the cordon rather than trying to play it down.
You don't need to have any sort of formal qualification in lip reading to see what Ben Stokes thought of the lack of pace in the pitch there. There was a close-up of him full on.
I think we have a break for cleaning of spring cleaning kind of bat and gloves and pad. I hope. Okay, there's not been any change, so it's not sprinkling. Just dusting off the bat and pads. Washington Sundar, 17 of 52.
He is perfectly capable of scoring a lot quicker than that. Bryden Cass begins a new over and is immediately pushed away through cover point for a single by Shardul Thakur. It takes him up to 40. But he's got a job to do. He's got very specific instructions. Well, not instructions. Very specific requirements.
And yeah, he's smart enough to tell what the team needs right now and what the game situation needs from him. Just play out the new ball and then try to score. he is, as you say, is quite capable of being a top order batter.
Here's Bryden Cast once more, thundering in, bowls, and forward comes Washington Sundar, pushing it square of the wicket on the offside. 314 for 5. We are in the hands of the weather gods today in terms of rain, because the forecast very consistent throughout the day. Between 11 and 6 there is a 20 to 30% chance of light rain.
Yeah, if it sets in, it sets in, but it hasn't set in today.
I think that's exactly the point, isn't it?
Yeah.
If it starts, it won't stop.
Yeah, there was a bit of a mizzle in the morning, but nothing after the game started.
Outside the off stump now, left alone, and there's no run.
A big improvement from the lengths England have bowled today. We were discussing this yesterday, that in that first session, they might have looked unlucky, but they bowled on the good length only 35% of the times. But with the second new ball, they've done it 59% of the times, which is very good. India have consistently stayed between 50 and 55 throughout the series, which is why they have created more chances with the ball.
You must have gone for your morning run either before or after me, because it was dry when I ran. There was no mizzle in the air.
No. When I ran, I went for the run at 7. It was dry. It was lovely. But when I walked to the ground, there was a mizzle, and it stopped just before it started.
I was packed into a tram like a piece of corned beef at about 10 o'clock this morning. It was absolutely packed.
Yeah.
Yesterday was a glorious trip. The next one from Cast is defended by Washington Sundar. Yesterday I left considerably earlier with Jarrod Kimber, and the tram ride was a joy.
Yeah, we walked in around the same time. I boarded from Victoria at about 9:20. There was no one in the tram.
Well, you don't want to be doing it anywhere closer to 10. That was pushed away by Washington Sundar for a no run, fielded by Ollie Pope at backward point.
It's still one of my favorite grounds to come to. The tram drops you right almost inside the ground, and just a couple of minutes and you're in. I love all those grounds which are very close to public transport, especially train stations. Even at Newlands, I used to take the train and then walk to the ground. Train from the city, which I was advised against, but it was 2010 and it was still fine.
Here's Bryden Cast again outside the off stump, and it's left alone, and there's no run. It really upsets me when visitors to South Africa are advised not to do this. Why would you be advised not to take the train from the city to Newlands? I mean, literally tens of thousands of people do that journey every single day.
Yeah, and
I mean, it's a bit busy, so you might get pickpocketed. Is that what? I mean, for goodness' sake.
I paid no heed to any such advice. We were up in Benoni once, and we took that combi van back to Joburg, and we were dropped in Hobart Park, and everybody was like, "Wow!" Like I know people who've never been to Hobart Park, who live in South Africa.
Only one thing upsets me more is that when it doesn't happen so much these days, but I mean, I first went to India in 1993 when it was very much a different place for tourists. But and people say, "Oh, you must be careful, but don't eat the food." There's 1 billion people eating the food. What do you mean, don't eat the food? How do you expect me to stay alive? Oh, you've got to be careful.
Well, we turned the tables when COVID started, when it was in its infancy, and we didn't actually know what was happening, and it took a bit of time to arrive to India, and we all believed that because we eat that food, we've got better immunity.
Yeah, well, exactly. I think there's a good point about it. It was more about like don't eat the street food, and I'm thinking, when I first went to India, that was the only food I could afford, and it was the best food as well.
It is the best, yes.
It's like better than the stuff in the hotels.
Yeah, if you don't mind carbs on carbs, it's the best food.
Yeah, it is a bit carb heavy. and the fresh oil. You don't want the old oil. Here's Ben Stokes once again down the leg side, flick and a miss from Shardul Thakur.
We laugh, but what is vaccination? It's also introducing you to the germs or the in a controlled manner, and if you can crack that controlled manner, in India, then you're fine.
You know when you drop a piece of food on the floor, they have the 10-second rule. I used to say to my kids all the time, like, you've got 10 seconds to pick it up and eat it. You know, people are like, oh no, don't touch this, and don't and if anything drops on the floor, don't eat it. No, you need germs, and you need that. You know, you need to keep your body healthy. It can't be sanitised all the time. Stokes in again, full and wide, and swings further away from Shardul Thakur, who's really applied himself. My goodness, if he had a point to prove after being played as a batting all-rounder in the first test and throwing his wicket away twice, he has proved it today.
Absolutely.
And yesterday.
Back to the so-called notorious area of Joburg, I was glad I made it there because I found lovely jazz performances and a lovely theatre there, and all. They didn't even charge us for it because I think I picked up a flyer and then I invited myself to one of those shows.
Here's Stokes again. Oh, edge gone! What a catch in the gully! Ben Duckett's taken a flyer! Just as I was talking about Shardul Thakur's discipline, he's played a big booming drive, and Duckett has taken a flying catch way to his left in the gully, and England have their second wicket of the morning. Shardul Thakur has gone for 41.
Talk about commentators' curse. But having said that, it's been a very effective innings, and he's played really well. He's left well. He's picked up those singles every time they have strayed onto the pads, which was the most impressive part of that innings. And we are all standing up now to see who walks in as the next batter. Thakur has just stopped near the boundary rope. He trudges off slowly. Yet to see a batter coming out. Okay.
It's not going to be Rishabh Pant.
Camera's alert. Camera's on the alert. I think it's going to be punt because I can hear cheers. Oh, it is.
Surely not.
It is Rishabh Pant.
It is Rishabh Pant.
These are amazing scenes. These are unbelievable scenes here at Old Trafford.
With a broken foot, I'm sure that there will be much discussion and debate about the medical wisdom of this, given the pain that he was in yesterday, given the fact that it is almost certainly fractured. I do not think that we will be in for a long innings.
Yeah,
Sid Mongia, but I think it could be fiery.
Absolutely. We just, as you said yesterday, Manners, is he live? As you bend over to see if this firework is still alive or dead, this boy is still alive.
I think this is folly, but I'm all for a bit of entertaining folly.
Yeah, I mean, even I would say so, but they haven't got here to the test level listening to common sense and listening to sane advice.
And who are we to comment?
Yeah.
Except that is our job. I mean, it'll be interesting. This will be really, really interesting. 314 for 6. There are, of course, degrees of fracture. There are degrees,
yes,
aren't there? I mean, if it's sort of hairline, then the medical advice would be, unless you take another full impact blow in the same place, it should be okay, but it is still going to need a month to heal.
Yeah, we're not going to see any quick singles here.
We're not going to see anything apart from bat speed.
Yeah, there's going to be some whippage.
I mean, he's treading very gingerly. He's still got a bit of a hobble on. I suspect that, you know, you can't have too much painkiller because you need to retain some feeling.
No, yeah. I'm sure Indian fans will be reminded of Anil Kumble bowling with a broken jaw before he left for India from the West Indies tour.
Here is Ben Stokes' first delivery. Pant has a little push at it outside the off stump, and not surprisingly, the feet didn't move very much at all. That wasn't the full aggressive swing that we're anticipating. Just a sort of
I think it was not
incapacitated push.
It wasn't close enough to him to swing hard. I think it will be a good idea to bowl a little wide to him because he cannot move his feet. His back foot is cemented. Front foot, actually the injured foot moved a little.
Stokes in again, bowls. Pant is beaten, well beaten outside the off stump. Well, he just needs a couple of balls just to settle down. But I think there's indication there of the difficulty that he is going to have in batting. I'll leave the final word to you as Jarrod Kimber takes over from me, Sid. But the question, what I want you to repeat is what you said earlier, is that this situation, as far as you're concerned and your experience of Pant, is almost entirely of his own making and his choosing?
I think so. The final decision, of course, if the medical staff felt that he's going to hurt himself really badly, they wouldn't have let him go out. But eventually, it would have been left to him whether he can withstand the pain and go through this. And if the advice is that if you don't receive another impact blow, you will be fine. I think that's what he's been told, and it's a little awe-inspiring for him to just come out and bat again.
Thank you, Sid Monga. Awe-inspiring. The press box, I've never seen the press box move so quickly as they all went down the front to try and look over the cliff and see him. Bryden Cast in, short, and that's hit something, maybe glove. It's a good ball, and it goes out on the leg side safely. I think that was off the glove. Or glove or elbow. Washington Sundar, he collapsed at the crease actually after that. There was no short leg in though. That's a pretty good ball, Steve Harmison.
It was well directed, good short ball, took Washington Sundar up. Don't think it bounced as much as possibly Sundar thought it was going to bounce. He was expecting to go higher. It's an absolute beauty of a delivery. It's got a leg slip and not short leg.
Yeah, right off the gloves. Cast comes in again, another short, another one popped up on the leg side where short leg was. To be honest, where modern short leg is, that might not have carried that last one. But again, it was dug into the pitch. And again, I don't think that gets up, Harmy.
No, it didn't get as... that was shorter than the ball before and didn't bounce as high. So good from Cast. I think that's what you get with these surfaces, the slowness nature of the surface. You, as a batter, you have to stand up and play them, especially against a big, tall, fast bowler, because you know you're expecting that to bounce that little bit higher, and if it does go that high, you can make your adjustment a little bit quicker.
Cast, tall. Then this one's outside off stump, back of a length again, and it's taken by Smith, but at his feet. I just saw that. I'm watching Rishabh Pant. He's walking around. It's not like he's standing still, waiting for anything. He was just, you know, now he's going into his ghost stance. He's been flicking things off his shoes. He doesn't look that hurt.
He's standing around, but when he's standing around sort of cross-legged as you do, and it's interesting that his actual weight is on his standing foot, is the foot that he's obviously damaged.
Cast in again. Pavilion end, and this is Yorker outside off stump and jammed down, and it goes out to point, and there's no run. Yeah, he's certainly not standing still. I think is Cast changing. Yeah, Cast is going to come around the wicket, but again, Rishabh Pant just walking around, and he's looking pretty casual. It did take him a long time to get out on the ground. I don't know. It wasn't like Nathan Lyon. It doesn't seem like he was as close. Remember, Nathan Lyon was waiting in the long room because they were worried that he would be timed out because of how long. But it certainly did take him a while to get it out on the ground. Cast round the wicket to Washington Sundar. It's a full ball outside us. I'm very, very wide, and he's left alone. He's got good movement today, Cast, hasn't he?
Yeah, he looks as though he's a little bit better rhythm than he was yesterday. Yesterday he wasn't. He looked as though he's battling against himself yesterday. The interesting one, when Nathan Lyon did his, it was a calf injury, so literally you can't walk in any other way, where because it's the outside of Rishabh Pant's foot, he could potentially walk on the inside of his foot and take a lot of pressure off the outside of the foot. So you could possibly walk, but I don't think you'd be able to run that well.
Cast full left alone outside off stump. It wasn't far away. Heard Jamie Smith and the slip cordon go up there a little bit. It's the end of that over. 314 for 6. It's 103rd over. Washington's on 17. Pant, of course, is
no ball.
It's a no ball. Let's go again. 315 for 6. Pant's on 37, of course, because of the runs that he scored last night, but he hasn't scored yet today. Do you remember when, I can't remember if you were playing, Ian Bell came out to bat
just after me.
Yeah, he had like a pillow on his foot, didn't he?
It was a moon boot.
Yeah.
It was a proper moon boot. 2010 that was against Bangladesh.
Was that in
a one-day game? I want to say it was a
Yeah,
one-day
you
game.
might be right, yeah. One more time from Cast. This is left alone. I think left alone a little bit better. There's still a couple of yelps from behind, but this time was outside our stump. And yeah, it was a big no ball, that last one from Bryden Cast. Here at the end of that over. Again, Rishabh Pant, he doesn't need to be walking down the wicket here, Harmy, but he is. We know he does like a lot of gardening as a batter, though.
Yeah, but it's one of them ones. If you can keep moving, you're probably better off to sort of keep moving, keep the blood circulation going. Obviously, you're going to have to talk to your partner. I thought he might come out now. I probably would have sent him out as soon as. So I would have seen the back of Thakur, and then I probably would have seen the back of Sundar, and then sent him out. Now he just stops the game. The game stops now. So it's Rishabh Pant, 6 are out, but he just looks as though he's going to stop the flow of Washington Sundar as well.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean.
And Washington's on 17 of 64, so there's not a lot of flow already with him. Anyway, Stokes round the wicket to Rishabh Pant. That bounces, that hits him on the hand, and that hurts. He's walked away from the crease here. That hit him in the middle of the glove. I don't think it's a dangerous one, but it definitely stung. It just spat up at him and hit the top glove on the hand. He's just, well, it might have been the bottom one. He's shaking one of his hands now anyway.
It's the same one he got hit last week, isn't it? It's the same one he got hit last week. He didn't keep wicket last week because he got hit on the hand. It'll be interesting there. He's just starting to shake that.
It's
that
the bottom one, isn't
now.
it?
Yeah, it is. Hit him hard.
Might have just flicked them, actually. Yeah. He's got away with that. Stokes in again, and he cuts this. He's going to get a couple. Well, he's going to get one. He's walking to the other end. He's going to get one. There was two there. He's sort of cut this ball out to deep extra cover, or deep cover, really. And there would normally be a couple of runs there, but he has walked. He started to run a little bit and then remembered what the situation was and went back to walking.
Yeah, he's got down to the end, which is a comforting thought in such a way that now there can be a bit of a rotation of strike, which isn't just right. You're going to face 6 balls and I'm going to face 6 balls, and the game's going to go nowhere. So yes, there is going to be a rotation of strike. So that's good from India's point of view and probably good from Pant's point of view.
Stokes in again. 3 slips in places around the wicket to Washington, who turns to face on back of a length ball, and it goes out to mid-wicket. There's no run there. Yeah, it's because the issue that you and I were worried about was if he doesn't play, if he can't get to the other end at all, that means you have to completely change your batting. Whereas at least now they have the opportunity, if there's a long one or a 2, they can still swap ends, right? And that's much more important for India.
Yeah, I think it just depends on the tactics that either one wants to have. Sundar seems as though he's going to stay in his shell.
Stokes round the wicket again. This is left alone this time by Washington Sundar. He's left a lot of balls. I'll have to get those stats from Gary. But he's definitely left a lot of those. It'd be interesting to see if Washington just can, I would assume, will continue to bat at the same pace and just let Pant be Pant. Would be the
Yeah, the only thing with that is then all of a sudden you're running the risk of the game going nowhere.
Do you think Rishabh Pant will ever let the game go nowhere?
No, I don't think he will, but he still, unless it goes for a 6 or a 4 on a slow outfield, he's only ever going to get 1. So then the game is, they're digging an even bigger hole for themselves.
It's a big ground too, isn't it, for hitting 6s and 4s, and as you said, the outfield's not great. Full left alone. This one bounces before Smith. It really died quite a bit on the way through to the keeper.
So all it's doing, Jarrod, really is just putting more miles in the bowler's legs and getting them more tired. But if there's nobody to sort of capitalise that when the ball's getting soft in about 20 overs, 15 overs time, when the bowlers do come in, then that's why I just wondered if it would have been better to wait for both Thakur and for Sundar to get out before you send Rishabh Pant in.
Stokes on the pads, and this is flicked around the corner for 1. So here's the first challenge. This is a normal single to fine leg, and will we say walks? It was
he got there.
He got to the other end. It's about the same pace as Arjuna Ranatunga used to be in the 90s.
To be fair to Pant, even if he wasn't injured, he probably would have ran that fast anyway. because of that single.
Yeah.
He's not somebody that charges around anywhere, does he? He's not
He charges for quick singles, doesn't he? But when the ball's in the outfield, he quite often jogs through, doesn't
it's a walk jog, yeah.
So yeah, and no issue there. So Carr's still bowling from this end. That obviously gives Washington Sundar the strike. The other thing for Pant is that a big part of his batting in modern times has been the way he changes length, right?
Yeah.
And plays the ramps, and a lot of those shots are kind of going to be harder for him to play now. And the other thing is how long it will be before England try the Yorker to go in at his foot. Cast over the wicket to Washington Sundar, who again leaves alone, not too far from off stump.
And also be making sure that every time the ball does go into the deep, you tend to get the fielder to throw it at the wicket keeper. I'll be making sure that the ball is getting thrown at Pant's end, so he's not, the last 3 or 4 strides, he's not sort of ambling because he's comfortable getting there because the ball's gone to the other end.
It's not even about running him out, is it? It's just
making sure he's putting pressure on his foot.
I wonder why Bryden Cast has gone back to over the wicket here. He's around the wicket. I thought he was bowling quite well towards the end of the over, but he's come back normal side. As he comes in again, hits the pitch hard outside off stump, fades away, and it's an easy lead. Washington's not going to play anything that's not at him at the moment, and the minute it's at him, he's just sort of just closing his face on it a little bit and taking a single towards mid-wicket.
Yeah, he's staying quite reserved and quite calm. What has he been? He's been in now quite a long time now. 70 balls.
Yeah.
Washington Sundar's first.
When was Jadeja out? Was Jadeja out the first over? Okay. It was very early, wasn't
second
it?
over, wasn't it? Wilkes bowled the first, Archie bowled the second, yeah.
Cast again from the Jimmy Anderson end. And this one's at the body. Basically exactly what I said. This one's on the pads. There's a bit of a mix-up with the run here, and they're doing exactly what you said. They're firing it in at Rishabh Pant's end. But essentially, that ball was on middle stump, and Washington Sundar turns it into the gap on the leg side, and then there's just awkwardness because he's not sure what his partner can do. Eventually he gets in. I mean, it wasn't as if it was a tough single in any way, but there was quite a bit of the fielder was coming straight in, so it was always going to be a firm throw straight back to the keeper's end. Maybe those sorts of ones, they might have to say no to those going forward.
Yeah,
Harming.
It just depends on how if the man is out in the deep, how quickly the ball's going to the man, or if the man is not in the deep and it goes past the fielder, then he has to make a judgment whether it is a longish one.
Cast short at the body of Rishabh Pant, and he pushes this away on the offside and takes another single. Again, they're throwing at his end, and he just gets there. And I don't even just gets there from a run-out position. I mean, just physically gets there. That was a very uncomfortable shot from Rishabh Pant. I don't know how he managed to hit that on the offside. I think he wanted to hit that quite hard, and it was maybe straighter than he thought.
Yeah, it came back to him, didn't it? I think it's just angled back into him, and it's hit the splice at the bat. You just see here again on our monitor screens, the ball's nipped back, it decked back hard. It really has come back hard towards Rishabh Pant. He's done well to actually get it to where he got it to.
And again, Bryden Cast is now coming around the wicket. This time to Washington Sundar, gets one on the pads. He turns this on the leg side. They have another mid-pitch conversation, and Rishabh Pant's taken the single, and that one was the one that might have pushed him the most. So they're now having a chat from a distance. There's no walking up the middle of the wicket. I don't know if Rishabh Pant can continue to take these singles, but they've got away with another one there.
No, I don't think they can. I think he's looking at his partner going, that was a little bit too close for comfort, to be fair. He got there in the end. It's now about sort of composing himself, taking his time. But I think now we're going to have to start seeing I know we've only got 14 minutes to the lunch break, but I think we might have to see Pant go into gear 6 here.
What gear are we going to see on this ball? It is gear 6. As he swings hard at a length ball from Cast outside off stump, goes through to Smith, and there's no run. It's not that much of a different kind of shot than we see from Rishabh Pant. The big difference is that he's just setting his feet. He's not moving. Another no ball as well, Harming.
Yeah, it just seems to be the last ball of the over, I think.
Is it maybe that's why he moved back to over the wicket a minute ago? Maybe he's struggling around the wicket?
Struggling around the wicket, possibly. But that's about, I think that's 3 or 4 times now Bryden Cast has bowled a no ball, the last ball of the over.
Now, what's happening here? The umpires, is this light?
Raining, isn't it?
Oh, it is raining, yeah.
I think it is. I think it's is it starting to rain?
Our windows are not as clean as I'd like to be able to pick. I don't see a lot of rain, because usually you can see it by looking at the light towers. Certainly a little bit. Anyway, they've had a very, very quick conversation. Rod Tucker's from Tasmania, so he is used to it permanently raining, so he'll be fine. But he might not have noticed it, Harmon. Cast coming in again. Big bounding steps, and is left alone this time by Rishabh Pant. And that is the end of the 105th over. 321 for 6 here on talkSPORT Cricket.
I think they're setting for the light meter. I think that's what it is. I don't think it's the rain. I think it's the light meter. I think it's the light meter what's being sent out. Rod Tucker's just brushed his hands across the ground. You know,
But you're right, the fourth officials come out.
the hover cover's getting ready.
Yeah. So maybe they got a message on the speakers as well that there's something about to happen.
Yeah.
Because I didn't see he's passed the raincoat on to Rod Tucker. I didn't see him pass a light meter there.
I didn't see him anything come out with it. Unless it's in his pocket.
We have so many delays in cricket now that even the umpires get things thrown out for them. Anyway, it's going to be Ben Stokes again. He's going to be bowling to Washington Sunday. We've got 3 slips in place and then like a 5th/gully where Ben Duckett has been fielding quite a bit. Haven't really tried the short ball tactic so far today because the ball's been nipping around, so they've been going with that. We've got fine leg out, square leg in front of the umpire, and a wide-ish mid-on. And then we're moving the 5th slip into leg slip, and I think we're getting another sort of a point fielder. We're going to have a deep backward point, but Stokes did this. One day I'm going to count all the field changes he does in a day.
We're coming off.
Oh, we are coming off. Here we go. So we can hear the motors just firing up now because they are very, very close to our sound mics, which we'll have to turn down. But at least everyone's going to hear that something's happening. It doesn't look that heavy. I know we've got a bit of a weird window here, Army, but
yeah, the crowd didn't really head for the cover. There's a lot of open-ended stands here at Emirates Old Trafford. The big sort of permanent temporary stand that's to our left. There wasn't many people putting brollies up.
Even now, no one's really rushing off, are they?
No, maybe he's just thinking, let's get it covered. It might have been sort of drizzling for quite a while that we don't know about, and the outfield might be getting too wet. Just before Rod Tucker put his coat on, he did have a feel of the ground, and possibly he's feeling the ground and thinking, right, you know what, this might be just getting. It's been drizzling for far too long now, and we've got 10 minutes before lunch. Let's just go off. The light's not the greatest. Let's go off before the rain gets heavy. We'll start lunch 10 minutes early, and we'll come back at 1:30.
They haven't called lunch yet, I don't believe. But yeah, we expect them to do that. We just see Rishabh Pant coming off to some applause. Again, there's a slight lip there, but he doesn't look in masses of pain. It's 321 for 6, and that's a real score now. Because before we were thinking it was 321 for 7 with the extra wicket. But Rishabh Pant has come back out with his broken foot. He's only added a couple of runs, so he's on 39. Washington Sundar's been leaving the ball quite a bit and then flicking the ball to leg side. He's on 20 from 72 balls. And so, yeah, they've got themselves over 300 odd. Still moving around quite a bit. Bumble was positive with me yesterday that it wasn't going to do that. There still seems to be something in this wicket.
There is something in the wicket. Yeah, there is still something in the wicket, but I thought England bowled well in first session yesterday, and they started well this morning. I just think they've let it slip a little bit. Too short, a little bit too wide. But I think there's something going to be in this wicket throughout the Test match. I don't see it. I can see it.
I'm with you now.
I think more from the atmosphere. I think if all of a sudden we wake up tomorrow morning and we get the weather we had at Headingley for the first 3 days, which was like 25 degrees, all of a sudden we are in a position where it could flatten out. But I don't see this flattening out at all. I don't see it having too many demons in it though, Jarrod. I don't see it being ball going up and down and dangerous for the first sort of 3.5 days. But I can see there being enough lateral movement to keep bowlers encouraged, largely down to what's going on upstairs and not what's going on downstairs. I think downstairs it's a little bit cold, there's a little bit sort of live green grass, and I think the moisture that's in the air is keeping that live green grass, and it is not burning off because we haven't had the sunshine. And I think because that we all will get a little bit of movement, which I think is good for the game. If you get a huge amount of movement, then the batters just play down the line of the ball and they comfortably leave it. When you get a little bit of movement, that's when it's a great contest between bat and ball, because as a batter you just have to be fractionally off and you've nicked it, and you bring sort of keeper and slips into play. So I think that's what we found out so far in what we've had in 100 not overs.
So that's Steve Harmison there. We are going to go to lunch. We have the single hover cover out on the middle, but lunch is officially being called. They're not putting any other covers out, so I think it was more just a precautionary thing as much as anything, and there was a little bit of drizzle out there. Incredible scenes with Rishabh Pant coming to the ground in a giant grey moon boot, walking around, and now he's out he was out in the middle until it was raining, and so a couple of wickets. So England have certainly got the new ball, or the second new ball, to move around a little bit, but India are in a decent position. It'll be really interesting to see what Rishabh Pant and Washington Sundar will be able to do after the break. We will be back at the end of lunch to continue here on talkSPORT Cricket.
Welcome back to Old Trafford for the start of the fifth session of this test match, the second of the second day, with India still batting, still going strong-ish in the form of the injured Rishabh Pant. Got a fractured bone in his foot, and alongside him Washington Sundar, one of 5 left-handers in this Indian team, and they're 321 for 6. So the 2 batsmen make their way out to the middle now. The England team are in the field. Jofra Archer is going through some warming up exercises, although it is going to be Ben Stokes to carry on with this excellent spell. Been the pick of the England bowlers quite comfortably with 3 for 55. Talking of comfort and discomfort, Rishabh Pant is hobbling his way out to the crease, and he's walking past Ben Stokes at the top of his bowling run-up, and he just looks at Rishabh Pant a couple of yards away as he passes by, and taps an imaginary wristwatch on his left wrist, as if to say, "You're taking your time getting out here, buddy." You were talking about, or your captain was talking about, us making our way out to the middle slowly. 90 seconds late for the second innings at Lord's. Well, you're keeping everyone waiting, but he does have a fractured bone in his foot, so I guess that's more of a legitimate reason. Stokes then continuing, currently figures of 3 for 55 from 19 overs, and he's been outstanding. Picked up a wicket shortly before the rain brought a premature close. Here's Ben Stokes, first delivery, pushed away defensively by Washington Sundar out towards mid-on. It's very difficult to tell before England bat what a good total is, but the feeling, I guess, midway through yesterday was that it just looked and felt like a maybe 350 pitch. We don't know quite how much it'll deteriorate as the game goes on and how much more difficult batting will become. But I think England would take 350 at this stage if they could winkle out the last 4 wickets for the addition of around 30 more runs. 3 slips and a leg slip, and a backward point as Stokes is in outside the off stump, left alone again by Washington Sundar. Good afternoon, Jarrod Kimber.
Hello, Manus. Sorry I was late. I forgot about how lunch works.
I didn't notice that you were late. Were you late?
No, of course I wasn't. Me and Rishabh Pant just hobbling around.
You also struck by the austerity measures regarding lunch portions here at Lancashire County Cricket Club?
I almost took a photo of how big our bowls are and how small our food is.
Here is Stokes again around the wicket, and that's pushed away defensively by Washington Sundar. The lady serving it out really it was almost like she cooked it herself and it was her own food.
But it's different people from yesterday, and they're still so clearly they are told, do not give people any food. I asked for extra cauliflower, and they're big chunks of cauliflower. You've seen them, and she went looking for the smallest little corner of a floret that had fallen off, and she picked it up, and I'm not even sure she got it on the bowl.
Stokes around the wicket, bowls to Sundar outside the off stump. It's left alone.
It's the whole setup's weird because they've kind of abandoned the buffet style that they used to have they used to have a lot more food here.
I think
in
they're
the big
banking
room.
on the fact that a good number of people will just give up and not queue for 35 minutes in order to be served very slowly by 2 members of staff
that
with
aren't going to
small
give you any
spoons.
food. Yeah.
I was tempted myself. I did actually give up. Went and sat down at my desk for 20 minutes and came back. Here is Stokes again. Bowls a bouncer. Sways out of the way, does Washington Sundar. Actually, he sways and then loses his balance and topples over and has to ground his glove in order to not end up on his back.
My friend Wright Thompson, the American sports writer, who is, he's traveled all around the world, obviously, covering all these different sports, and he says, you should never complain about free food. He said, but you can never enjoy it.
I think Lord's might be the exception. Only one that comes to mind.
I don't know, there's a lot of guinea fowl there.
Here is Stokes again. Up to the crease now, bowls, and Sundar is forward and pushes it square of the wicket on the offside. and then looks inquisitively at Rishabh Pant as if to ask, do you want the single? Can you take the single? Should we take the single? And they have decided to do so of the last ball of the over. Rishabh Pant is not in the business of running quick singles with his broken foot, and he that was a hobble.
No, definitely. It's obviously going to be that way for quite some time. They just have to find a pattern between the two of them so they can understand it.
What is the pattern?
Well, I don't think Rishabh Pant's going to know until he does more running, is he? He's going to work it out on his own. So it will take a little while. We have Jofra Archer, who so far in his career is the greatest seam bowler in the history of mankind to left-handers compared to how he is to right-handers. He has the best average differential of any seam bowler versus left-handers compared to right-handers.
What's the cap there? 40 wickets? 30
20 wickets for him, because he hasn't taken that many wickets.
Right.
He's taken 20 of left-handers and 27 of right-handers, I want to say.
And is so much more effective against left-handers.
I think it's 14 or 15 runs per wicket better.
Wow. Here comes Jofra Archer, bowls to Washington Sundar, pushes it up towards mid-off. Stokes fields, no run, 322 for 6.
I think is that a single normally? He has hit it to the right hand, but he felt like it was a single and then realised it wasn't. Yeah, most of the people with those sorts of differentials are off spinners. So I was saying before that the two that I'm aware of, and we don't have ball by ball data going back all the way, but the ones that I'm aware of in my system are Graham Swan and Dilruwan Pereira.
Dilruwan Pereira.
It's very rare he gets mentioned twice in the same day, but I have today.
3 slips in a gully. Here's Archer around the wicket, bowls. Sundar plays, or is going to play, and then just drops the hands. It's back of a length outside the off stump. Talking of off spinners, here's a trivia question for you. Jim Laker, 19 for 90 against Australia on a damp pitch here at Old Trafford. Not that the ground looked anything like it.
What were the hotels like back then?
I think there was only the one.
I think the food we had today might have been from that test.
I'm not sure that the United Kingdom had begun importing paprika back in 1954. That's what it claimed to be. Paprika beef. Here's a big appeal for leg before wicket, and a passioned one from Archer. Less so, you just knew immediately from the slip cordon who were just less interested, and Archer just turns his back on the slip cordon and goes, well, if that's the best you can do, guys, then okay, forget it. What do you think Jim Laker's career average moved from to after he took 19 for 90? It's a subject that fascinates me, how we judge players on their averages.
Their overall average.
And I was so Shubman Gill went from an average of 33 after 34 tests at the beginning of this series, which is it's not modest, it's poor for a batsman, a top order batsman of his quality. There's an edge. No, it's not. Archer's, well, it's hit the pad actually. It's caught by Jamie Smith, and Archer's having a double dip here. It's a LBW. No, okay. Is it caught behind? Not out on both counts, says Hassan Raza.
Are they going to review this? They are reviewing this.
Oh. Now, for what?
I think it's LBW. I think it hits him outside the line. It would have been. It's Smith that seemed to be interested in it, but to be honest, you were just having a casual conversation, because it wasn't as if they were
nobody was animated at all.
Yeah, desperate to do the review. They were just having a gentle conversation amongst themselves.
And Smith wasn't excited about the catch, so that's where we ruled that out. So it's the LBW only, although the umpire does have to say once it's ruled to be not out.
It looked like it was going to hit the stumps to me, but it just felt like it was hitting him slightly outside the line.
322 for 6, and Jarrod Kimber's got eyes on the big screen, which is
outside the line,
ahead of the monitor that we have in the commentary box.
Did that bounce as well? So he didn't even catch it. No wonder he wasn't too excited about the caught behind.
Was it even hitting the stumps? Maybe, is it?
Geez, it's close. It's closer to the line than I thought it was going to be, but it's probably still going to be marginally outside umpire's call. So they should keep their review. But yeah, you can see the balls on the outside of the stumps there.
So less than 50% of the ball was clipping off stump. And
umpire's call on off stump, yeah, which is fair.
Fair enough, yeah. was close enough to ask the question. And actually, a good call from Hassan Raza. Good decision.
No, definitely. I think you could see a little bit of off stump, but also because of the way his leg was bent, it just felt like it was outside the line enough.
Anyway, so Shubman Gill's 575 runs in the first 2 test matches, after 32 tests, moved his batting average from an extremely modest 33 up to 41. And so he went from being a serial underachiever to pretty good player.
Lara had a similar jump, didn't he, with the 375, didn't he?
Not so dramatic. I think that was his. Archer again turned away by Washington Sundar mid-on, no run.
Bob Simpson was a player who had never made 100 and then made the big 100, and suddenly his average went into the high 40s. So it's not alone that's happened to Shubman Gill.
No, there's been a few. I'm writing an article about it. Oh, Jarrod.
Are you happy that I just mentioned Bob Simpson then?
You'll be looking forward to reading that.
Check the Bob Simpson one. I think that's another one that off the top of my head.
His 311.
Yeah, and I think Sobers is the other one that jumps massively.
Here's Archer again, left alone by Washington Sundar outside the off stump. Here's a stat you'll enjoy. One of your favourite cricketers of the modern era. The last one is left alone. It's 322 for 6. No, Vian Mulder. I know what a fan you are. And there's no cricketer in the history of Test cricket with more than 20 Test wickets and more than 1,000 runs with a higher batting average and a lower bowling average currently.
That is a good stat. I like that a lot.
Thought you might be impressed with that.
Because he would be... he's got 1,000 runs and how many wickets?
28, 29.
So if he gets to 50 wickets... he'll be only the second cricketer in the history of cricket with a batting average over 40 and a bowling average under 30. And who's the other one? Also a South African.
Well,
and I just mentioned him.
Or before. Yes. I was going to say.
If he does that, I will completely stand Vian Mulder for the rest of his time. Sobers, Garfield Sobers is another one if you want to look at for that big jump. So I would assume that Jim Laker was averaging about 30 to 31. Rishabh Pant's being attacked by bugs here at the moment.
Yes,
not ladybirds, as far as we're aware.
Something's bothering him. It just looked like it got inside his helmet grill. Now then, Ben Stokes to Rishabh Pant. This is what we're here for. There's a fly slipper, long leg, deep backward square, and Pant has a swing, and it's come off something. It's gone down the leg side for 4 buys. And Ben Stokes immediately apologises to Jamie Smith. It's a pet hate as a former keeper, albeit a poor one. It just really gets under my skin when a keeper is fined with buys when he couldn't possibly have laid a glove on it.
They gave wides against Chris Wokes earlier, didn't they? So he's got one back. Yeah, I don't know what he's supposed to have done there. It's probably not a wide in Test cricket, so I understand the umpire's call. But
here's Stokes again, and tucked away by Rishabh Pant, who hobbles down to the other end, the non-striker's end, takes a single as he just nudges it through square leg.
He starts to run here and actually hurt his foot, and then decided he would walk on. But just for a second, I think he pushed off and hurt his foot a little bit more. Yeah, so Jim Laker, average of 30, 31 before the night, because he ends up averaging 22.
And that's what did it. He had an average of 26.5 before the 19 for 90, and then went down to 22 and then stayed there.
Never played a Test in Asia, did he?
No, he didn't. No, that's right. No, there weren't too many wet pitches for him to capitalise on in those days. Tucked away by Sundar for a single now as Stokes again goes into the pads.
Honestly, I just think he would have been brilliant in it. I think in India it would have suited him because he's such a fast spinner. So I think those wickets really would have suited him. I did a piece recently where we looked at the second greatest... we did an article on who is the third greatest spinner of all time. And Laker, Kumble, and Ashwin were the 3 that we sort of circled in around. Bill O'Reilly we didn't have on the list only because he didn't get to 150 wickets, but he would also be in that conversation.
Here is Stokes, and he goes full and straight, and Rishabh Pant is inconvenienced by the pace, I think, as much as anything else. The length was very, very full, hits him on the pads. Is this the preliminary research for the art of bowling?
No, it was more, do you know what? It came from, I think it was a question that Jon Norman came up with for a Bumble and Kimber episode. And I'd never thought about it before of who the third greatest spinner was of all time. And then it got me hooked because it's a very interesting question.
Here's Ben Stokes bowling in swingers to the left-handed Rishabh Pant now, and he is, I think, unapologetically aiming for that foot. And you know, with apologies to sensitive listeners and viewers, so he should. You decide to bat with a broken foot, and you should expect it to be targeted, and that's what Ben Stokes is doing. But he's looking to bowl Yorkers.
I was talking about this off air actually before, and then the rain break stopped before I could bring it up. But there was a famous club game in Melbourne where there was a side that were playing, and their star player couldn't play in the final, and the team had fallen behind. And the reason he couldn't play in the second half of the final was because he had a broken leg. So he played the first week when they were bowling, but he couldn't bat.
Here is Stokes again, and once more he's gone full and wide, and it's driven off a top edge and over the top of gully, I think, or perhaps over the top of third slip and down to the unguarded third man boundary for 4. It didn't go, it went wide of third slip actually. It was airborne, but I'm not sure it actually would have carried. But 4 more runs, and India going along merrily at 333 for 6. Not so merry for Rishabh Pant though. I mean, he returned to the crease with broken toe, unbeaten on 37, retired hurt on 37. He's inched his way with 3 more runs onto 40. Washington Sundar is opening his shoulders though, and all going well. India 333 for 6.
So yeah, it was a 2-week game as we have in Melbourne, and the first week he fielded, then broke his leg during the week, so he couldn't bat. But his team needed like 50 to win, but he had a full set of plaster on his leg. And he went out there to bat, and this opposition decided to bowl at his legs. And this guy, that was his best shot. And so he hit about 3 or 4 boundaries and ended up winning the game for his team with a broken leg from one end.
He didn't break the game in the game, so he broke it midweek falling off a ladder. He was an electrician or something, was he?
I don't know how he broke his leg. I do know him. He lived around the corner from me, but I can't remember how he did it. But it made the papers and everything because it was an incredible thing. But do you have that in South Africa? Or do you play your 2-day games back to back, don't you? Yeah. So it's really weird in Melbourne. We play them Saturday to Saturday. So I played another game, which was actually a 3-day game, and a guy stood on a nail during the game, and a nail went through his foot, and I was his runner.
Here's Jofra Archer continuing from the Jimmy Anderson end, and Rishabh Pant plays a little flick, a wristy flick. I think it's come off the pad. He's trying to play let's call it a short arm jabby scoopy. He's just trying to flick it very fine down the leg side, and it has come off the pad, and so therefore he is able to again hobble through for a leg by. I think the idea that Rishabh Pant's going to try something explosive might have been ambitious.
We've got stats. I was wrong about the Lara one. It might have been Lara's 272 that changed his batting average, because he went from 50 to 53 when he made 375.
Here is Archer again, and nudged away by Washington Sundar very nicely for a single out towards Liam Dawson at deep square leg.
But I wasn't wrong about Simpson. About Sobers. I'm not wrong about Simpson either. But Sobers was averaging 34 with the bat, and after he made 365, what do you think that went to?
He was averaging what, 35?
He was averaging, what did I just say? 34.
34. Well, it would have gone to 44 probably.
63.
Okay, I forgot how early in his career.
It was early-ish, yeah. He'd been playing as a bowler though. He really hadn't been making a lot of runs, and so making that big score just changed everything.
Here is Archer again, and Pant pushes forward at this, really stretching for it because he can't move his feet particularly well or without pain. So he's reached out for that one and consequently pushed it in the air. What was it? What people that the subtext of Gary Sabre's 365 is that it was against Pakistan, and they were down. They were down to 2 bowlers.
Yeah,
and who were exhausted, and he just flogged them. And people were talking about whether Vian Mulder, South Africa's standing captain, should have broken the record. Here's Archer, and that one is driven by Rishabh Pant. Not timed. Yeah, okay. Slogged.
I don't even know what that shot was in the end. Was it
flat-batted slog?
It's a full toss. Oh my! What is that? It's an incredible shot. It's he's backing away and he's almost scooped the ball straight, if that makes sense. And he's found a gap as well.
Sliced it. He's just sliced it up in the air.
I thought I'm not the only one. He's checking his bat as well. I thought he might have broken his bat. In fact, I think he has broken his bat.
And his toe. Or his foot.
He's broken his toenail and his toe and his bat.
Three slips and a gully. Archer into Washington Sundar. Pushes it square of the wicket on the offside to Ollie Pope.
The incredible thing about that Sobers one, of course, is it also comes, one test or two tests after Hanif Mohammed bats the longest innings in Test cricket. So I'm just going to go out on a limb and say those pitches were pretty flat.
Can you get your head around that? It was 15 hours, give or take a couple of minutes. Hanif Mohammed batted 15 hours. 2.5 days. The only equivalent innings in the modern era. Here's Archer again, and that's pushed up towards mid-off, fielded by Ben Stokes, and there's no run. The score remains 336 for 6 at the end of the over. India grind on, and England have to keep bowling and just be patient. Washington Sundar has 27.
Sorry, producer's making us switch seats because he wants me to sit on this one that has no padding at all.
That's why it's the expert seat.
Yeah.
We expect you to have fleshy buttocks.
Yeah, they're not as...
in that your role.
I don't know, me and Mongo are maybe not the ideal people for that. Harmy a little bit more.
Now then, there's a high vis out, and but hey, listen, you were right. Rishabh Pant did break his back with that spliced full toss slog, and one of the high vis 12th man has brought out a selection of 4 replacements,
and not the one he wanted.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. There's another 12th man who's come out now with. Oh
no, maybe he has. Maybe yeah.
Gloves,
So he did pick one. So he wanted gloves as well.
I like the fact that Ahsan Raza is standing there, and umpires don't sledge, but he was chirping. Yeah, he was doing some umpiring, saying, "Could you get on with this, please?" Just overlooking, and I could see his lips moving, and so he wasn't just standing there like a supervisory headmaster. He was actually saying, "Get on with it. You can't take forever. Just get on with it. Choose one." Here's Ben Stokes continuing. It's turning into one of those long spells. Ooh, low full toss, and Rishabh Pant flicks it away through the leg side out towards deep mid wicket. Ollie Pope's on the boundary at deep square leg. He had quite a lot of ground to cover to pick it up and field, but they'll just take a single. Rishabh Pant's happy with that. He's not actually going to. He's really quite severely incapacitated. I'd be very doubtful if he has had a painkilling injection. I don't think it would have been a super strong one, because you have to be able to feel the foot, not just to be able to move, but to feel whether it's the fracture has got worse, and you would know. So I think it's limited. That's short and hooked away down towards long leg. Caught! What a terrific piece of judgment from Chris Wokes down there on the long leg boundary. Excellent work. He's had to judge it, watch it first of all. First of all, he had to pick it up, then check where he was in relation to the boundary, and position himself. It looked easy, it wasn't. I mean, the actual catching part was easy. All the bit before that wasn't. But good innings from Washington Sundar, and Ben Stokes has 4, India 337 for 7.
What did he end up on, Manus? What was his score? Because I said beforehand, he's perfectly set up as a batter at the moment to score somewhere between 30 and 60. It's just, he will eventually become a much better bat than this. He got 27. Oh, I was so close. They haven't really gone to the short ball all that much this morning. And we talked about it, actually. Me and Harmy talked about it in the first session. That it hasn't been something that they have looked at. But that's because they've been getting a little bit of movement and some inconsistent bounce, but they're always going to go for it. It's a bit of a shame for India that the minute they've gone for it, it's going to come, a wicket has come about. But now, surely we get to see more Rishabh Pant play Rishabh Pant shots. At least still Rishabh Pant shots. Anshul Kamboj has come into bat. Look, he can bat. He's certainly not an all-rounder, despite what Kimber had yesterday on there before they updated it.
Well, he's got a first-class average of 18, which is interesting, and he made 50.
He can hold a bat.
He made 50, an unbeaten 50 for India A against. Was it India A against the Lions before this tour started, or was it India? Was it? It was India A, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, he was playing for India against India, wasn't
and he made 54 not out in the second of the 4-day games.
No, definitely can hold a bat. Probably still in development in that. But he's not as good as Shardul, but he's in that sort of bracket of not an all-rounder by any stretch, but can certainly hold a bat and give you a little bit extra. A handy number 8 at number 9.
Anshul Kamboj it is, the 24-year-old on debut from Haryana. In comes Ben Stokes. Bowles' first delivery is left alone, and with a little bit of a Courtney Walsh flourish there. Came forward, got into position, and then just flicked the wrists and turned the bat upside down and out of harm's way. It was good to see Washington Sundar having applied himself so diligently, 27 off 90 balls, and it just sort of felt, I don't know whether being unkind here, sometimes there is great merit in using up time and putting overs into opposition bowlers' legs, but it just felt a little bit like India was slightly directionless, and so for him to have taken on the short ball, I think was the right policy, even though it's cost him his wicket. Here is Stokes again, bowls Kamboj again, leaves alone outside the off stump. There's no run. Talk about all-rounders eventually bowling less and working their way up the batting order and sort of batting in the top 5. I think Ben Stokes is going in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
You can see him opening the bowling and batting 8 at this rate. Not really.
His control's so much better now, you can almost give him the new ball, whereas before there was always this fear that if you gave it to him, he might waste it. He's not really bowling like that anymore. It's very similar to what happened to Garfield Sobers, right? Garfield Sobers doesn't begin as that kind of an all-rounder.
Here's Ben Stokes running away from us, up to the crease now, bowls. Oh, terrific delivery! Pace, bounce, away movement, outside edge, into the gloves of Jamie Smith, and Anshul Kamboj has gone. His debut lasted just 3 deliveries, in which he failed to score and was out to the 3rd. Ben Stokes has 5. The England captain has been absolutely outstanding, and he has 5 for 63. It's been sensational. He's been absolute, and that was a snorter, I have to say. And do you know what? That was the kind of delivery that the top order were missing on a regular basis yesterday and yesterday afternoon. And you have to say, Anshul Kamboj is probably in pretty decent nick to have got a touch to that.
He did. He sort of looked up at Rishabh Pant about asking if he should review, and Rishabh Pant tapped him on the back and said, "Keep going. It's fine." But all 3 of the balls, he probably just got them a little bit wide to begin with, Ben Stokes. But all 3 of the balls have angled in and curved away, and you can see from the way that Kamboj was leaving them that there was certainly a lot of action on that ball. But incredible work from Ben Stokes. I think me and Army have talked about this before as well. We kind of both think that Ben Stokes might end up as a number 7. And being more of a specialist bowler, giving himself even more of a break with the bat, because he's bowling this. I'd say this is as good as I've ever seen him consistently bowl in his career this summer. He's been magnificent with the ball.
He has spoken about the level of work and the amount of overs that he's bowled, and you can't measure. I mean, Harmy has been talking throughout the series about the number of competitive overs that he's bowled. And not even Harmy would know how many balls he's bowled outside of competitive cricket to manage his own workload. And I mean, as excellent as the England medical and support team is, ultimately a player knows how much work he needs to do, and he's spoken a lot about how hard he's worked on his bowling. Here he is bowling to Jasprit Bumrah, come in at number 10. Mohammad Siraj remains at number 11, and the last ball of the over is left alone outside the off stump. The England captain acknowledging a thoroughly deserved round of applause and appreciation from the Old Trafford crowd. India 337 for 8. Do they have a swing now, the last 3?
I think have a swing, get as many runs as you can, because the ball's still seaming and swinging, right? Isn't this when you want Bumrah and Siraj and Kamboj and Shardul to bowl?
Shardul very much in 4th place there.
Yeah, that wasn't an accident where I put him in there. But even so, you know, if the ball, I mean, Shardul does swing it and he nips it around, and he can be handy. There's no doubt, especially if the ball keeps doing what it is.
Here is Jofra Archer again. Low full toss, looking for the Yorker to Rishabh Pant. He too will aim for the feet or the foot.
What does Rishabh do here? We've got long off and long on out manners, but we don't have them back all the way. We've got deep backward square and fine leg on the boundary and deep point on the boundary. Does he look for the gaps? Because he can't run twos. So does he go for the boundaries?
Here's Archer bowls and Rishabh Pant backs away. I mean, there's and has a really indeterminate waft at this one outside the off stump. I'm trying to see whether Gary Morgan, our statsman, has sent us a reminder of when Ben Stokes' last 5-wicket haul is. I'm sure he must have done. It'd be a while ago.
This is his 5th one.
I think it's a while ago since his last one, though, isn't it? Even though he's been bowling.
The last stats I've got here of 1958-59 was Stokes in that one.
No, I think Gary's working on it. Here's Archer round the wicket, bowls to Rishabh Pant again. It's full and straight, and it's tucked off his pads down towards deep backward square leg, and this time they turn down the single. I don't mean to be in any way disrespectful, but I actually don't think Rishabh Pant knows what India's tactics are here. Why would you not take a single there off the second ball of the over? I mean, you're not surely, with a broken foot, going to try and protect the number 10? Surely.
Is it possible that he fell over a little bit on that ball and thought he couldn't run?
Couldn't make it.
Yeah. Because he did lose his balance, didn't he, for a second?
Well, he did, but yes, yeah, okay.
I mean, you're right. Sometimes I think asking what Rishabh Pant's plan is not the smartest move.
Not something he does, is it? That's short, pulled, hooked out towards deep square leg, deep mid-wicket. Magnificent strike, absolutely brilliant. It's gone for 6. What a shot from Rishabh Pant. Jofra Archer decides to try the short ball, having gone full and straight, Yorker length, and he's dispatched magnificently for 6 over mid-wicket.
I don't think it was just the short ball. It looked like the back of the hand. Yeah, it was. It was a back of the hand slower ball, which is a very odd decision. But obviously just take some pace off it, and hopefully that he mishits it. And Manners, he didn't mishit it.
It was a long hop. It was a slow long hop.
It was a planned long hop, to be fair to Jofra. Not that matters in the scorebook.
Here's Archer, who now goes full and straight, goes back to the Yorker plan, and Rishabh Pant tucks it away to deep backward square. Zach Crawley fields, and they do go through for a single, and Rishabh Pant will keep the strike.
It's not bad thinking, the slower ball bouncer at this stage when you've got the guy swinging for boundaries, but it didn't work. Are we out? Are we in? We're all in?
Yeah, we're carrying on with...
We can do it, if anyone can.
3:44 for 8.
Should we talk more about lunch or the hotels? You know, Bumble's got a room over there. He was telling me last night. He said not...
He's staying in the hotel?
Yeah, but he did say not facing in the good direction.
Just
Which
in
makes
case
sense.
people are curious, that there are as many hotel rooms that face the street, the Talbot Street. And well, that's Stretford Lane.
It's kind of on the corner, isn't it?
And that's Talbot Street. So they are considerably cheaper than those that overlook the ground. Here's Jofra Archer to Jasprit Bumrah, and he again has gone full and straight, sort of a Yorker length delivery, and it's defended by Jasprit Bumrah. So Bumrah now walks purposefully towards Rishabh Pant, and I imagine the conversation will begin with, so what is the plan again?
One thing I would say this series is I have noticed quite a bit that in situations that have been abnormal, India haven't always been great at communicating amongst themselves and working things out. So, you know, we saw it a little bit before with Rishabh Pant and the singles, and Washington kept making him run quick singles. That situation where Rishabh Pant wanted to get KL Rahul on strike before lunch, and there's just been a few times when I've noticed that they haven't been great at communicating exactly what they want. Even Jadeja, when he did that incredible partnership, or the 2 partnerships to get them close in that other test at Lord's. But again, the communication wasn't always at the same level as their cricket was.
Stokes, not satisfied with his 5-wicket haul, is carrying on. It's turning into one of those long spells now, and that one is full and straight, and it's pushed away through extra cover for 4. What a piece of timing from Rishabh Pant. Absolutely remarkable. Actually, it was a half volley, but Jarrod Kimber, he hasn't even hit it. He's just literally, it's almost blocked it through extra cover for 4.
It's a remarkable shot, especially considering his feet have barely moved here. Just incredible connection on the ball, and you could hear it. You could hear the way the ball hit it. That's his 18th Test 50 in 47 matches as well that he brings up there. But he just jammed his bat down on it, didn't he? And there was no follow through at all, Manners.
Absolutely incredible piece of timing. And Stokes now goes full and straight at the pads. It's quite an endorsement for his bat manufacturer, isn't it?
Except for the last one that broke. But the bat didn't go past his foot. So when I say there's no follow through, sometimes, you know, we're on radio, we mean no follow through, and we mean the hands went through a little bit. He literally jams his bat down and it stops right at the front of his toes, and the ball just rockets away. I've seen Travis Head play that shot as well. I think he might have played one in the World Test Championship final.
It's remarkable nonetheless. The field is largely spread now, 2 slips, but otherwise boundary riders, and Rishabh Pant finds one now as Stokes goes again full and straight at the pads, flicked away to Ollie Pope at deep square leg.
And I've just been thinking about Ben Stokes. I reckon his last 5-wicket haul was in 2017 versus the West Indies, off the top of my head. In no way did Gary Morgan send that through to us, Manners.
I think Gary Morgan may be on a comfort break. Come on, Gary.
He did send it through.
He did. There we go. 6 for 22 against the West Indies at Lord's in 2017. Thanks, Gary. I knew you were on the job, on the case. As Stokes is now into Rishabh Pant again, and he tucks it away defensively, actually. But because the field is so spread, and there are 3 men on the leg side boundary and 1 at long on, halfway back to the boundary, he can take the single, and that's exactly what he does. 3rd ball of the over. So Rishabh Pant moves on to 54, and Jasprit Bumrah has 3 balls to survive. Or does he? Does he have 3 balls to try and hit? I mean, you know, they often say that you've never got enough runs, and which is nonsense. Of course,
world record holding Jasprit Bumrah.
Yes, part of 37 runs off and over. That's a terrific ball from Stokes again, full straight away swinger. And way too good for Jasprit Bumrah, and the great man under the helmet smiles and, and just indicates that's, I don't know if it was an away swinger, it's just nipped sharply and then off the seam away from Bumrah, but he smiles and indicates, yeah, too good for me, a little away cut. He appreciated that. The bowler, Jasprit Bumrah, appreciated that. That is a snorter from Ben Stokes. My word, he's bowling well at the moment. Absolute terrific. 4 slips now, 4 slips and a gully. Here's Stokes up to the crease, angles in towards the stumps, and it's turned away by Bumrah. Off his pads, down towards long leg, but decides not to take the single because it's the last ball of the over. So Rishabh Pant will have more of the strike on 54.
Frustrated England. They've bowled a lot to Jasprit Bumrah recently, and again, he put his big front leg right across onto off stump there, and then turned it to square leg. I think Stokes thought he was a chance of slipping one through and getting another LBW, but yeah, they should be used to bowling to him at least. Have some good plans.
Have you ever fractured a metatarsal?
No.
I have.
Of course you have.
It's really, really sore. So,
how'd you do it?
Running. Stress fracture. Here's Archer in again, and a little wristy flick through the onside by Rishabh Pant, which he misses. But that was the shot that he was trying to play. A little bottom hand. That's the kind of shot that you play trying to remove a very high cobweb from the corner of a ceiling with a duster on the end of a long pole. Just a little flicky snap, and that's why he missed it. He's very creative, even when he's fit and healthy. I'm not sure he knows what he's really trying to do. And he backs away and he swings it high over towards deep mid-wicket. There's a man at deep square leg and a man at deep long on. And it's Zach Crawley who picks it up, and Chris Wokes rather, who picks it up and eventually fields. They've taken, did they run 2 or none?
0. They ran 0 runs. They had a conversation about what they should do.
I was watching the fielders.
I know you were.
And assumed that the batsmen...
Well, I was watching the fielders, and when the ball plugged, I turned around to see where they were, and they were standing next to each other in the middle of the wicket. And Rishabh Pant was being like, I'm not running 2.
Could they not have walked 2?
Yes, but they did not. I think Rishabh Pant just thought he hit a boundary. Oh, no, No, very early on he realised he wasn't going to make it back for 2.
He walked, as you say, almost to halfway, and then decided no, walk back again. So that was an interesting none. Bowled in! Archer knocks Pant over, leg stump out of the ground, and well, it was either courageous or slightly foolish for Pant to come back and bowl it to bat anyway. It was off stump actually, but. Jofra Archer's made a mess of his stumps now. He's got the old cartwheel going of the off stump rather than himself. But there will be a solid round of applause for Rishabh Pant. As I say, cricketers and injured cricketers are prone to do some wild and wacky things and have been for many, many years. It will remain to be seen. We may never know whether it was a good thing to do or not, but he came back on 37 with a broken foot, and he makes his way off the field, possibly for the last time in this series, having made a highly entertaining 54 from 75 deliveries.
Standing ovation for him there. You know, great effort from the crowd here, and then they booed Mohammad Siraj when he came in. So knowledgeable crowd, I think we would say here. Beautiful ball, very similar to the ball I think Jofra Archer got him out with in the Lord's Test. Top of off stump, you know, just coming around the wicket, honing in, moving it away. So it's brilliant bowling. We were talking about how good Jofra Archer is to left-handers. Well, again, we saw that. Probably would have wished he'd limped the other 2 runs. Now he's having to come up the stairs.
Well, what did you do? Think the Indians should send down a delegation to carry him?
I think that's fair, isn't it?
I think... Yeah, fair enough. I'm
just saying,
logistics. I think that staircase might be an issue.
He's not that big a guy. How many people would it take you? 4? 6 at most?
Well, 2 strong ones.
Yeah.
Like one on each shoulder and with an arm under each leg.
Yeah.
The old, I think it's called the fireman's chairlift. Anyway, he has finally made it off the field, and here's Jofra Archer sniffing out a 3rd wicket, and Mohammad Siraj goes right back and across his stumps and plays a very decent little chip through the onside to bring up 350 for India. Half an hour into the 5th session of the match, and they brought up 350 in the 113th over. We've got 10 and 11 together at the crease now, Jasprit Bumrah and Mohammad Siraj.
I said 350 was par.
Yeah.
I can declare now.
Well, they're good bowling conditions. It wouldn't be the worst time. And there's a swing and a heave, actually, from Jasprit Bumrah. A good old-fashioned slog, that. If in gymnastics you have to designate the move you're going to perform, you have to inform the judges, and if he'd said this one will be a classic slog, I think they would have to have judged that in the high 9s, maybe a few 10s. It was a perfect execution.
Didn't stick the landing though, did he?
Just didn't. Yeah, he just missed it. That's right, didn't land it. Toppled over backwards.
It's a bit like me jumping over the rails at the tram stop this morning. I didn't quite stick the landing.
Oh, that was a torrid journey. Here's Archer again. Oh, inside edge, classic, brilliant. Wonderful stuff from Jasprit Bumrah. Entirely not where he was aiming to hit that, but he's played what still call it the Surrey cut. I don't know why it was called that, but he's gone to drive it through extra cover. He's got an inside edge, dragged it past off stump, down to the boundary for 4. India 354 for 9 at the end of the over. Another just quick word from you, Jarrod, and then it'll be Jon Norman, and then you're out of here because Harmy's standing by to take over from you.
Yeah, I think this is the right option now. Siraj maybe even get himself off strike, or just play and miss at Ben Stokes for a couple of deliveries here, and then let Bumrah have a couple of swings at the other end. He's probably more likely to hit the boundaries. And then as Siraj gets in, he can have a go as well. But they are good bowling conditions at the moment. So get as many runs as you can as quickly as possible, and then get the ball back in the hands of these two gentlemen.
Stokes continuing down the leg side. 354 for 9, so Jarrod was wrong. Stokes 5 for 68. Harmy's coming in. Jarrod will be back shortly. And I think we're going to be commentating on England batting quite shortly as well, Harmy. Brave or stupid, the decision to send Rishabh Pant out there? Stokes has just aborted his run-up because he's now got a bug in his eye.
Yeah, something's on in his eye. Yeah, I think it's brave, very brave. If you can go out to bat and if you can contribute to your team, you've always got to give yourselves the best chance. It's an impact injury. If you could, I think from the sort of blow on the corner of his foot, you could put weight on other parts of your foot and still be able to be relevant, and I think he's done something brave there, has Rishabh Pant. Yeah,
it was Siraj is beaten, a flat-footed waft, pushing at a ball, trying to take a run through extra cover, and Stokes fancies a 6th wicket here. He's again, good movement. This ball has swung throughout day 1 and day 2. There's also been movement off the pitch. And so we wonder what kind of score. We asked the question yesterday when India were about 110 for 2, around that stage, and 350, 375 we thought was a game score, an in-game score, par score, possibly a good score. And we're going to find out as Siraj gives himself a little bit of room to move and misses the ball in this attempted cut over the slips. There's no third. So that's where he's targeting, and Stokes walks back to his mark. But just the way the conditions have been, Harmy, without any sun beaming down over the first 2 days, there's still moisture in the pitch. There was rain in the build-up. That's not gone anywhere, or certainly wouldn't have gone. Any moisture that's disappeared has done so slower than if it had been sun. It's not baked. It's not flattened out a huge amount. Stokes in. This is a Yorker length, and Siraj again gives himself room, and actually does well to get the bat down on the ball. But, you know, just got a feeling that there's going to be something out there for the Indian seamers, and a little bit for the spinners as well.
Yeah, I think there is something for the spinners. I think there's at the minute there seems to be a bit too much movement for the seamers, a bit too lavish movement. We've seen Archer and Stokes in the last, and possibly because the bowling at tail enders and the ball's moved, but looks as though that little bit more. But there is something there, definitely in the air and off the surface.
Stokes continuing, and Mohammad Siraj steps away, and it's a couple of bounces before the ball lands. Doesn't cross the boundary, but it hits it, so 4 more. And as Super Crip says, Jarrod was wrong. It's not 350, it's 358 for 9.
Yeah, I mean, he's gone for the jugular there. He's gone for the base of the stumps. I think I might be trying to hit Mohammad Siraj. I think Mohammad Siraj has given himself room to obviously make sure that anything on the stumps he can connect with.
What have we got here, Stokes? An attempted cut on the move from Siraj, who by the time he's playing at the ball is about 4 stumps to the leg side. He misses, goes through to the keeper, and Stokes walks off. 5 for 72 from his overs, but India is still batting, 358 for 9. And once again, Harmy, they are forcing England to bowl some serious overs.
Yeah, 114 overs is a lot of overs. From England's point of view, you'd say, well, if England can bat 114 overs, they'll be in a commanding match-winning position, because England will score a lot heavier than 3.14 that India have scored at this moment in time. But England desperate for this last wicket. They won't want it to get to 380, 390 or close to 400, and it sometimes can do when the tail enders start swinging the bat.
Here is Archer wanting to end things quickly, and it's down the leg side. Jasprit Bumrah goes on the pull, and Jamie Smith thinks there's something on there. Joe Root agrees, and he's signalling up to Ben Stokes at mid-on. He's saying you should review this one, skipper. They've got one left. Bumrah's quite happy for them to do so. Stokes hasn't done so yet, but
He's doing it.
He's doing it. And Bumrah, I don't know what Bumrah's problem is. He should be happy if he hasn't touched it. That would mean England's lost their reviews. But he's having a word with umpire Rod Tucker. I mean, clearly the call was made within 15 seconds, but Bumrah's continuing on. What's going on there, Harmy?
I don't know if there's some time wasting thing in this, or if Joe Root actually thinks he's got a faint touch on it.
Well, Joe Root and Smith do think that he's got a faint touch on it.
It's close.
But I don't understand what Bumrah's problem is.
Because I think Bumrah knows that he hasn't hit it, and it's miles away from, in his eyes.
Yeah, but so what? That means England lose a review. We're watching a review. We're watching a replay. It's inconclusive.
I'm trying to work out.
Here we go. It's going past the bat, and there's a flat line, a flat line, a flat line. It past the glove. There it is.
Oh.
Bumrah's not happy. He's going to have to go. The players are making their way off the field. There's a clear spike on ultra edge as the ball passes the gloves. And for some reason, Bumrah is really, really unhappy. And it's almost as though he feels that the call was made on review after the 15 seconds had reached zero, but it hadn't. Nowhere near.
No, it hadn't. It hadn't got to zero. I just wonder if Bumrah's asking. Because it was a weird one, because Joe's gone straight away. Yeah. Joe's gone straight away, so
Smith did as well.
And I wonder if Bumrah's asking if when did the 15-second clock start, because there seemed to be a little bit of a difference from when it started to actually when it started, from a countdown point of view. So I think that's possibly what Bumrah's saying. When is the 15-second clock that started too late?
When does it start? It must be from the. Was there an appeal?
There wasn't an appeal.
Well, there wasn't an appeal from the bowler, but there was an appeal from Jamie Smith.
Yeah, Jamie Smith.
And that was the moment that he
it should start. I don't think it started then.
We don't know, though, do we?
No, don't. And I think I can't understand what they're saying. But Ben Stokes walks off the field, ball in hand. It's been a great effort again. Man of the player of the match at Lord's. Another wonderful effort from the captain. He looks in fine fettle with the ball. We just need him to get in fine fettle with the bat now, and fine fettle England need to be with the bat, because 358, Jon Norman, I think is not a bad score. I don't think it's a match-winning score, but I actually think with England potentially batting last, and like you say, I think there is something in it for the spinner on days 1 into day 2. So with that in mind, there could be a lot in it for them come day 4, day 5. 358, I think, is a hell of a lot of runs on a slow outfield with the ball moving the way it's done. Stokes and Archer have been obviously the two pick of the bowlers. Wilkes got a wicket, Dawson got a wicket. But again, the England captain looks like he has done throughout this summer. Every time he's turned to himself and said, right, Ben, it's time to bowl, he's produced the goods, and he's looked in fine form. What's that? 24 overs again from the captain. 3 maidens, 5 for 72. Along with Jofra Archer, another one again. Look, hadn't played a red ball game for 4 years coming into, or a test match for 4 years coming into the Lord's test match. He went deep into day 5, and he's come here, bowled first, 21 overs, and he's got 3 wickets for himself. So a great effort from England. I think this is an in-game score. I don't think it's a match-winning score, but I think it's an in-game score for India, and it's going to be a tricky period for England to come out with the bat. Duckett and Crawley against Bumrah and Siraj, because they've been out here for quite a bit now, 10, 15, 20 minutes with bat in hand, and they'll have seen the movement, especially on the front foot, from Stokes and from Archer, and what this new ball can do, and they'll know exactly what lengths to bowl.
That is fascinating. It's set up beautifully. We wanted a contest in this 4th test match. We've had a contest in all 3, and of course with India 2-1 down, they needed to come and perform. They lost the toss for the 4th match in a row. They were put into bat in, really dank, almost classical English conditions. Dark, overcast, on a pitch which was offering some. There was movement, and has been, at every stage of the innings. And they batted well yesterday. They overcame the loss temporarily, it turned out, of Rishabh Pant with that injury. 264 for 4 when they started out this morning. Ravindra Jadeja and Shardul Thakur both on 19. They lost Jadeja very early. He's averaging 83 in this series. 3 red inkers in there, but he's got into double figures in all 6 of his innings, and of course he's batted really well. He was the first man to go, and at that point
it was a good ball as well,
and a good catch. 266 for 5. Archer with his first success of the innings, and a brilliant catch from Harry Brook. And when Jadeja went for 20, we didn't know who was going to be coming in. We thought Pant was gone. We felt it was 266 for 6. The second new ball was very new. It was only 2 overs old, and at that point then you felt, well, this could end quickly here. England could be batting before lunch. That's what they came out and set out to do. But credit where credit's due, because Shardul Thakur, who got a few pelters for his performance in the first test, picked up where he left off last night. He batted pretty well. He was the 6th wicket to fall, though. Good catch from Ben Duckett. Your greatest strength is also your weakness. He's very strong through the covers, but he's also prone to an outside edge. This time it was more of a slice on the drive, and a decent catch by Duckett, and that brought in Rishabh Pant. We weren't expecting to see him. Took quite a while to get out to the middle, but it was worth the wait. He went past 50 for the 18th time, and there was a couple of extraordinary shots in there as well. But it was Washington Sundar to go. Once again, a lot of these Indian batters, they do bat time, and then they don't go on. Scores of 46, 58, 61, 41, 54 from Pant, and 27 from Washington. Again, caught a long leg just when he was looking to push India towards a score around 400, and he was wicket number 4 for Ben Stokes, who then picked up wicket number 5 3 balls later with Kamboj, doing as Karun Nair, well, no, it wasn't Karun Nair because it wasn't his debut, doing as Sai Siddharthan did in first innings on debut, caught behind for a duck. Pant then hit Jofra Archer into the stands for 6. He went past 50 before he lost off stump in much the same way we saw at Lord's, and as you just heard, Jasprit Bumrah dismissed, caught behind on review. The bowling has been impressive. Brydon Castle's side, he's the outlier, but he didn't go for a lot. His economy was still where you kind of would hope it would be. Wokes, though, 23 overs, 5 maidens. Did we see Wokes today?
Yeah, we've seen him with the new ball this morning. First thing.
That's right, yeah. 23 overs, 5 maidens. That's right, he had a 6 over spell, didn't he? 1 for 66. Jofra Archer picking up that final wicket. 3 for 73 from his 26.1 overs. 3 maidens in there. Both of those guys are new ball bowlers with both first and second new ball, an economy of under 3. So that's good. Wickets and control. Brydon Cast, 21 overs, 1 maidens, 0 for 71. So, he was expensive again today and a little bit wayward. Ben Stokes, terrific, 5 for 72. 24 overs bowled, 3 maidens in there. Dawson, we didn't see bowl today. 1 for 45 from his 15 overs, 1 maiden, and Joe Root bowled 5 overs with the older ball that went for 19. So here we are, 358 all-out India. Who's going to take this? Can Jarrod? Jarrod can take the gloves because it's a different injury and it's an external one.
Yeah.
So Jarrod will take the gloves. Rishabh Pant, who's made it up here or past here. We're on the second floor. The players, no, they're on the first floor. So he's going to have a nice sit down.
Jarrell's got the gloves on.
Jarrell's out there with the gloves on, and he's going to be tested a bit because we saw Jamie Smith. There was at times extravagant movement. So yeah, it's going to be a test, but we know he's a quality keeper, so he'll be okay.
Yeah, and I think to back that point up about being sort of be tested, he's got a set from a wicketkeeper's point of view, John. He's got a set where you stand. And I spoke to Ben Stokes this morning on the ground, and he was talking about these wickets, and this one especially, the ball not carrying from the nicks, and so many nicks, even with a brand new ball first thing this morning, there was about 4 or 5 nicks just didn't quite carry. Now he's got a set where the slip fielders field, and that can be difficult on a surface like this, especially when you've got somebody like Jasprit Bumrah, because every now and again he produces a ball out of nowhere which flies. So do you set your slips at that ball, or do you set your slips at the what you think the conventional ball will be, the average speed, the average height, the average distance that you need to be? So that'll be a challenge for Jarrod to get that right, because all of a sudden, if they stand too close or stand too far away, the ball doesn't carry, then you come forward and then you get a nick off something like Bumrah when it flies, and all of a sudden it makes it very, very difficult. And India haven't been very good in the slip corner. They've dropped quite a lot, so they won't want to be sort of creating too many more chances than trying to get England's 10 wickets.
Yeah, well put. The batters are just making their way out. Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett. Let's have a little look at the scores. I've copied your format, it's very handy. Coney, means I can just quickly zip through the scores. Zach Crawley, 4 and 65 in the first test. Poor return at Birmingham, 19 and a duck in the second, and 18 and 22 at Lord's. So just 1/2 century from his 6 innings. We don't need to talk about Crawley. There is nothing else we can talk about him, so we won't.
There's no pressure on him from internal, and there's a lot of noise from external, but that's been Zach Crawley's Test match career, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, what more can you say? The pressure's coming from facing Bumrah. Duckett had a stunning start, didn't he? 62 in the first innings. That run chase, what a knock! 149 from 170 deliveries. With Crawley, by the way, those two combined to put on best part of 180 for the first wicket. Yeah. England win that match because of that partnership.
100%.
Follow that up, of course. Cricket is a great leveller with a blob. A 5-ball blob, first innings at Edgbaston and 25 in the second innings. England feeling a little bit of heat, didn't they, in the second innings? Then 23 and 12 at Lord's. So both of those batters would have been reasonably happy. Well, very happy, actually, after Leeds. Less so at Birmingham and Lord's. Crawley is set to face.
I think on that, I think both England and India have found a way and found a blind spot and a weak spot in Yashasvi Jaiswal and Ben Duckett, I think, and that's getting them to play with a straight bat, giving the ball down the ground, having wide mid-on and mid-off, and saying, right, if you want to hit down the ground, you can with a straight bat, but we think that's your blind spot and that's your vulnerability. And I think since Leeds, both bowling units have bowled well at the 2 opening left-handers.
Here we go then, it's Jasprit Bumrah running away from us here in the Brian Statham end. First ball of England's innings, it's bowled to Zach Crawley, shapes the play, then takes the bat away. No run. 358 then, first innings score for India. It has been a high-scoring series, hasn't it? In fact, that is India's lowest first innings score in the series. Scores of 471 at Leeds, 587 at Edgbaston, 387 at Lord's, and then today 358. Can they defend it? Here is Bumrah again. Ooh, and Crawley just holds his bat aloft, doesn't take it away, doesn't move it towards the ball, just leaves and comes down and just fiddles with the pitch. And that's the other thing to remember, of course, because Bumrah's going to be fit and firing as Siraj. How many balls did they face in the innings? A handful?
A handful of
balls.
They
didn't do anything yesterday.
No,
they didn't do anything this morning.
It's always a good day off when you get a chance to bat first and your team bats for the day. Interesting observation on that second ball. It bounced just short of Jarrod.
Bumrah again. and for the third time in succession it's allowed to go through. So 3 slips in place. It's a regulation field really, with the gully in a backward point, mid-off, mid-on. Well, mid-off, well, we'll wait and see where the mid-off fielder ends up. Is he more extra cover? There is a mid-wicket that's quite square. It's kind of Siraj, isn't it? Is that Siraj?
It is Siraj. He took a good catch, remember, at Edgbaston there, didn't he?
And a fine leg as well. It is more extra cover than mid-off, as Bumrah is in now. Oh, playing a miss from Crawley. Expansive. Very expansive. Well, he gave him 3 balls, basically. And then he thought, I've had enough now, I want to play. Oof.
Yeah, 3 good leaves and then an awful waft and an awful, that's a big shot. I mean, you're talking about the ball going through and good luck slip fielders catching that. I mean, good luck slip fielders catching that. If he nicks that, that is going to take some catching.
Well, it needs to be a thin edge, doesn't it? Because he threw everything at that. And here is Bumrah in, and this is straighter. Crawley forced to defend. Touch squared up. A little bit of a leading edge. He does like to play to mid-wicket. He's not on that occasion. And it's fielded at point, no run.
That's good from Bumrah. A little bit closer, a little bit fuller, but a little bit closer.
Drawing him forward.
Asking Zach Crawley to get onto that front foot, which he obviously likes to do. There is swing, there is movement. He's got a good shape on this as Jasprit Bumrah. Excellent seam position, first 4 or 5 balls.
Here is Bumrah again, and again Crawley just drops this down into the offside, and Duckett's taking a couple of paces down the track, but there's no run there. That is the end of the first over, and there's going to be another 4 or 5 of those from Jasprit Bumrah from this end. Can England get off to a good start? Because coming in, of course, is Ollie Pope, and his record again has tailed off a touch. Joe Root has gone the other way. He's got better as the series has gone on. And this is a pitch for me where I just fancy Root a little bit here. I think this might suit him. But then what pitch doesn't?
I was going to say, when you've got 13,500 test runs, what pitch doesn't? I think he needs 120, I think, to get past
second.
To go to second, I think. He overtakes, I think, 3 of them, doesn't he, when he gets past 120 or 124 runs.
Oh, talking of overtaking, Ben Stokes went past you and Freddie.
Yes, he really did. Yeah.
Should have mentioned that.
I should have, yeah. I didn't mention it to him this morning. I should have. I'll mention it tomorrow morning if I do see him.
Including wickets from... It's your test,
11.
all of your test wickets,
yeah,
not just the England ones.
He's just gone past the England ones and the world ones.
The rest of the world games don't really happen anymore. Hang on, there's a surprise. It's not Siraj taking the new ball at the Jimmy Anderson end, is that? It's Cambodge. Do you know what? I don't think that's the worst decision I've ever heard, but that loosener suggests it might.
Yeah,
suggest
that's
otherwise.
very nervous. I mean, it's his first ball in Test cricket. He's very, very nervous. I think I bowled 3 maidens in my first 3 overs of Test cricket, largely down to the fact they couldn't reach it. Yeah.
Well, I don't think Ben Duckett could reach that either.
No,
Crawley might have been able to.
Not at 76 miles an hour.
You weren't bowling at 76 miles an hour.
No, I wasn't.
Here is Cambodge, ball number 2 in international cricket. Test match. Oh, is that a little edge down the leg side? A dive from Jarrod. It's going to reach the boundary. Going to just see a replay here. What does the umpire?
Umpires give runs. I don't think it's runs. I think it's clipped his hip. I think it's clipped Ben Duckett's hip. I think he's given Ben Duckett runs, which he'll not turn down because it's gone past the wicketkeeper. But I think this has hit Ben Duckett's hip, and it's a little stinger.
He was caught down. Was he caught down the leg side at Lord's? It was a horrible shot. He was caught.
He was pulling it though, wasn't he?
Yeah, he wasn't glancing. 81 miles an hour from Cambodge. So by the end of the over, if he goes up in increments of 5 miles an hour, he's going to be bowling 100 miles an hour. Here is Cambodge again. This is an attempted cut, I think, from Duckett. Doesn't come onto the bat very quickly, and he's actually clothed it to mid-off. No run.
It's just got a bit closer to him.
He's tried to drive it through square of the wicket, hasn't he?
He's gone to cut it and then flat batted it. He's gone cut and sort of tried to, He bring his hands closer together. They're just going to show the replay again of the ball that's gone for 4. I don't.
Oh, glove.
Is it
It was
glove?
glove. Yep, definitely glove. And that was the reaction. I think
Close.
it hurt him. I think it was a stinger. Cambodge in again. Oh, I tell you what, Ben Duckett has nearly chopped onto his own stumps using his bat, and not the off stump, but the leg stump.
Yeah, that nearly hit leg stump. I mean, it's just come out of his bat. He's actually done well. He's actually, when we see this again side on, I think he's done brilliantly well to just push the bat away from the stumps, because I actually think it's not quite Rishabh Pant style, but bat's come out of the hand. I think he's got a little punch on here to knock the bat back out the way of the stumps.
Well, we haven't seen a replay. I think you might be giving him a bit too much credit here. Yeah, I think you are. I think it's just slipped out of his gloves and it could have landed on leg stump. I think it's just fallen out of his hands. No, that's I've never seen that before. Cambodge in again, and this will be 4 through square leg. It's been a strange start to his Test career. Not all of his own making, truth be told. There was a 74-mile-an-hour loosener, one down the leg side, which actually it didn't go too far from Jarrell, down to the boundary for 4. We've seen Ben Duckett nearly hit his own stump with his bat flying out of his hand, and now just one that's clipped through square leg for a boundary. So 8 without loss, England. And
I can see why Cambodge is open to bowling, because I think the wind is quite strong. So I'd want Siraj to bowl from the same end as Jasprit Bumrah. But
you would want that, yes.
Yeah, but he hasn't
there,
really straps, has he?
no, I mean he looks way short at the moment. Cambodge in again, and this is smash through square leg this time, in front of square. And Houston, I think we have a problem. 12 without loss, England, after 2 overs.
Yeah, that's a half volley swinging. I'm trying to defend him. He's got the ball moving, but unfortunately he's got the ball shaping and moving into the middle of Ben Duckett's bat. That's twice now. Just started it too straight. Started the one before on probably leg stump. He started that one on middle stump, but shaping back towards Ben Duckett's pads and his strength. Ben Duckett scores brilliantly square of the wicket, and I mean he's one of the best openers in world cricket at this moment in time. He ain't going to miss out on that.
Duckett's at the other end go, don't worry Zach, I'll take this end.
Yeah, I'm happy down this end.
Here is Bumrah, start of his second over, and this is on the pads. Crawley can't beat the fielder at mid-wicket, no run. Yeah, I'm not sure this experiment will last too much longer if we get too many of those juicy half volleys on the pads.
Yeah, I think, but it's a difficult one, because then all of a sudden Jasprit's bowled and over, and then you'd think in an ideal world you'd want him to be bowling shorter spells, but if the guy at the other end's going at 10 and over, you might have to reevaluate which how your dynamics of your attack works with this brand new ball. You don't want to waste it.
Bumrah again, this is on the pads of Crawley, who comes down the track and is sent straight back. The fielder swoops in. No run there.
Do you know what? You get sort of given clues, and it goes on field positions, and when players go down to fine leg and who's going to be bowling what overs, and I just wonder if Shubman Gill was a little bit, well, if Zach Crawley's on strike, we'll go with Siraj, and if Duckett's on strike, we'll go with Cambodge, because of now Siraj has gone down to fine leg.
Bumrah in again, and this is punch driven by Zach Crawley, but it's fielded at extra cover, no run.
So I wonder if India had a plan to go with the opening bowler. If Siraj was on strike, if Crawley's on strike, they'll go with Mohammad Siraj. But I would have gone with the looking at the flags. It's a lot windy. It's a bit similar to the wind yesterday, but the wind is going across the ground now, where yesterday it was going straight up and down.
What makes matters a little worse for India as well, it does look like there's a bit of blue sky coming our way, and it seems a bit lighter than it was for much of India's innings, left alone by Crawley. I wonder how long it's going to be before the old Ilkley reserves was mentioned. Is it Ilkley seconds, not reserves?
Ilkley
World
seconds.
11 at one end,
Yeah,
or Universe 11, Richard Hadley at one end. and,
yeah. Well,
we shall see.
it
We shall see.
started.
You think Thakur might be
It started. Well,
a
I think
handful
Thakur on this surface could be a little bit of a handful with a newer ball, just sort of bowling it into the surface. I think the bowler that hits the surface hard, I think gets something out of it. You know, Jofra's hit it hard, Stokes hit it hard. I think the inconsistencies that's in it from movement point of view is a bowler that's hit the pitch hard.
Here is Bumrah, and this is down the leg side and fielded by Jarrell. No run. He seems to have changed his angle of attack in this over to Crawley. Don't you think? A touch?
He's trying to go for the big. He's going to the big in swinger, and it's just started it off a bit like what Cambodge did to Duckett. It's gone a bit too straight. But he's gone a bit fuller as well. He's trying to. I think he's basically saying to Crawley and Tyson and Crawley, "Come on, have a big drive, have a big drive. I'm giving you juicy off volleys." But unfortunately, Jasper just starting it a bit straight and it's going down leg side.
Yeah, it's got to be angling in on off stump, not leg stump. And Crawley's forward and pushing out to cover. Short cover. End of the third over. I think it's going to be all change here in the commentary box. Steve Harmison's going to make way. Zach Crawley 0 from 12. Ben Duckett is 12 from 6. Jasprit Bumrah's bowled 2 overs. India bowled out for 358. And as Jarrod and Sid come in, the big question that we've been discussing is, what would you rather have, 2 noses or 1 ear? We won't talk about that.
1 year. 1 year, I already hear too much. 2 noses would be nice. I would be almost a dog, which is one of the best creations.
Almost a dog. Sid Monga there, everyone. World's leading expert on cricket. Almost a dog. Cambodge coming in again, bustling with these elbows out, pointing as he's over the wicket and smashed down the ground. This probably could have been a boundary.
That's great fielding by Zach Crawley.
But it's the best contact Zach Crawley's made on the ball while he's been out in the middle. And unfortunately, did it come off the bat or his legs? It was off his bat, it was off the middle.
Yeah.
Timed it beautifully. And not only did he time it beautifully, he somehow managed to get it straight to Mohammad Siraj.
At mid-on.
Yeah.
At Duckett's mid-on, but for him it's mid-off. And that's one shot we would like to see Crawley play.
And we're all very shocked too that Mohammad Siraj came in and had some words after that. Cambodge coming round the wicket now. Very bustling action. Very pointy elbows. He's got a high release point for an Indian bowler, so it's around 206, 207 centimetres.
And high release for somebody who's bustly. He doesn't even leap into his delivery stride. He just runs through the crease.
And he does that now, and he beats Duckett with one that keeps low, in fact. It lands ahead of Juve. It is Juve Jarrell, I'm assuming, who's the backup keeper. I didn't even check.
Yeah, it is Jarrell.
Yeah.
And since we are involving ourselves in this nerdery, he extracts more seam movement than anyone else in India. Because of his high release.
How do we know?
During IPL, I checked.
That's IPL numbers, okay. That's what I was going to say. Wouldn't
Even on those flat pitches in the IPL, he was drawing more seam than anyone else.
No, I just assumed that in the Ranji Trophy we wouldn't have that data.
No. Eye test.
Yeah.
During Ranji Trophy.
Just looks like he's moving the ball. Here he comes in again. No leap at all. It's outside our stump. It's flayed away. It's not brilliantly timed by Duckett, but he'll come back for 2. They've got the deep sweeper out. But it goes to the left of, I think that's Jadeja out there, and they'll just come back for a couple.
I'm actually quite impressed that they've given the new ball to him, which is not going by rank and going by the strength of the bowlers.
If you were really doing that though, Bumrah wouldn't take the new ball. He should be playing first change.
No, but Bumrah can do anything.
Yeah. So why give him the new ball? Why not give the other seamers the new ball?
Try telling Bumrah that.
I would. Around the wicket again, full and punch to Bumrah. In fact, wide-ish mid-off. He's the only person in front of point on the offside. And I was going to say he dived to field that, but he kind of fell into it a little bit.
He's 83 miles an hour right now. I think the most he will go is 87, 88.
Yeah,
not
I was
more
going to
than
say
that.
86, 87.
Yeah, he won't go higher than that, but he's yet to hit his length, which is considered his greatest strength. He can stay in that 6 to 8 meter zone all day long.
Definitely very sort of a accurate bowler. Comes in again, still around the wicket to Ben Duckett, and this is slashed away. Again, he doesn't time it very well, and this time they'll just get a single.
Very Mohammad Abbas kind of bowler.
Yeah, I mean, he's a little bit less, he's a bit too bustly for Mohammad Abbas. Mohammad Abbas is more like he's more like your Philander or your Mohammad Asif. They're more surgeons, Stuart Clark. Whereas what would Cambodge be more like?
Akashdeep, a slightly quicker, higher version of Akashdeep.
Akashdeep, Peter Siddle. You know, late career Peter Siddle, not early career Peter Siddle when he was smacking Gautam. First ball in Test cricket, wasn't it? He Gautam Gambhir on the head. But that sort of Peter Siddle sort of nagging, skiddy type of bowler.
No, he's not actually skiddy.
Well, I know that, but Siddle was. This one's down the leg side.
Was he?
And left alone.
You can't get seam movement if you're skiddy. I think he.
No, I disagree with that 100%. You can definitely get seam movement if you're skiddy.
Not as much as Siddle used to get. I mean, the skiddier you are, the lesser your seam movement will be.
Paul Reifer was a skiddy bowler. Is he third umpire here?
There was no Hawkeye back then.
But he got a lot of seam. So no, I think you can. What you're I think there's different kinds of seam movement. There's sort of into the wicket seam movement, and then
which is what Cambodge does.
Yeah, because as you said, he's a little bit tall. We're just going to have a delay here, as there's something wrong with the footmarks. And Jasprit Bumrah, I don't know why more bowlers don't do what Neil Wagner used to do, just take the tools themselves and fix it. He's like, maybe if you do it like this, and I know you're not quite doing it right, just grab the tools. In fact, just for a minute I thought he was going to then. We got the stamper. Is that the official name? Do you know what the real... You're the sort of person who'd ask a grounds person. Is it a stamper?
I have not yet asked them. I mean, the ground staff are here. We'll find out before the test ends.
We got a mallet.
Yeah.
And we've got the stamper out there.
Stamper.
And
Bumrah, I don't quite like stamper.
Okay.
Well, we'll find
Adam
out.
Stamper. Bumrah's not interested anymore, actually. This is quite funny. Bumrah's gone back ready to bowl, but the ground staff are now trying to get it perfect. And we're going to have a delay, as they're not maybe the most athletic ground staff here.
Please stop body shaming people.
No, I'm just saying, I don't think they're about to sprint off. It's not.
Even Pant didn't sprint off. I don't think Bumrah is the kind of guy who will be very fussy about his landing spot.
No, well, if you start in street cricket, you should be less worried about that sort of stuff.
Yeah. So he was not worried. He went back to his mark.
He's coming in again. 3 slips and a gully. And this is I think his first ball to Duckett. Or certainly his first ball in a while to Duckett. It's back of a length into the middle of the bat, pushed into the covers. There's no run. So far, there's been a little bit of movement, but nothing that England need to be too worried about.
Yeah, there hasn't been a lot of seam movement here. As the second new ball that England got, that was moving around corners. This one has not done much. Have they picked out the bad one?
They picked out the dud ball. But also, that was quite short, that last one. See if he can just change his length a little bit here. He's got a wide mid-on and a square leg. Jasprit Bumrah comes in again. And this is flicked in the air, but it's going to be safe, and it's going to be 4. It was on the pads, and he just helped it around the corner and picked up another boundary.
There was a square leg in place, about 10 yards in front of the umpire, which is why Bumrah just leapt a little in excitement, but it was quite wide of him. From Bumrah's end, there's a nice little white strip running horizontally across the pitch.
The hump. We're calling it the hump.
I wish I had waited to listen to the previous stints.
You didn't know it was called the hump? I wrote a memo to the press box. You didn't get it?
No, we were calling it the line.
That's a bit more boring, isn't it? But there is a hump. And here comes...
Which he can target for a good length.
Yeah, I agree. Bumrah comes in again. He's at the hump. And this one's just outside off stump. And it's guided away the outside part of the bat to gully. He was safe, but he certainly wasn't completely in control of that one. That was a little bit just over the hump.
Yeah, 6 inches fuller than the hump. Or the bump. It's a kind of thing that you see in the fielding practice where they throw ball into uneven surfaces and it comes off unevenly. This is that kind of place where you hit either side of it and you might get uneven bounce.
Who was India's first wicket? Was Was it no, it was
Rahul.
So that ball hit that hump, didn't it?
Yeah. And
Bumrah in again at the pads. It's flicked. This time it's going to be on the other side of fine leg, and they picks up another boundary. So India not completely on top here. Really good first over from Bumrah, and since then they just haven't put the ball in the right areas enough. And again, as Duckett often does, picking up boundaries at every mistake.
I don't think there have been 2 consecutive balls on a good length in this innings so far.
Maybe that first over to
Yeah,
Crawley,
after that first over, which you said was a good over.
That one pitched outside leg stump, didn't move. That's just a throwdown from Jasprit Bumrah. It's not something we see very often. We can now see that he's come around the wicket, so maybe he's not happy with that over the wicket line to left-handers. You can tell us about that in a moment, because it's certainly something he does a lot. But around the wicket, and this is better, and hits the bat of Duckett hard off a length, and is fielded by the bowler. Yeah, he prefers to bowl over the wicket to left-handers, doesn't he?
No, he's got great numbers bowling from around the wicket, and we get.
But doesn't he bowl more from over the wicket?
No, not more. But he just likes to start over the wicket.
Oh, that's what it is. Yeah.
Get into his work from over the wicket. It could be a rhythm thing, could be something, might just be a superstition or something, or a ritual. But once he's got into his work, and there have been innings where he has started straight away from around the wicket. I think it's more frustrating during limited overs cricket.
He's here again, though. He's still down the leg side. This time, Duckett's found the fielder, taken one hand off the bat and just flicked this down. But again, line is not perfect from Jasprit Bumrah. The end of the 5th over here, 23 without loss. In all 23 runs, Ben Duckett, who was 23 off 16, without really attacking all that much. Crawley is none from 13. And he's now going to face Cambodge, who he faced once last over. Is that right?
He middled one from the non-strikers.
In some ways, he's already in form against them.
Yeah. That's the bowler I want to pick and face. But again, it's Duckett back on strike. He took a single last ball.
Oh, of course he did. Sorry, yeah. So 9 runs off that last over with the 2 boundaries. Still got 3 slips and a gully in place. Very similar feel for both Bumrah and Cambodge. Got a deep point and a fine leg back on the boundary. So the 3 men on the leg side. It's coming around the wicket to Duckett again, and this hits the bat hard and high. It's a couple of times when they've done that.
Still just a little short of a length. Of course, he doesn't have a hump to aim at.
No hump. That's just dead straight. This ball's going in dead straight. Yeah. And that is not what we saw from the England second new ball this morning at all.
I think they might have picked out a dud one.
Or maybe it's gone soft. How long before we get out the ball cuffs?
Now, in this innings, we might, if it continues to not move just like this.
It's coming in again. It's full, it's straight, and Duckett gets on top of this and defends to mid-on.
That's more his area. He's drawn a respectful forward defensive from Duckett.
Now, Siraj was at mid-on last over, and he's not there at the moment. I just want to see if he's on the field. Yeah, no, he's gone down to fine leg.
That's more his space.
I was going to say, maybe they just realised, I wonder if he was going to bowl from this end, and that's why they moved him. I think it would be fairly unlikely. Still coming around the wicket. Can hear the buzz of the crowd at the moment, but England look really good at the moment. Outside off stump, and whack to Jasprit Bumrah at mid-off, who stops it and then gets up and wrings his hand. That was full and wide of off stump, and he threw absolutely everything at that, and it was a good stop.
Tell you what, if it was a regulation field with mid-off and cover, this was going bang in the gap. And because India were trying to cover 2 bases with this fielder, it went straight to him.
Yeah, they've got away with that. And it was, I think, Duckett also wasn't trying to place it, was he? Because he was, because it was full and wide. He just went, I'm going to throw my bat at it because there's only one fielder to beat. And did they just move fielders again? What is going on out here? Anyway, Cambodge around the wicket. This is good. Keeps a little bit low, but he defends this back down the wicket for no run. So is that Washington Sundar?
It is Sundar, and you don't want your number 1 fast bowler in the firing line.
But that is the third time. That's the third time that Sundar's been moved at this end.
Wherever the ball goes.
Yeah.
First it went to Siraj at mid-on, and he moved to Siraj to mid-on, and now it went to Bumrah at mid-off, and he's come to mid-off. He's the one who goes with the ball, once the horse is bolted, he's the one who's
trying to rebolt the stables. Oh, this is a terrible shot by Ben Duckett. He tries to flick this across the line. He's almost bowled. It is a very, very poor shot. Probably one of the few balls that Campbell just got roughly in the right area. Yeah, top of off stump, and he's lucky not to be bowled there. Probably missed the stumps by about an inch, I think, in the end, but kept a little bit low. I don't know what Ben Duckett thought that ball was going to do.
Well, he was ready for the pull, and I think with his height, he might back himself to pull more balls than others do.
I mean, I think he was ready for the pull and then tried to slog his way out of it. It's an odd choice. He's practicing the forward defence, facing up again now, and this one he has punched. And Jasprit Bumrah can't stop this because he's at mid-on, and Washington Sundar has to chase after the ball in the covers, and they're going to take a couple there. Good shot. Got on top of the bounce. It is, there are quite a few balls keeping low, though. There's no doubt about that. So that's the end of the 6th over. So far, England look completely on top. Duckett is 26 from 23. Crawley is still yet to score. And 26 for none here on talkSPORT Cricket with Jarrod Kimber and Sid Monga. A Cricket Info reunion.
Absolutely. Then this is the most wayward or ineffective we've seen India fast bowlers from both ends.
I thought you were going to say talkSPORT cricket commentary, which is also true. No, you're right. I do think they've struggled a little bit here. And it's not as if the ball's been moving so much that they're struggling to handle it. It's going dead straight. They're just not bowling where they should be.
But yeah, and even if it's not moving, they've not stuck to the good length, which has been their strength all through the series.
Bumrah in, and this hits Zach Crawley, of course. On the hand, that ball. So at one end we get the ball's keeping a little bit low. At the other end, it's going up. Has that hit the hump?
Exactly.
It did hit the hump, yeah, and that's hit his bottom hand, and he's taken it straight off the bat. And will we have a time delay for being hit on the glove?
Not 10, not 20, 90 seconds of break. I didn't think you followed.
I didn't follow you at all.
Not me. Gill.
Yeah.
Where he complained about the delay at England when they were running down the clock. They came in 90 seconds late. Oh,
now that is hit really hard on the end of his fingers while the fingers were still on the bat as well. Well, anyway, he's got off the mark, Crawley. And this one is outside off stump, and he's poked at this Ben Duckett, and he's played his last couple of shots. 2 of his last 3 shots have been terrible. That was like a half push at a ball, but that did move.
Yes.
So now we're getting a little bit more seam movement again.
I think the branding is going off.
Yeah, that might have been swing. You might be right.
So at Lord's, one ball had just kissed Crawley's glove, and out came physios and everything.
This one's almost...
Nobody has come out.
He almost lost his fingers on this last one.
And he has not called out anyone.
I can say one thing. That was just in front of the hump, actually.
No, I think it caught the hump.
Okay. For all your hump news, follow talkSPORT Cricket as this ball is 2 straight again from Jasprit Bumrah to Ben Duckett. And he just turns this on the leg side and gets another single into the gap. Just having a look. Yeah, absolutely just
straight.
Dead straight onto the pads. And Crawley's like, oh, do I have to come back on again?
So at Lord's, we've been called loud sport. And now somebody might even call us hump sport.
Hump sport. We should probably trademark that. Scott in the back has already done it, producer. 3 slips, gully, backward point. No one out on the boundary for Bumrah. On the offside. As he comes into Crawley again, and good batting by Crawley actually. Straight and just turned wide of mid-on, and he'll take another single. But it looks, I don't know how it looks to you, Sid. It looks pretty easy to me so far.
It does, yes. And this was not a bad ball. It just angled in a little too much, and it was easy for him to push it wide off mid-on.
I wonder if it's just worth both of these bowlers just for a little while just bowling length outside off stump and bringing it back. I think they both just need to find a zone where the runs don't come as easily and they can keep one batter on strike for a little while. Bumrah. Familiar stutter steps, right arm around the wickets, and this is a leading edge in the air, but there's no one close to catching it as Jadeja has to follow it out, and they just get a single, but slightly better. Let's have a look at this line. To be fair, that was more of a mistake from Duckett than I think a brilliant ball.
Yeah, it was, and it was a touch too full. So yeah, it's actually worthwhile to just imagine you are in the nets for a couple of overs and just try to hit that one spot. Don't care about the runs that might come. Just keep hitting a good length just outside off stump. Forget about the batters for just a couple of overs to get back into your rhythm.
Bumrah back over the wicket, of course, for Crawley. He's got his bat held up high, and a big push through the offside, and good contact. Probably would have gone for 4. Might still go for 4, actually. No, just saved. Good diving save there out on the boundary. Is that Cambodge?
All run 4.
And they've run 4. Wow. Is that... Whose fault was that? Is that because Point and mid-on, I suppose, couldn't run around, so he was on his own, wasn't he?
Well, the Point could have followed him. But yeah, there were acres and acres between mid-off and Point. And he was not the quickest in chasing him.
No, and then he flicked it back, and when he flicked it back, I think he got it a little bit further than he wanted to.
And there's a slightly moist outfield on which he slipped a little further than he wanted to. I think.
And he's also been pulled out of the attack, so he's allowed an all-run 4, and skipper said, "Take a spell, and we'll bring you back on in a little bit there."
Yeah.
I don't think it's a bad move here, because both of these players look, well, I shouldn't say Crawley looks comfortable, because that's basically the first one that's hit his bat on when he's been batting, but the ball hasn't been doing much.
But that was a top shot, though.
It was a very, very good shot.
On the up, he was nowhere close to it, and he trusted the pitch to not do much, and he had to dive to get the 4th run in.
He did. Cambodge wasn't moving particularly fast, was he?
No, he might not be quick across the trough, but he's reputed to be fitter, to be bowling fit for long periods.
Because I'm going to throw you a name. That reminded me a little bit of watching Pankaj Singh chase a ball. Was that 2011? No, 14, wasn't it? Yeah. Played in England. How many wickets did he get over his 2 test matches?
He played 2?
Yeah.
I remember he had his first one dropped, which would have been his first one.
Yeah, and he had an LBW that should have been out as well at one stage. Short, hooked. First ball from Siraj. He's coming around the wicket as well, and he controls that quite well, Ben Duckett, and they take a single.
That's a good loosener. If you want to bowl a loosener, bang it into the middle of the pitch instead of giving a half volley. So yeah, Pankaj Singh, when he created his first edge, I think it was Jadeja low at 3rd slip.
Yeah, you're right.
And he might not have fielded a lot at slip after that, but that drop proved to be very costly. I think it was Cook, and Cook scored 100.
Yeah. He did. And there was another LBW that I think would have, they might have, I can't remember if they were out of reviews or they didn't review it or something, but there was...
Were India playing reviews back then?
That I also, you might be right, they might not have been.
No, I think India were not playing reviews, because I remember later in the year India went to Australia and they lost a test because India didn't have DRS.
No, you're right. So I think there was one that would have been overturned. 2 matches, Pankaj Singh, 450 balls in Test cricket for 2 wickets. This ball is full from Mohammad Siraj and just guided out to cover, and there's no run there.
The tall and strapping Pankaj Singh.
Yeah. First class cricket, what did he take? 472 wickets at 23.76, but he did move a little bit like Cambodge in the field.
But yeah, Cambodge moves the ball more than Pankaj.
Yeah, but Pankaj would have had a high release as well, I would have thought. He was very much a hit the wicket baller, wasn't he?
Well, he didn't have that much of vertical speed to get seam movement.
He was quite quick when he was younger. Oh, and he's gone for the big pull shot here, Zach Crawley, and that has kept low.
I'm going to say something unkind about Pankaj. His face never looked like that it ever belonged to a young man.
He looked like he was born 32 years old.
And to his credit, he might still be looking 32.
Is he a bowling coach now?
I've not seen him in years.
Was he out of the MRF Academy? I can't remember. Just having a look at this ball again. So Siraj is on. It's back of a length. Yeah, I'm not sure that Zach Crawley needed to be pulling that.
No, that was not pulling length.
Not if you're 6'3" or whatever, however tall Zach Crawley is.
It has missed the stumps by about, 1 foot? Like, you don't want to get out bowled trying to pull and missing it.
Siraj in again. 2 slips now. So they've taken one person out there. And this is not far away. It hits the pad. It's going down leg.
I think Siraj might have brought that one skill that the other two don't have, the wobble ball. He's the only one who uses wobble seam in India.
That one was down a little bit further down leg side.
I would love to see a release of this ball. I mean, this man looked like it might have been a wobble ball.
35 without loss. We're in the 8th over here on talkSPORT Cricket. Siraj just moving the offside field around a little bit. As I said, he's got one slip removed. So he's got the 2 slips. He's got the extra fielder in the offside in the ring. And this one's down the leg side again. Have they forgotten what line and length is, Sid?
But this is a good way to stop scoring. Who knows, you might get a tickle down the leg side.
He would have done well to reach that one.
And
even Sai Siddharthan might not have reached that one.
But the kind of series we are having, we could just get away saying there was a plan. The kind of wickets England have been getting in this series. Not in this innings though. In this innings, there was some good seeds. Stokes to Kamboj himself.
Yeah, that was a very good delivery, wasn't it? This one is at the top of middle stump and turn around to deep backward square, and they'll take one.
I think that ball that kicked off for Stokes just missed the hump by about 6 inches, which might have been the exact same length that got Crowley on the head.
36 without loss, the end of the 8th over there. So England trail by 322. Ball was moving around quite a bit earlier, and as me and Sid have said, it does appear at the moment like India might have picked a dud. It's not moved around as much, but they've also not bowled very well outside of perhaps 1 or 2 overs. They have struggled quite a bit at just finding a good line and a length so far.
And how do we explain to the listeners that this is not about the skill, the movement? I think most bowlers have a roughly equal skill to move the ball. It's sometimes you just get a bad ball.
I mean, if you have a look at someone like Bryden Cast, who was getting violent movement early on, he's certainly not as good at hitting the seam as Jasprit Bumrah is. Comes in.
That was the perfect length.
Yep, brings Crawley forward, pushes that up to mid-off. So no one would be saying that Cast was better at moving the ball laterally than Bumrah. So you'd have to suggest there's a little bit of the ball, but that doesn't excuse the many deliveries down the leg side.
Yes. Okay, so people who are familiar with cricket might still empathize with India. Try explaining this to someone who does not know cricket, who are used to having one standard ball being replaced with another standard ball all the time.
Well, we can talk about the NFL and Deflategate in a minute if you want. Comes in again, does Bumrah, and he's pushed into the point region by Crawley, who's looking a lot more comfortable now. But to be fair, it looks like the pace and the bounce and the venom has disappeared from the pitch. That wasn't far from out the hump, and what we're talking about here is this big white line across the wicket. And we've seen some balls misbehave slightly off it. Nothing drastically, but certainly enough to get your wicket on occasion.
Yeah, you need only slight movement. But at certain times this morning, it looked like it was doing too much for England to get the edge.
That's also true, yeah. It's certainly not looking like that now, Sid. Bumrah in again, 3 slips in place, and that's hit the middle of the bats. They've taken a single there. A slight hesitation from Crawley, but Duckett was onto it straight away. And Washington Sundar, have you ever heard of the one fielder theory? Washington Sundar is the only fielder on. Every time I call a fielder, it seems to be him, and there he is again.
I was about to point out that the punch of Bumrah 2 balls ago was more of a single than this one, but that went to Jadeja, this went to Washington, and these batters just picked their fielders.
Yeah.
And their running was not based on how far it is from the fielder, but who the fielder is. Which is very impressive that they can keep an eye on all this while trying to negotiate Bumrah.
Bumrah round the wicket to Ben Duckett. He's still got 3 slips in and a gully, and this hits very high on the bat as he pushes this out in the offside end and looks at his bat. Might have even been off the splice. When I was an analyst in St Lucia, we had a game where I was keeping fielding stats, and I'm pretty sure Lendl Simmons was something like minus 28 runs in this. And for the last ball, the ball had followed him so much. The last ball of the innings, he said to David Warner, "Can we just switch spots? I don't want to field the next ball." And of course, they moved spots, and the next ball was hit straight to him, and he fumbled it again.
But I won't trust your fielding stats, though.
We
had a match at 2016 Mohali T20 World Cup,
our fielding stats
and we disagreed by like 20 runs in a T20 game.
No, you're misremembering this. Our fielding stats were very close. This down the leg side, flicked away. This might be 4 again. In fact, I think it will be. Jasprit Bumrah just keeps putting the ball on the pads, and Ben Duckett has hit 3 boundaries from those, and that is, when I say put the ball on the pads, that was actually outside leg stump. It pitched on leg stump. Because he's bowling around the wicket, it was way down, and Bumrah's really having trouble with his radar here.
Jasprit, you're not bowling to Sai Sudarshan in the nets.
That was a good line if you were bowling to
Sai Sudarshan in the nets.
Or Virat Kohli. You're trying to keep it nice and wide. No, our stats in that fielding game were quite similar. It was crick vizzes that were very different to ours.
Oh,
yes.
Sorry.
No. But I mean, we weren't the same. I was much harsher than you, which the St. Lucia players let me know all the time, as it just beats the outside part of Ben Stokes' bat. He pushes at this, the end of the 9th over. 41 without loss. Crawley's on 8 from 24. Duckett's on 33 from 29. And there'll be a word from Sid Monga as I make way for a person behind me.
And as I get off air, we will continue discussing how much of value fielding stats are to as analysis in any form of cricket. Over to Jon and somebody else.
Thank you, Jarrod. Well, he's out the door. He's gone. Thank you, Sid. Harmy's coming in. And Zach Crawley is getting himself ready. Mohammad Siraj is at the top of his mark. He's running in from the Sir James Anderson end, and Zach Crawley is going to send him back. Somebody moved behind the arm. And we're just looking up now. Is it someone peeking around the sight screen? Don't tell me the people above the sight screen are in his vision, because if they are, there's going to be a lot of stoppages. I mean, he's a tall man.
Yeah, I think it was somebody walking behind. I think that was the problem.
Okay. Over the wicket then, Siraj will give it another go. In, and once again, there's runs down the leg sides. This is as poor as I've seen from India with the new ball.
Yeah, it's not been very good, excuse me. It's not been very good. It's been, I think, you can have your lines wrong and get away with it because you bowled a good length, or you can have your sort of length wrong because you've bowled a good line. But unfortunately for India, and I'm including this in Jasprit Bumrah, the lines and lengths to England's top order has been really, really poor. I think Cambodge set the tone. Bumrah bowled a really good first over to Crawley. Then Cambodge's next over was 2 straight on the pads, and since then they've never really sort of stemmed the tide.
Siraj again, and this time he wraps Crawley on the pads. Touch batter, looks a bit awkward, does Crawley. That was better, coming in from 5th stump and hitting Crawley high up on the pads. Did I miss a run-out chance? Because Crawley's got a big dark stain on the front of his jumper.
No, I think that's from when they was
fielding.
fielding.
It's from fielding, yeah, of course. Of course, and they were fielding for quite some time, 111 overs. If England bat 111 overs at this run rate, they're going to be about 500. Not for the first time. Lovely sound of the ball hitting the bat. And, it's been doing so, it's under sunshine. Beautiful sunny skies are starting to appear to the left of us, which is where the weather comes from. So problems are starting to mount for India, who would have hoped to have had a breakthrough by now and wouldn't expect 45 runs on the board inside 10 overs. We've had 3 different bowlers. Jasprit Bumrah has been hit through the leg side for at least 3 boundaries, maybe 4. And it's Siraj is in and on the up, driven through extra cover and away for another boundary. England move towards 50, 49 without loss, midway point of the 10th over.
It's a good job from Zach Crawley. Just waited for it that split second longer. Waited for the ball to get a little bit closer to him to hit that big shot. Normally when Zach plays at balls when they're a little bit wider, he tends to go reaching for them. But there, his front foot wasn't quite to the pitch of the ball, but because he let the ball come a little bit later to him, he didn't lose his shape and balance.
Siraj again, And inside edge onto the pads. On the up, he's trying to replicate the shot there, Crawley. Not a huge amount of foot movement. And I think Siraj feels that on another day that inside edge cannoned onto the stumps rather than the pads. But he is starting to get a reputation as being an unlucky bowler.
He is, yeah. That time, Zach played the ball out in front of himself, didn't wait for it, and lost his shape and balance.
Tried to hit it a bit too hard as well. So there is, I suppose, where Siraj wants to be bowling. I mean, it's top of off, essentially, isn't it? Top of off, or trying to get the ball to jag in. Siraj is in, and again, he beats Crawley on the inside edge. Does get bat on it. And does that go down onto the pads again and just head out to point? I think he did, you know. Second genuine inside edge there.
Yeah, that was better from Siraj. Finished the over well. We've seen the end of Bumrah. Bumrah's bowled, he's bowled 2 maidens in that 5 overs. He's gone for 22. So I say that first over was a really good over. He set the tone nicely, and then it just seemed as though Cambodge, who's now going to come on for Bumrah, he just let it slip with his first over in Test cricket loose. I think it went for 12 or 13. And it just got Ben Duckett into a nice rhythm and got him going. India are asking Hassan Raza about the ball. And I think it's just a polite inquiry from KO, showing him where the state of the ball is at this moment in time. And the one they've got here, I'm not saying it's not done anything. It's just India haven't put it in the right positions for it to do stuff.
Hasn't done as much, that's for sure. But they've bowled poorly. They've sprayed it down the leg side or bowled too straight. And it's Duckett. Cambodge in, and Duckett just runs this through vacant point. Comes through for a single. He wants 2 actually, but Crawley fancies a bit of Cambodge, I think. 50 up for England. They trail by 309. We were talking about 350 being a pass score, a good score, a score that's going to be in the game, but the way India have come out and bowled, they've gifted some runs, and Duckett and Crawley don't need presents. And that's what they've got. Bumrah's gone now. There's 5 overs, unless no, they're not going to switch him around because Siraj is bowling at the other end. So that's Bumrah done now. 20 minutes before the tea break. And Anshul Cambodge, whose first over went for 12, he's going to have a try at this Brian Statham end. He's got 3 slips in place. There's a gully, quite a deep backward point. Extra cover mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg, a deep backward square leg. And Cambodge is in, and this is left alone by Crawley. And he turns round and walks the end of his mark. I mean, he could have done with a run or 2, couldn't he, Cambodge? He was out third ball, duck on debut, opening the bowling now for India. I mean, what is it? It's about 8:30. Yeah, about 8:30 back home. A lot of eyeballs on him.
Yeah, I think the thing that worries me is the pace on it. He's like a kiss the deck bowler. I think you've got to hit this surface to get anything, or inconsistencies out of it.
Here he is again. This is a touch pitched up, and Crawley just pushes this out into the covers and comes through for a single. He moves to 17. Duckett is 34. Duckett was fortunate enough to get a lot of those deliveries on the pads and short on the pads from both Cambodge and actually Bumrah as well. He got four deliveries which couldn't really have gone anywhere other than the boundary, and they weren't the kind of deliveries where if he'd missed the ball he would have been given out LBW. They were so far down the leg side, they were risk free. And it's Duckett now facing, and he plays defensively this time with a straight bat, and back to the bowler.
Yeah, we highlighted, didn't we, because we were on at the break, and we sort of brought the first couple of overs of this England innings, and we highlighted what the scores were that England had. You did, and I think the way India have bowled better since that first Test match in Headingley, and the struggles they had in that first Test match in Headingley was the adjustment between left and right hand, and 6'5" and 5'6".
Cambodge again and driving through the onside up to mid-on is Ben Duckett, who's going it better than a runner ball. And with no ball called as well. So again, maybe that's just a sign of nerves. And some sweets have arrived from Manners.
Oh, lovely.
What are they? They're rhubarb and custard.
Rhubarb and custard, squashies. Wow, Manners, lovely.
Supposed to be commentating.
Yeah, leave them and take them away.
Cambodge, and this is eased through vacant backward point for another single. Crawley, or rather Duckett, runs the first half of the cut strip and then just a bit like Rishabh Pant earlier today, just walks the rest of it. Rishabh Pant had to walk it though. Do you think we'll see him in the second innings?
Yeah, I think so. I think you'll see him bat. A bit like what we've had here. I think he might wait until number 8 and Washington Sundar comes in and then plays as the last recognised batter just in case they need a little injection. Try and get England into a position to win the game.
Cambodge over the wicket to Crawley, who just drops this into the offside and they come through. What would be very concerning for me is we saw so many player misses, and not even expansive player misses, defensive player misses when India were batting, and I can't think of any. Can't think of many anyway in this innings.
No, but I think what they've done is because they've bowled both sides of the wicket and they haven't been able to stem the boundary tide, and then even that last ball there, because the fielders are on the back foot because they're expecting, or they have been getting boundary balls, they're not stopping singles, so they're bowling a little bit too straight at England. They're giving England a chance to either hit a boundary or rotate the strike. And if they're rotating the strike, like I said before, their adjustment to Zach at 6'5" right-handed, Bennett 5'8" left-handed, their lengths, they're not readjusting their lengths, and that's why England are getting boundaries.
Crawley is going to get more runs. Can you tell where? 2 straight again from Siraj. Second time, and Crawley just flicks it off his pads round the corner, and 4 more.
Zach Crawley's got a boundary which would have been a good ball to Ben Duckett. That's as simple as that can be described. It's going on towards leg stump, and it's just helped round the corner. It's easy going for Zach.
Not for the first time in this series, I've wondered to myself what Virat Kohli would do right now.
I think he'd be swearing very ferociously at somebody.
I think there'll be a lot of there'll be Ravichandran Ashwin somewhere, there'll be Virat Kohli, Ravi Shastri maybe. I mean, I know we're going back a captaincy reign, but you know what I mean. Driven all the way through extra cover and up to the boundary. 4 more for England. They are on the charge. A run rate in excess of 5 and over. 62 without loss, start of the 12th over. All the problems in the world after pretty much 5 sessions of attritional, obdurate cricket, and in under, 40 minutes, this game, the complexion has just completely changed.
It has, and it's an excellent shot from Zach Crawley. It wasn't a half volley, it was a little bit shorter than that, but still it was a ball that an international class player from a width point of view would put away, or would hit a fielder that had extra cover. But it was a very, very good shot, and another over-pitch delivery from Mohammad Siraj.
It is Siraj again, and this is jabbed down to the leg side by Crawley. No run. I wonder when we're going to see a bit of spin at this rate, because Shubman Gill's got to get control of at least one end.
Yeah, Jadeja could be the man just to hold an end up, use his experience. We've seen how Liam Dawson didn't sort of frighten the Indian players, and play and miss, and bring short leg, and the ball wasn't spitting for Liam Dawson, but what he did give it was an element of control. And that is something very much lacking from these Indian opening bowlers.
Siraj Oh, he goes again, does Crawley. No foot movement. He just tries to help this through extra cover. Gets a bottom edge back onto his pads. It's about the third inside edge onto his pads in the last 2 overs. So in and amongst all the shot selection and loose deliveries, there have been some good ones.
Yeah, instead of England were getting India to play and miss, India have getting India to sort of play. But that's the way this England team bats, and this is the way they play. You know, they try and score singles, or they try and, because they're very, very attacking with their approach. You know, the good balls, they're scoring singles at this minute in time off the good balls, getting lucky with the inside edges. And the bad balls come, they're putting them away.
40 runs from the 62 have been boundaries. Oh, left alone, his shouldered arms as Zach Crawley has not been given out on field. Mohammad Siraj absolutely adamant. I think he's been hit on the back leg here, has Crawley. And have they reviewed? I think they're going to have to. I wonder if it's going to be height that is going to save Crawley here. He's a tall man, he's been hit quite high. Siraj absolutely adamant that this should be reviewed.
Umpire's
Umpire's
call's going to save him here. I think umpire's call, John, might save him here. It's high.
We're just looking up on the big screen because it's a bit quicker than the one. Oof, I mean, it's a really poor leave.
It is a poor leave. Again,
you could be leaving on length maybe, but...
Yeah, it's the same as Shubman Gill's. It's the same as Shubman Gill's. Shubman Gill left exactly the same way.
He's just a taller man, isn't he? Do you know what it is? I think that this has come in so much. He hasn't left on line. He hasn't left on length. He's left on line, and he's just been surprised by it coming into him.
I think he's gone here.
Here we go. 1 red, 2 reds. Missing.
Oh, missing.
Missing on heights. Thought that was the case. India lose a review, and
Normally out of his crease as well, but we didn't factor that in.
Siraj hasn't been happy. He's forced Zach Crawley to inside edge onto his pads now 3 times, and this was a misjudgment. And Crawley's reaction told you everything. As soon as it hit him, he looked angry with himself. He knew he'd put himself into a position where essentially the umpire had to make a decision. Now, in the end, he would have reviewed it, so even if it had been given out, you know, he would have overturned it. But, you know, hit on the back leg, actually the leg's almost in the air as well.
It is, but I think that's, I mean, for where it ended up when it showed you when the green light came on to where side on that looked, I think that looked a lot closer than what the green light said.
Siraj again, and this time Crawley does play. So a little bit of excitement, and really India need to use that. They've got to get a foothold in this game. England back to 11. You cannot be giving up 100, 120 for the first wicket. You've got to be getting Ollie Pope in and out. You've got to be getting at Joe Root with that new ball. Surely, otherwise, England's decision to bowl first is going to be becoming a better and better one as this day and this test progresses.
Yeah, 100%. Totally agree. I think that's that's the way it looks at this moment in time. I think a special mention to Hassan Raza there, because that's a great decision. We've talked about the umpires in this series so far. Zach Crawley, I think he knew that way. He's thinking this is close. I think his heart was in his mouth for a second. So we've mentioned about the umpires and getting control of a contest. I think this contest has been controlled a lot better by Rod Tucker and Hassan Raza, and I think that was a brilliant decision from the umpire at the Jimmy Anderson end.
Cambodge continuing, and there's runs through the leg side, not for the first time. Chase on by 2 fielders, and the ball is going to win. I actually think those fielders got in each other's way.
Yeah, I think they did. I think Mohammad Siraj is having a look at Washington Sundar there to say, why did you not dive? And I think Washington Sundar is probably going to say, because you were in my way. Surely Siraj is going to stop that with his foot.
Well, I think he couldn't, because Sundar was in the way. I think Sundar couldn't dive because he was going to dive into Siraj, and Siraj couldn't get his foot down because he would have booted Sundar. And once again, an Indian bowler strays onto the pads and is punished. Just having a little hold up here. Changing the field. Well, there is a man at deep square leg now. And Cambodge is in. And this time, it won't be 4, but it'll be another run. And I think the Cambodge experiment is going to have to come to an end. He's just feeding Ben Duckett.
Yeah, he is. He looks short, doesn't he? He looks short of that little bit extra X-factor quality you probably need in Test match cricket. They had Akashdeep that come in at Edgbaston, who was a different type of bowler, a more of a hit the deck bowler, bowl it into the surface to try and get any sort of movement out of it. Cambodge looks as though he's a bit like, he's a bowler that wants to kiss the surface, try and pitch it up and make the ball swing laterally, kiss the surface, but he's got his angles horribly wrong.
This time he's over the wicket and he's just on the pads again. It's strange, isn't it? You see this body shape from Indian bowlers at times, and you're thinking of Stuart Binney and Shardul Thakur, Cambodge here, and you just don't get those kind of fast bowlers anymore playing for pretty much any other country. No,
and I just wonder if it's because of skill level in India, where they can get the ball to move laterally, reverse swing, that makes them more skillful and better. But over in this country, it swings for a little bit, and sometimes if it doesn't swing, you become cannon fodder.
Round the wicket to Duckett. This time he does draw a defensive shot from England's opener, the left-handed Duckett, who's 40 not out, Crawley 27. I mean, if you're an Indian fan watching this, you're thinking, do you know what, I'm going to give this up. I'll come back 20 minutes after tea and I'll see what's going on.
And hopefully Jadeja's bowling with Bumrah, because that seems to be our only two options that either potentially get back into this contest. Because if they keep, like you've mentioned a couple of times, if they keep going at this rate for another half a session.
Cambodge is in, and it's a little inside edge, forcing shot from Duckett. Maybe sticks in the pitch just a touch. No run.
Got 43 overs left. 43 overs left in the day. England could be, well clear of 220, 230. They won't get the 43 in, but there'll be 220, 230, and then...
Oh, England are going to be 220. Yeah, 210 maybe. They'll just go at this. They'll see it now. It's almost not quite risk-free, but whilst these two are in, 2 slips in a gully. Deep backward, deep point, and this is just pushed to mid-wicket. Easy as you like by Duckett, who moves to 41, and the score moves on to 69 without loss. 13 overs in. Siraj has caused a few problems, but it's still been expensive. How many overs has he bowled? 3 overs for 18. I mean, you look through the England bowling cards, and we were, kind of highlighted Brydon Carse. He was only going at 3.3.
Yeah, and then you think the surface that the type of bowler Siraj and Cambodge is, the ones that sort of pitching it up like what Chris Wokes do. They didn't take there wasn't really a massive impact in it. When you look at Ben Stokes hitting the pitch, Jofra Archer hitting the pitch, you wonder why Brydon Carse wasn't as successful. But Brydon Carse was expensive. These two Indian bowlers have been really, really expensive, I think, from Archer's point of view and from Stokes' point of view. I thought India batters give them a little bit of hope, because every time there was that pressure put on, they give their wicket away.
Siraj continuing, and this is just guided. There's players coming out of the slip cordon and behind the batter, and it means it's easy to get it through. It's Sai Siddharthan at a wideish gully, goes to the left of him, and England move on 70 without loss. We've got 3 minutes until the tea break, we think.
And if you look at the scorecard, and we've mentioned about the amount of starts and the amount of numbers that the India batters got, the wickets came from pressure. and at this moment in time, Ben Stokes and Jofra Archer built up a lot of pressure by bowling good balls, good areas, and creating that pressure. Where, you know, Chris Woakes bowled nicely, but there was always a release. Cast the same, and the bowlers so far. Well, there's been some good balls bowled, but there's been a huge amount of release.
Here is Siraj driving through mid-on and away to long on for 4. That's Crawley's best shot of the day. He moves to 31. Doesn't try and overhit. Mid-on's a touch wide, but not that wide. It was just timed. 74 without loss, England, and is this series starting to tilt towards England? It's been so keenly fought throughout the 3 test matches, but the start England have put on here, you know, where is that inspiration coming from? Who is going to take ownership of this situation for India? Siraj over the wicket. Oh, another inside edge back onto his pads. I think Crawley is most dangerous after he's hit a 4.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. I mean, if I was coaching any bowlers against Zach Crawley, I'd say, right, bowl him 6 or 4, he's outside off stump. You know, he will get 20 between sort of 18 and 22. But I'll tell you what, you'll get him out. And if you ask any bowler that's playing international cricket, if you offer 22 runs to a consistently an opening batter, and you'll get their wicket, I mean, a bowler would take that every single day.
Can I just talk briefly, because we're coming up to tea? One of my problems with India has been the way they've changed the way they've been thinking about the makeup of their team, from Sudarshan at 3 in the first test and Karan Nair at 6. Siraj again, and it's on the pads and clipped away for another single. Duckett moves to 43. Krishna and Thakur. Then fast forward to the second test, and it's Sudarshan goes, and they've got a new number 3 in Nair. Thakur's dropped.
Ready.
And then they bring in Reddy for the third test, because Sundar came in for the second one, I think. And then Reddy's obviously injured, so, you know, I understand why Thakur's playing in this test match. But, you know, why isn't Krishna playing?
That would be the question I'd love to ask Gautam Gambhir. Why is Krishna not playing over, especially on a pitch which is bouncing?
Siraj in, and Crawley defending up to mid-on.
It might be slow, but it's bouncing. So Krishna will be, you know, if you're going to play Thakur, you've got Thakur and Kambodge, who are very, very similar in stature. You don't need them both, and if Thakur can bat, you might as well have your big, tall, fast bowler. I mean, but this is nothing new, though, John. In the last sort of 2 or 3 tours that India have been to England, I think there's been some head-scratching moments in some of their selections. Was it the last tour, the one before they didn't pick Jadeja, and then Ashwin didn't play the one before that, and you're scratching your head going, these are your best players, why are you not playing them? And I think sometimes that what we think is logical is not always when it goes in the Indian dressing room.
Last ball of the session, it's pushed into mid-wicket by Crawley, who moves to 33, and that absolutely has been England's session. India starting at 321 for 6, bowled out for 358. We figured that was a decent score. I'm not sure we do now. 77 without loss, England, after just 14 overs. Crawley 33 from 44. He was given a testing couple of overs by Bumrah, and there was a couple of inside edges from Siraj, but he's looked okay. You expect that. Duckett has been almost flawless. Duckett goes in 43 not out, and we'll come back out again with England trailing by just 281. I'm just looking over my shoulder to see if Manners is in position, ready to chat to Shil Berry from the Daily Telegraph. Article today, is he the first 500 man? 500 test matches he's reached here at Old Trafford. There's a book on the way, an article in the paper if you want to head over there and check it out. But we've got our own man who's seen a few test matches. I'm not sure he's quite reached 500, has he, Manners? But we'll find out. All going well, you know. Might have another 200, 300 left in him, the way he jets around the world following cricket. Either way, it is tea here at Old Trafford. Don't go anywhere. Very shortly, Neil Manthorp sitting down with Shield Berry from the Daily Telegraph about reaching 500. Not out.
Welcome to the tea break here at Old Trafford on the second day of the fourth test between England and India, and it also happens to be the occasion of the 500th test match for our dear friend Shield Berry, senior cricket writer for the Daily Telegraph for many years and now honorary senior cricket writer. Shield, 500 test matches. This is an extraordinary number. I mean, 495 of them England, 5 involving other teams.
No, 500 England now. 500 England now.
Oh, right.
Plus 5 other.
Oh, so it's actually 505 test matches.
Yeah, I clocked 500 tests in all in Rawalpindi last October.
So many changes over the years. The first one back in 1973, and that was before my time. You've obviously written about all the changes. I mean, I've only seen a précis. Obviously, I haven't seen a copy of the book. I look forward to my copy, receiving it in the post. But Shield, what I found really interesting was one of the biggest changes in the games of all those you could have pinpointed. You said the use of the helmet, and not primarily as a way of protecting the batsman against fast bowling, short pitch fast bowling, and more the way that play against spin is developed.
Yeah, it's done by that. I mean, I wasn't around. What were you in the mid-Victorian era for overarm bowling when that was introduced? I mean, that was a bit of a change up. But yeah, second to that, I would have thought you'd mentioned the helmet, because all sorts of horizontal shots have come into the game. I mean, not just against spin, but against pace. I mean, I don't think even Richard Pant would be contemplating sweeping Jofra Archer if he didn't have a helmet. He'd have more than a broken foot, put it that way, if he did.
If you look at the spin bowlers over the years, they were in the habit of going for one run and over on helpful pitches, which turning and bouncing, and I suppose uncovered pitches and sticky dogs and the like. Spin bowling was pretty dangerous, and that's why you'd have, I don't know, you could pick half a dozen or several dozen spinners who, used to bowl spells of 20 overs for 20 runs.
Well, you might have met Hugh Tayfield when he was alive. Didn't he go 137 balls without conceding a run when
John Tricos
bowling against England? Yeah, good old Trikes.
And because they didn't play the sweep shot, in case
except for when the ball was going down leg side. I mean that wasn't premeditated.
The top edge into your nose and
so
the dental
it's only
work.
the ball going down the leg side that was automatically swept. But I think probably Alan Knott was beginning to lap and sweep from outside off stump. But certainly if it was straight, then there was no horizontal bat shot contemplated.
He also witnessed the great West Indies side, the barrage of fast bowling, and also another significant change in the game, which is the limit of the bouncer. I mean, I remember the days when England thought that scoring 170 in the day in a test match in the West Indies was quite good, because as Alan Lamb told me many years ago, you could only score off one ball and over. The rest of them were all at head height.
Yeah, I suppose the over rates now are getting back to what they were then, 70 odd in a day. But the West Indies were too shrewd to waste much energy on actual bounces. I mean, it was up into the ribs, fending off, below head height rather than above head height. That was their forte. Obviously limitation, because in the 1990s it went to one bouncer per over, didn't it? And then liberalised to two. But yeah, the great West Indies fast bowlers, I mean, they were pinning you like a butterfly to a board without the ball going over your head.
What characterised the first era? Let's go back to the 1970s when you were a youth yourself. What do you remember that? Because we obviously have the 80s and 90s, and we're going to come on to where Test cricket's going in the 2020s and 2030s. But in the 1970s, what comes to mind immediately?
Well, the absence of limited overs cricket. I mean, the Gillette Cup had just about started, but until 1970 there was no limited overs cricket overseas. It was just in England. So the impact of T20 hadn't yet arrived. That would be one thing. So I mean, everything has changed in T20, but a lot of things we now see in Test cricket and think are new have often been done in the past. I was just thinking today, I mean, India's tail end batting has been the story of this series. I mean, how they lost it at Headingley through poor lower order batting, and then have rallied, including in this game, partly thanks to Rishabh Pant going back out again. But Ray Illingworth, one of the key notes of his captaincy, there haven't been many more successful England captains than Raymond Illingworth, was the tail end batting. He and Alan Knott, he got good runs out of John Snow, that lower order. I think when I was very sad and young, I think I worked out that 40% of England's runs during Illingworth's captaincy came from the last 5 wickets. So almost half came from the lower order. So what's happening now is nothing new in Test cricket.
And then into the 90s and the new millennium, into the 2000s. But even by then, you would have seen huge changes. But there were more to come. The administration, I suppose, and the.
If you want to call it that. At times, that's stretching the point.
Well, and the greater prevalence of money, and the fact that more and more generations of administrators see their job solely, or almost exclusively anyway, to maximise income generation from Test cricket, and therefore the rich getting richer and the poor struggling more and more.
And we're talking about simply the professional sport. I mean, is it morally right that the ICC should ignore amateur cricket, all grassroots cricket? I mean, there are 60 odd million, 70 million people in refugee camps. Is it right for the ICC excuse me, to turn a completely blind eye and say, these people don't matter, we don't have to do anything to promote cricket? And it is such a suitable sport. I mean, I've been to Shatila refugee camp in Beirut about 4 or 5 years ago. This wonderful initiative called Asama, which teaches refugee kids in Beirut maths, Arabic, English and cricket. Those are the 4 subjects on the curriculum, the basic things. So you go to the middle of Beirut and you see high left elbow, ball being pushed back by Syrian refugee kids playing. This is the enormous growth potential of cricket. I mean, Test cricket as pinnacle of the game needs all the support. Fascinating. But what cricket does, more than any other sport, it has the capacity for social inclusion, bringing people together, boys and girls, any religion, non-contact sport, so you don't have fisticuffs flaring up like you would if you played rugby or football. It has this capacity to socially include, and the ICC, I think you have one day a year when it is, for UNICEF, something like that. I mean, it just, makes me weep that there's so much money in professional cricket and not one penny goes into the initiatives which could make the difference for so many lives around the world.
It's not just potential, is it, though, Shield? That you talk about the potential of Test cricket, but we've got a real-life example with Afghanistan. I mean, the game was born in that country in refugee camps in
Pakistan.
In Pakistan, exactly. But we've seen it. It's an incredible story. And administrator said, yeah, it's an incredible story, and wonderful, and we'll support Afghanistan. And then, a couple of months later, walk away and start another T20 franchise tournament because it makes a quick buck.
I say, oh boy, there's not such a thing as women in Afghanistan, is there?
I can't even speak. I can't guarantee the control that I need on air. I mean, the ICC constitution stipulates that every member nation should have equal facilities for men and women, and that doesn't exist, and they just carry on.
But the potential. I mean, if there must be more than one Afghanistan out there that could take to cricket quite so quickly.
So, Shield, what is going to happen then with two-division cricket? I mean, my view is that the second division, teams in the second division won't be able to survive and perhaps won't have the will to survive, to be honest.
Sorry, we're talking a county championship or
No, two divisions of Test cricket now.
Right.
We're talking about the future. I mean, your years of experience, and you over half a century. You've actually watched live over half of England's Test matches, is that?
No. Almost half.
What was it?
500 about. They've played about 1,080, haven't they? Something like that.
And you've done 500 live. It's an incredible. So what is going to happen in the future? What happens if the game continues to be ruled with finances as its primary concern? Almost exclusively, it's the concern of the ICC and the big three, the BCCI and the ECB and Cricket Australia. If they say, well, let's just go 7 teams, first division, Test cricket, the rest can play in the second division, we'll have promotion relegation, but the big three, England, India and Australia, will be immune from relegation.
Yes, that's going to be the death of Test cricket in the second division countries, sooner or later. What I would be advocate is every 2 years to begin with, the top 4 Test countries qualify to come to England maybe in August, when there's 100 allows the opportunity for some real cricket to be played, and each country plays the other 3. And 2 Test matches are going on simultaneously, and I don't see anything wrong with that. And they play against each other, and the winner of that mini league of 3 games is the World Test champions. Therefore, you've got, at the start of the cycle, every team out of the 12 competing to get there with a good chance. I mean, what chances are of West Indies ever getting into the top 2? 0. But getting into the top 4. You've got a couple of home draws and whatever, and it's something that the Afghanistan's going to aspire to as well. Not that they'll ever play a home test in the foreseeable future, but if it's 4 countries going through to the from the qualifying stage to the league stage, mini league in England, then that gives hope to everybody in the cycle.
You listening, ICC? He's a man who knows. Just very quickly back to the humanitarian and social good that cricket, even at club level, but go right up the ladder to Test cricket. The difference that it can make, it's just so underappreciated, even in this country. You look at initiatives like the South Asian Cricket Cricket Academy, and the upliftment and the opportunity, and Freddie Flintoff's documentary, introducing kids to the game.
My colleague Nick Hull did a really good piece up at Durham earlier this season, and the initiatives, you're taking cricket coaching to schools where almost everybody has free meals, and the most deprived backgrounds, but the hope that cricket brings there, we're talking about the poor white working class or unemployed, let alone immigrant communities which are gagging to play cricket, like the Afghans. Yeah, so I mean the social good that can be done without a great deal of money, but with coaching and a few facilities and the enthusiasm, wonderful things can be done.
Just look at the growth of the game in Africa. You know, I mean, the African qualifiers for the T20 World Cup are taking place soon. People don't realise the game is played at a decent level and not at a sort of niche exclusive level in from countries like Botswana, Sudan, Namibia, Uganda. I mean, Namibia obviously, but Uganda, Nigeria, all of those countries, and then the Southeast. East Timor was recently admitted to the ICC. I mean, the game could, if it looked after.
And it doesn't have to be hardball either. I mean, you start with softball, boys playing against girls to the age of 12 or onwards. Just start with that.
All right, let's go back to some specifics of your own test watching, test covering career. We all tend to sort of get a bit nostalgic once we've been covering the game for a few years, and when we were asked what was our favourite game and what was our fastest bowler we saw, we kind of think back to years ago, or decades ago in your case. But one of your favourite tests was 2005, and Mark Wood in St Lucia just a couple of years ago. We had that series on talkSPORT. You remember that as one of your fastest spells you ever saw?
And Harmy was there. It was so nice that he was able to congratulate Mark Wood afterwards. I mean, that spell, I mean, I can see it now. 8 slips. Was it Joe Denley at short leg? And the slips were just so deep, weren't they? And Shimron Hetmeyer was getting pretty deep in the crease as well. I think that's the most vivid, along with Woody at Headingley against Labuschagne when he came out in the Ashes.
And Jofra in the 2019.
And I would say Woody in St Lucia, Woody in Lords, at Headingley in the last Ashes, and then third place Jofra when he came in against Steve Smith, and then Labuschagne at Lords 2019. That would be my 3 quickest spells that I have seen by England bowlers. Obviously there have been others.
A few West Indians. Malcolm Marshall was quite rapid in the early part of his career.
Patrick Patterson. The early part of his career.
We're talking to Shield Berry, honorary senior writer of the Daily Telegraph, whose book 500 Declared is to be published on the 7th of October by Bloomsbury. So look out for that. 500 Declared, 500 England Test matches, 505 in all. Just for loving highlights. So favourite innings, give us some more highlights. Most memorable matches.
Well, favourite innings got to be Ben Stokes' 135 at Headingley, because it was perfect defence, then perfect attack. This is England players. Graham Gooch when he got 150 odd against the West Indies at Headingley. Ball moving all over the place in 1991. I mean, that's still the highest proportion of runs ever made in an England innings. It'll be up there. Beefy, his Old Trafford 118. That would be probably my third choice.
Okay, finally.
To think that the ball was whizzing over there into what was the Warwick Road station only 44 years ago. It seems like yesterday.
Shieldberry, just before the players are on the field, 77 without loss. England made a flying start. So you can take up to 30 seconds if you like, or you can just be a yes or no. Bazball. Yes or no?
Yes, please.
Good, isn't it?
Yes, as long as it's there's a bit of common sense going in there somewhere. But as a starting point for Test cricket, wonderful.
It's brilliant. I love it. It's been such a breath of fresh air. Thank you very much indeed, Shield. It's been a real pleasure, as I said. 500 Declared, published on the 7th of October.
Thank you very much, Neil, for inviting me on the programme.
You notice we didn't talk about corruption. We save that for another time, shall we? I think Shield and I used to we collaborated together on a couple of stories when corruption was rife in the game. Okay, first ball is bowled by Shardul Thakur after the tea break, and it's left alone by Zach Crawley. 77 without loss, England. Crawley 33, Duckett on 43. As I said, a flying start being made by England in reply to India's 358 all out. 14 overs, that's all, that have been bowled. And as I say, Shardul Thakur with the first over. It's his first over, and it's the first over after tea. Up to the crease and bowls edged, and it's beaten Shubman Gill in the gully. It's actually Sai Sudarshan in the gully, and it's down to the boundary. A cheer as the chase by Ravi Jadeja is in the slip cordon. I haven't seen that for a very long time. It's Jadeja. No, it's KL Rahul. Beg your pardon. Who does the chasing down to the boundary? Dives forward, tries to scoop it back, and just fails. And hence the applause of the cheering of the crowd. I'm not supposed to be on commentary duty here, but I was enjoying chatting to Shiel Berry so much that I've done a couple of balls for you, Jon Norman.
We're never on air together, Manners.
This is maybe one of the first times.
And probably the last. Probably not the last. Do you do this one?
Pushed away by Crawley up towards mid-off. Unless one of us is an injury replacement, that's or a concussion substitute, we're never going to work together.
We're not. Or someone just forgets to come in, which is more likely. 81 without loss. I said to Harmy during the tea break whilst listening to that interview, which will be available on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel and via the following on podcast feed. Feels like it's this session. Is this the session that sees England sail away into the distance with the series? Unless India take 4 wickets in the next 2 hours, I say yes. Crawley will take this delivery, which is on the pads, and plays it fine. That, though, was the kind of delivery where if he misses, he's in trouble. Unlike a lot of the other ones that were clipped fine towards the boundary.
Yeah, I'd agree with you, John, I think. And I think it would have to be wickets, because I don't see how India with this bowling attack can stem the tide unless Jadeja comes on and gets a little bit of assistance, or Sundar comes on. The way the Indian bowlers have bowled so far, I can't see any of them stopping England scoring runs. So the only way they can do that, put a couple of dots together, build a bit of pressure and try and take a wicket.
2 slips and a gully in place, and there's Duckett reaching. I think Jaiswal might have just got fingertips on this at cover. Either way, it hasn't reached the boundary, and just a little miscommunication possibly. No, I think it's just a slow outfield, isn't it, again? Yeah, otherwise that would have reached the boundary.
Yeah, slow outfield. I think we've seen that when KL chased one there down to the 3rd boundary. But again, England, this is what they're very good at. Manners asked Shiel Berry before about Bazball. The characteristics of Bazball: when you bowl a good ball, we'll get a single. When you bowl a decent, a not so good ball, we might get 2 or 3. If you bowl a really bad ball or a Rankong hop, we will punish you by scoring boundaries.
Over the wickets it comes Thakur, and Crawley on the up trying to drive, but doesn't time this, and it's fielded. I'd say that was a decent over, though.
On for 7.
Yeah, that's the problem,
on for
isn't
7.
it? How do India wrest control? Well, first off, they need their premier bowler, Jasprit Bumrah, to bowl much better than what we saw in his first spell, and he's switched ends. It is Bumrah who's going to bowl. I think the seriousness of the situation means that he's going to be bowling. He's switched ends. He's going to come from the Sir Jimmy Anderson end.
The wind's got stronger, but it looks as though it's coming from that end, where before it was going over sort of our right shoulder across the ground. Now you look at the flag right above the pavilion, they're blowing very, very hard towards us. So from Bumrah's end, it's downwind.
Well, let's see if that falls in India's favour. It's a hazy day. It's a nice day. It's a nice summer's day. It's crisp, it's blustery, and Bumrah is in, and he's bowled 2 straight to Duckett first up, and Duckett gets off the strike with a little clip down to fine leg. Duckett moves to 47, and the score moves to 86 without loss. India need wickets, and England can be quite happy just to tick along as they are. They don't tick along though, do they? They go at a canter. Still got a lot of overs left today. which we're bringing you on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. 41 overs remaining. We of course won't get that in. We made up the time that we lost during that last session, didn't we? Because we lost 10 minutes before lunch, but then there was that session was extended by 10. So we're not going to go past 6:30 here in the UK. And Bumrah is in. It's a touch short, and it's left alone by Zach Crawley. Listening to Shield and Manners, what's the greatest thing you've ever seen, either on the field or watching on from the commentary box?
I think memories from playing. I mean, Lara broke the world record, and I wouldn't say it was great because of the magnitude of the amount of runs and volume he got. Probably Sachin in Chennai, and we're going back after the terrorist attack.
Here comes Bumrah. He's past the stumps and left alone. This keeps a touch low, bounces before it's taken by Jarrell behind the stumps.
I'm trying to think of too many more. You talk about great moments.
KP at the Oval.
KP at the Oval. Brett Lee bowled a spell in a white ball game at MCG.
Steve Waugh at the SCG.
Yeah, Steve Waugh's probably up there, SCG. But Brett Lee bowled a spell. He got 4 wickets in about, it was literally 15 minutes to win the game. England were winning the game comfortably, and he bowled 4 Yorkers, and we still haven't seen them yet.
Here is Bumrah, and it's left alone again. Maybe at the end of today we're going to be looking back at Jasprit Bumrah taking a 7 for.
Yeah, Jasprit Bumrah possibly.
Remember that, turning the entire series on its head, bringing India back into the equation.
I'm trying to think of many more, but I think the greatest and the most special thing I've ever seen on a cricket field was, and it will never, I don't think it'll ever be repeated, and what Ben did at Headingley.
Yeah, I agree. I was there for that, and I will never ever forget it. Here is Bumrah, and Crawley comes forward and defends. One of the reasons they only wanted to play Bumrah in 3 Test matches was because to give him a proper break between. If India lose this one, then we won't see him again. Then you just have to wonder what bowling attack are they going to put out there.
Yeah,
especially if Akashdeep can't come back.
Akashdeep can't come back. You'd say Krishna come back for the Oval where tennis ball bounce.
Arshdeep Singh might be able to bowl.
Yeah, he's been on the field in the mornings, so they might have him. But I mean, what they've got here doesn't look as though that might go down to the Oval.
Bumrah again, and Crawley watchfully playing and pushing out to cover. End of the over, and England have got through the first 2 overs after the tea break. 86 without loss, and Thakur is going to continue. I wonder whether I wonder how many overs they're going to give Thakur. I just wonder whether they want to just see if there's anything. If we're going to see the spin, which end do you think it's going to come at?
I think possibly after Bumrah, from Bumrah's end, but then you wouldn't want your fast bowlers running into the wind. I think at the end that Dawson bowled from, there was a little bit of assistance, so I'm trying to see if there's any footmarks. If there's not really much have disturbed the actual playing surface.
Here is Thakur. He's in, and Duckett for the 2nd over in a row gets a single, square of the wicket on the leg side, and comes through for a single, and that will bring Crawley back on strike. But again, I don't know what it is about Duckett. I've never seen so many deliveries aimed at, so far down the leg side.
Yeah, they're trying not to give him width outside of stump on.
But they're missing that by a long way.
But it's more shape than anything else. So the ball's moving, the ball's shaping, it's swinging a little bit. So their starting lines, they're frightened of the starting line 2 far outside of stump, just in case it doesn't come back.
Here's Thakur, and this one bounces a bit more than Zach Crawley expects. Morning Morkel's being picked up, the bowling coach of India, and you just know that he's being talked about, or rather the bowling is being talked about by the TV, right?
The bowling's been talked about. I spoke to Mona yesterday morning on the field. And I was just asking him how the bowlers were, and he was obviously mentioning Akashdeep is not going to be in. He says they've pulled up 2 tough games at Edgbaston and at Lord's, and he said that pulled up very, very well.
Yes, Thakur again, swing and a miss from Crawley. That was a poor shot. Didn't go too far past the outside edge, and there's no foot movement. He's trying to cut the ball, but misses.
Trying to hit it too hard. That was just lost his shape, leant back as he's trying to hit it too hard. Seen there was a little bit of width on offer.
Sun out here at Old Trafford, pretty much the only time in the Test match, and it's come at a good time for England at the start of their innings as Thakur in again. This is pitched up and driven. Siraj will give it a chase. That was in the slot and over-pitched by Thakur, who's bowling at around 79, 80 miles an hour, and it once again brings into the question, why have they picked another bowler who bowls at 79, 80 miles an hour in Cambosh? Why didn't they go with the guy who's bowled 2 Test matches, taken wickets, and can bowl near a 90?
Yeah, that's the thing for me. The Krishna one doesn't make sense. If you're going to pick Thakur, you've got to pick Krishna or Kuldeep. And Kuldeep's not the one to pick, so go with Krishna. He's expensive, but he gets wickets.
Here is Thakur, strays on the pads, easy single to deep square leg. You would be tearing your hair out. I'm sure you are if you're an India fan listening or watching to this on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, but if you're an England fan, happy days. Another partnership that's pushing 100. What do these two average for first wicket? Let's find out, shall we? I'm sure Gary Morgan would tell us.
They'll average quite a lot if they face this bowling attack on a regular basis. Even the great Jasprit Bumrah's had a struggle this afternoon to bowl at Crawley and Duckett, and it is the adjustments of lines and lengths, different batters.
Thakur's ears, swing and a miss from Duckett. This is just a touch wide. It was there to be hit actually, and Duckett chased it a bit too wide. Well, it wasn't really that good a ball, to be honest. But Duckett overhit himself. Wasn't quite the length, but that's the end of the over. 14 runs coming from Thakur's first 2 overs, and he hasn't been close to being the worst bowling spell that we've seen from India in this very short innings so far. Watching India bat at times, it's been like grinding your own teeth. They've been very watchful, very defensive. They've taken time out of the game. They've batted at quite a low strike rate. They've tried to put... It's been old-fashioned, really, but it's almost like they expect that method to eventually work.
Yeah.
You know, just because it always has done. But this isn't how England play. That run chase at Headingley would tell you. It didn't go their way at Edgbaston, but... 22-run win looks close at Lord's, but actually it wasn't close, was it? Here's Bumrah, and Jarrell fumbles behind the stumps, but it's actually a decent bit of fielding just to prevent the ball from going between he and first slip. It swung actually, but it swung a bit too late to make any difference, and it was too short as well. Crawley seems to have faced a lot more from Bumrah than Duckett had to. Duckett got that over from Cambosh first up, didn't he? Got him up and underway quite sweetly.
Good head start, wasn't it?
It was. All of India needs something from Bumrah. He's in, too short again. So he's not bowling down the leg side so much, but now he's bowling too short and too wide.
Yeah, and I think that obviously the plan here would be to have Zach Crawley leave a few, because like you said before, Zach Crawley is very, very vulnerable when he's hit a couple of boundaries. Bumble on the screen, Paul Allott, Neil Fairbrother.
Oh, he's on the phone, Harv. Is he calling you?
I don't think so. His wife, Ord, next to him. Paul Allott's daughter, I think, is next to
leading edge with Crawley trying to play towards mid-wicket, and it goes out to Jaiswal at backward point, but along the ground. That's better.
It is, and it's set up though, isn't it? He's bowled a couple of balls back of a length, and he's tried to bowl the full ball. But you say it's better, but it's not in the right area. It's going down leg side. It's not come back. You can see the seams ready for him to come back. He's got to get that on off stump, outside off stump, and sit Zach Crawley vulnerable when he's trying to hit it through sort of extra cover. He's not vulnerable when he's trying to hit it through mid-wicket.
Here he comes again, and he strays onto the pads, and you know what happens then? No one out on the boundary. 4 more to the score. England move to 96 without loss. He's got the line wrong again as Bumrah.
Yeah, it's just, you can see what the plan is. They're trying to bowl a couple of balls back of a length, and then a couple of full balls on, trying giving Zach Crawley a drive. But unfortunately, what they're doing is the back of the length balls, they're keeping the same line when they're trying to go fuller. So because of that, the ball's going too much onto the pad as opposed to readjusting your line to go an outside off stump.
Here comes Bumrah, and it's left alone by Zach Crawley. And what would concern me is, seems like the fielders are trying to give Bumrah a little bit of a more. I can understand them clapping and cheering on Camboge to try and give him a bit of confidence. Not Jasprit Bumrah.
Yeah, he just looks off a little bit, doesn't he? He looks out of rhythm. Whether it's a heavier outfield, having to work a lot harder. And this is his 3rd Test match out of 4. Just having a little bit of a tired body. I know they've had plenty of day of batting.
85 miles an hour he's hitting at the moment as Crawley edges this to Ghali. It drops short of Sai Siddharthan. He fumbles, and then KL Rahul fumbles, and that is the end of the over. No run. 18 overs in then. England 96 without loss. They trail by 262. Shall I just zip through the county scores?
Yeah.
I'm sure people out there will be interested to hear.
Before you do, I would take Jasprit Bumrah off now. I'd bowl Jadeja now.
I would.
And just keep Bumrah for if England get a wicket to bring him straight into the attack when he's fresh.
I totally agree. Durham, what was your take on the Durham-Somerset game, by the way? Not so much the game itself. It was over in 2 days.
Pitch looks horrendous.
There was Ian Botham was quite vocal about the state of it.
I was quite intrigued by that. Wondering where the Lord was watching from. He was very vocal on it. He's not normally. He doesn't normally watch Durham.
He's a Somerset and Durham legend, of course, and England. This is a nice shot from Ben Duckett, who comes back for 2 as well. He's going to reach 50 here at Old Trafford, and in quick time, guiding the ball through backward point. Raises the bat up to the dressing room. A little look to the stands, where the crowd are getting into good voice here in the temporary permanent stand. And there's runs to be scored, and Ben Duckett wants them. 15th Test at 50 in 37 matches with 600, so he's going past 50, 1 match in 2.
Yeah, it was fantastic bit of batting from both of them, to be fair. Hopefully Zach can get his soon, but it really has been a great partnership, and Ben is just going from strength to strength in his Test career.
In again, and this time can't get the ball past Ghali. So yeah, so Durham and Somerset and England legend and Yeovil Town.
And a stand named after him at Taunton.
And Scunthorpe, of course, football team. Set Ian Botham, Lord Beefy, wasn't happy with the state of the pitch.
No, he wasn't.
Taunton. I mean, it does happen once a season. People have to moan about the state of the pitch at Taunton. But
yeah.
I mean, I have walked past park pitches in South London that look better than the one that I saw peering out from social media, but it was just one photo, and both teams have to play on it and whatever. Somerset did win that match by 5 wickets. They're on a good run actually. Pulled straight, and Crawley's been sent back. Siraj can't claim the boy. Crawley would have got back anyway. The big 2 games in Division. No, that's not quite true. There's a lot of big games.
Big games at the.
There's both sides,
bottom,
right?
Yeah.
And Nottinghamshire, who hit 578 for 8 declared after being inserted, and they were 30 for 2 at one stage. That's good going. Hampshire 274 for 5. So that's just after tea. So you'd imagine if Hampshire get past the follow-on target, then a draw is assured.
So that's a draw.
Nottinghamshire will hope to take those last 5 wickets and then bowl the bat again, but that's defended back to the bowler, Thakur. No run from the bat of Ben Duckett. Sussex against Essex. Sussex trailed by 97 with 7 wickets in hand. So it could be a result there. Yorkshire and Surrey is looking like a draw with 4 sessions to go. Yorkshire would need to take 18 Surrey wickets after Surrey took 6 wickets over the course of about 2 days. Oh, that's cut, and that is a fine shot from Duckett. It's not gone behind square, it's gone in front of it. It's actually gone, it's almost gone through cover point and away to the boundary. What a shot that was by Ben Duckett. Moves to 54 and the score 102 without loss. England, another 100-run partnership for Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley at the top of the order for England.
Brilliant partnership for England and a fantastic shot. It's actually a sort of a Mickey-taking shot, really. It's a benefit match shot, that. It really is. I mean, that's just dispatched with complete ease. And
Thakur is in again and defended. Yeah, he's almost played with the full face of the bat through cover point on the cut.
Yeah, it's like an arrogance type to it, wasn't it?
Back foot check drive cut.
Yeah, and there was an arrogance to that shot. Really was. It's like, you're not good enough to bowl to me. I mean, Kevin Peterson used to play shots like that all the time and then look down. You know, you look like that to some of his teammates, but he would look down to the opposition as to say, you shouldn't be on the same field as me.
Duckett and Crawley average 44.88 in 53 innings together before this partnership or during it. Crawley it is though, and no change in the bowling for India. It's Jasprit Bumrah who is set to continue. And he's coming in now with Zach Crawley with his bat raised high. And how many times has Crawley just been happy to let one go through to the keeper, Jarrell? And again, it's bounced maybe 2 times before he's taken it. Well, bounced once, but he had to lean forward to take it.
Yeah, there's just something not quite clicking with Jasprit here. And you got, with him only having so many overs to bowl, I think I'd save them for when India get a wicket, India get a breakthrough, and make it difficult for the next man coming in and bring Bumrah back on then.
Yeah, but they need that wicket first, don't they? Trumpeter is awake, and again, it's in the channel, in the corridor, but it bounces before it reaches Jarrell. We didn't see that happen when England were bowling, did we?
No, we didn't.
I mean, Jamie Smith was flying left and right for some of those wayward ones, but it didn't. I can't remember him taking it on the bounce.
Yeah, a couple of times on the bounce, but not as many times as what there has been in the sort of this short session. That's from Jasprit Bumrah. So yeah, I mean, I wonder if the ball England are getting a good ball and India are getting a bad ball. That's now gone really, really soft.
This is straighter from Bumrah, forcing a shot from Crawley, but on, easy pace, and it's just pushed out to the covers. No run. What are the other scores? Worcestershire, Warwickshire. Now this is a match that could turn the table on its head. Worcestershire lead by 358 at tea on day 3 against Warwickshire, who were bowled out early or cheaply for 184. Worcestershire win that game, Harmy. Let's have a quick look at the table, actually. Because they lost the first, 6 out of the first 7 left. And good carry this time. Good carry has been part of this game for a day and a half. And now it seems somewhat of a surprise when there's decent carry.
It is, yeah. Shubman Gill's going to have a conversation with Jasprit Bumrah. I'm not sure what this is from a field position point of view, whether he's asking him if he wants another slip, or he wants the man at extra cover to stay there catching, or he wants him to go back on the ring.
We shall see. If Worcestershire win that game and Yorkshire don't beat Surrey, then Worcestershire are going to be up with Yorkshire and Essex. They're basically...
Essex could win that game.
I tell you
So
what,
they could go
it's going to
above
be
Durham.
very, very close. Somerset suddenly are up back where they could be dreaming of winning the championship again. Here is Bumrah, and it's fielded by Bumrah as well because it's hit quite straight by Crawley. It's a very, very competitive county championship this year, Division 1. Go on, and who's going to go down? Who are the two to go down?
Well, I think Durham have just been dragged straight into that. I still think Worcester will go down, unfortunately. My big mate Ashley Giles, who's got a book coming out very, very soon, which will be a very, very entertaining and a very good read. But I'm expecting Worcester to go down with, do you know what? I still think the big white rose, I still think they're in trouble. I still think Yorkshire could be the ones that go, and Yorkshire, Durham, Essex.
Bumrah is in, and once again, Crawley, not given any width to play with, is happy to prop forward and push it back to the bowler. Is that the last we'll see of Bumrah for a while? He's only bowled the 3 overs since the tea break, so he might have one more in him. I'd like to see a bit of spin now. I'm not seeing anything really that is threatening these two batters. From Thakur, who's given umpire Rod Tucker his jumper and dark blue hat or cap. He's walking to his mark, scraping at the floor. Duckett and Crawley in the middle of the park having a little chat. And here we go again. Right, so we've got 2 slips. Second slip is a touch wide. There's Gully. Deep backward point. There's a cover fielder mid-off who's a touch deeper than mid-on. Deep square leg and fine leg. And Thakur around the wicket, and Duckett sets off for a single. First ball. Kind of been there before.
Yeah, and this is the challenge that India had in the first test match when England batted really well, and probably the only time that Duckett and Crawley in this series have put a big partnership on was when India were sort of clueless towards how to stop a single and getting their angles right and having their fielders in the right place. There, not a bad ball, decent length, possibly a bit too short, very good line, just cramping Ben Duckett for room, but he just blocked it into the ground and getting a single. And now if you don't get your line and length right, Crawley can punish it.
Thakur driving, and it's in the air a touch from Crawley. Actually, the fielding is brilliant from Jadeja down there, because that looked like 2 runs all day long. But it's just the one down to deep backward point, and Crawley moves to 48, 104 without loss, England.
In there, that should have been punished. Tack just leant back on it, trying to hit it on the top of its bounce, and just because his weight transfer was back, he opened the face, and heart would have been in his mouth for a second ball going flying towards Gully. Again, the field spreads for Ben Duckett. It's an easy single for Ben Duckett.
Here is Thakur in again, and Duckett easy as you like with the field spread on the leg side, and the ball a touch too straight. There's a single there all day long through mid-wicket, and Duckett moves to 56, 105 without loss.
And again, it's just another comfortable, easy single. Get your angles right, get your players in to save one. I'd rather give, it sounds stupid, I'd rather give them 2 than 1, because if you give them 2, you're bowling the same batter. If you give them 1, your lines and lengths have to alter so much when these 2 are going well. It's more difficult as a bowler.
Jarrod Kimber, and driving is Crawley, and straight to the fielder at cover. And it's taken on the full. Who is that there?
Washington Sundar.
Sundar. How long will it be until we see some spin? I think it might be the next over. Haven't seen Mohammad Siraj since the tea break. He led an impassioned play for leg before wicket. He got one to nip back into Crawley, whose shouldered arms has struck on the pad. We've seen India succumb a couple of times to that mode of dismissal throughout the series, and stands back and cuts this. And Jadeja at deep backward point can't see it, doesn't know where it's going. Essentially it's going through Gully and away for 4, and Zach Crawley has 50 here at Old Trafford. It was a touch short from Thakur, it was wide, it was at 80 miles an hour, Crawley said, "Thank you very much." And England moved to 109 without loss.
Another poor delivery, another ball which, again, the readjustment to the lines, the length, just nowhere near good enough from India's point of view, and Zach's capitalised on that. He's batted beautifully. India have bowled poorly here, but England have batted brilliantly because they've put pressure on. They've been rotation of strike, put pressure on, and made India bowl bad balls, and boy, have they punished them. Well played, Zach Crawley.
Here is Thakur again, and this time it's a touch straighter on off stump, and it forces Crawley to come forward and play defensively, and that is the end of the over. I think you might be off, Harmy. Thank you for your stint. Harmy will be back. And Jarrod Kimber's coming in. What can India do? Well, they can keep going with Jasprit Bumrah. We're going to see another over. Jarrod, I mean, they're down on a few players, and another day Arshdeep Singh might be playing, Akash Deep might be playing, Nitish Reddy might be playing, Mohammad Shami might be playing. Have I missed one? But Pankaj Singh. He's just untangling himself and at the same time tangling me.
I've managed to make it worse, so I'm just going to leave it now.
Yeah, let's just go with that.
I do trip on it every time I come out.
We'll sort it out after the series. Here is Bumrah with India in need of inspiration. Duckett has got off strike, first ball of I don't know how many overs, and he's done it again. He's pushed this into the covers, and he moves to 56. The score 110 without loss, 57 actually. What do India do, Jarrod? I mean, have you been surprised by how poor they've been with the new ball? Have you been surprised by how little the ball's moved? And can you
all of these things?
Can you tell me, after a day or 5 sessions where the ball has carried almost too well, it's suddenly bouncing before it reaches the keeper, Jarrell? On the pads, there's a little appeal for a leg before, but nothing given, and the two batters cross for a leg by. 111 without loss.
Well, that one kept low again, I think. I knew you were going to move right in front of the screen as I saw it, but that one kept a little bit low. How you doing with your chords now? But yeah, it's the ball not moving. There's a little part of me that just thinks, well, maybe they just picked a ball. That sometimes these things happen, and that's fine. The fact that they bowled outside of Ben Duckett's leg stump over and over again, that's
Both
got nothing
bowlers.
to do with the ball, does it?
Normally, when there's a premier fast bowler and one that's new to the scene, as Duckett comes forward and pushes this out to the covers, no run, the premier bowler hits his mark. The new bowler struggles, and then over a period of time, the new bowler kind of inches up towards where the premier bowler is, or he doesn't, and he gets whipped out the attack. That bit happened, but Bumrah seemed to actually go down in level. He bowled a really good first over to Zach Crawley, and then I think the most threatening I've seen was Mohammad Suresh to Zach Crawley for a couple of overs. Most un-Jasprit Bumrah-like. Beaten this time, though, is Ben Duckett, and there surely is the length.
Well, it's definitely...
And the line.
Well, he's not outside leg stump. Now the ball's moving. Shardul came on first ball, and I was sitting next to Charlie Reynolds in the press box, and I said, watch this. First ball swing around corners. It just went like a banana. Some of that is just the slower bowler, of course, and everything else. But the lacquer hat's come off a little bit now, so they should get a bit more movement. But
the ball's 22 overs old.
well, that's the other problem now is that if this gets soft, what are they going to be bowling with?
I don't know, but I think it's a problem, isn't it? Touch pitched up and forward and defended is Ben Duckett. I'm also surprised we haven't seen any spin, if only just to try and maintain some control. Because the runs have just... I mean, if you look at the England scorecard, I did make this point before, but Bryden Castle were all a bit, wasn't quite there. You know, 24 overs or whatever he bowled, he went at 3.3.
Yeah.
You know? And you look around the Indians, Bumrah's going at 3.2, fine. Everybody else is going at over 5.5. Beaten this time, Duckett. That's a good delivery. Again, he's dragging Duckett forward, and there is a bit of movement. Duckett's forced to play. He's coming in on off stump, maintains the line, doesn't go chasing, and he's just going to accept that every now and again a ball is going to go past the outside edge. That's what happened a lot when India batted, and it's not something we've seen that much of since England have come into bat.
No, we just, you know, I was saying to Sid Monga when we were on before that, like, Bryden Cast was seaming the ball sideways at times, and then suddenly the Indians were bowling absolutely dead straight. But a lot of it is also just where they've bowled the ball and everything else. So, look, it's been very dispiriting, I think, for them. They could still fight back. I don't think it's over yet, but if you're thinking England should make a big score on this unless the pitch deteriorates at this point.
I figure that India need 4 wickets tonight because England bats so deep and they bat so quickly.
7. How about 7?
8.
12 wickets tonight.
But they haven't gone past the follow-on target yet, have
That's
they?
all I'm saying.
Crawley jabs the bat down. This seems to hurry him just a touch. Winviz is saying a draw is at 11%. The weather forecast looks pretty good for the next 3 days. For this to be a draw, for this to be a draw, England would have to bat too long, and then India. Remember, India need to win.
I was going to say that, yeah. I don't really see how it's going to be a draw.
How it would be a draw. How would it be a draw? England would have to. I can't work that one out. Well, we've got plenty of time. On the pads and clipped away. 4 more runs. Shardul Thakur has gone for 31, and again, as soon as this ball slants in on middle and leg, especially against a batter like Zach Crawley, can just come forward. It's only going in one direction. And the other strange thing, when you consider how many runs have come from that part of the field, is, you know, there's no fine leg, it's more deep backward square leg. So there's no chance of them catching it, stopping the ball. And again, this is a touch straighter back to the bowler and fielded. I mean, Jadeja's not going at 8 and over, is he?
No.
He might not take many wickets, but he's not going at 8 and over.
I don't mind them leaving Shardul on because he's beaten the bat quite a bit and he is swinging it. And Bumrah's in a good spell at the moment. So I can understand right at the moment why they're not going to spin, but they're going to have to make that decision pretty soon.
They are, because Bumrah bowled 5 overs in his first spell and he's bowled 4. And Shardul Thakur is going at 7 and over.
Another edge.
Outside edge, through vacant third slip and down to the boundary. This, though, was a better delivery from Thakur. It was in and around 4th stump. It was a genuine outside edge. But when you're going at 7.5 and over, you don't have third slip.
Is that Shubman Gill getting booed under the point?
Was it? Well, there's what's over there. Over
No. Whoever just
when he ran to get the ball.
Yeah, I'm assuming. I'm trying to work out what I can't actually pick up what the crowd was going on about then.
Well, it was Sai Darson, wasn't it, who went to field the ball?
Oh, well, then I'm more confused.
Here is Thakur, and it's pitched up and driven back to the bowler. So 35 runs coming from Thakur's 4.4 overs, and he might be swinging it a bit, but he's still going at 7.5 and over. And England are 119 without loss. Can you remember that story that came from the last time these two teams met, when Ollie Pope reverse swept his way to that 196 and England somehow...
I can, because it's in my book.
Yes, well, I've heard you talk about it once or twice. Pushed up to mid on, no run. And how Rahul Dravid, after that test match, was like, oh my days, are they actually going to do this? They might well be right. this way that they're going about things. It's like, could this actually beat us here in India? And then they were like, oh, actually no, because if you look at the false percentage shot, it's so ridiculous. He's just had a day out, and if we just carry on doing what we're doing, we'll win the series.
I think even you can hear Rohit during that innings keep saying, we're not moving him, man, he can't keep doing this, and he just keeps doing it.
Yeah, right. I just get the feeling with Gough and Gambhir in India now, they're just like, no, listen, if we score runs in first innings, then we will win the game, because that's what's happened in the history of Test cricket. Look at their scores in first innings. Today's score, or this innings score, 358, that's their lowest score in first innings in this series. But it's not really working out that way, is it? 119 without loss, England.
If you're wondering why there's a break, so are we. There's about 3 or 4 different conferences going on here, none of which made any sense to me, but...
Well, that is how cricket grounds make money these days.
They do a lot of events, don't they, at their point? I think even the football club does, don't they? It's a very... I'm assuming there's some conferences there.
Oh, of course, yeah. And concerts, of course, as first ball of the over. I mean, my spell is about to come to an end, I think, but I'd like to know how many times in this innings Ben Duckett has hit a single to the first ball of an over. He's done it again. England moved to 120 without loss. Duckett moves to 58. Crawley's gone past him. He's 60 not out. England trail by 238.
Joe Root has a really bad record against Jasper Bumrah, and we might bring it up later well, if he faces him today or tomorrow, whenever that may be. But one reason is that Joe Root quite often tries to get off strike against Jasper Bumrah, and that's how he gets himself out. So his defence is fine, his attacking shots are okay, but his ability to rotate is really poor.
Bumrah continuing in the sunshine here in Manchester, and Crawley just eases this through vacant square leg. Ben Duckett has got a single from the first ball 6 times this innings, and Gary Morgan sent us that 9 minutes ago.
So he's done it twice since then?
Yeah. I mean, there's only been 23 overs, of which Zach Crawley, you imagine, would have faced, let's say, half of them, 12 of them. So let's say 8 out of the 12 overs that Ben Duckett has faced, and we're kind of guessing with that, he's got off strike first ball to 8 of them.
Duckett has faced a lot fewer deliveries than Crawley, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Isn't it about 23 less?
It's exactly 23 less. This is short, and too short for Duckett, who couldn't have reached that if he had a little stool out there.
He couldn't have reached out if Zach Crawley was on his shoulders. That ball just got stuck in the wicket. It wasn't given as a wide, though, to be fair, but it just got stuck in the wicket. We saw that. I saw that with Cass and Jofra, both bowled balls like that, where it just came up a little bit weird. I mean, there is something in this pitch, even if it's not happening off the seam. There is some, a little bit of low bounce at one end. We've seen Crawley be hit on the glove at the other end.
I've got a bit of sad news from the world of wrestling. Jasprit Bumrah is in, and this is cut. That kind of squat cut that only Ben Duckett seems to play. I can't think of too many other batters. Hulk Hogan has passed away. Hulk Hogan turned up at talkSPORT once, maybe 10, 15 years ago, and it seemed like it was well after his heyday, and it was. And I didn't know he was there until I went outside and realised that somebody was in the building, because there was hundreds of people outside. I was like, who's here today? It's like Hulk Hogan. Well, sadly, he's passed away. Bumrah has beaten. Oh, I thought he'd taken the edge of Ben Duckett's back, groping forward. And we've seen this 2 or 3 occasions now, not as many times as India would like. He's coming in. He's not angling in onto off stump. He wouldn't go on to hit off stump. Duckett, though, feels he has to play, and it just moves away. See, there's so many times against left-handed batters, don't we? But this time Duckett was coming forward, wasn't he? He was pushing at the ball rather than waiting for it to come, or just maintaining that defensive line. I think I've gone over my spell. We'll see. Defended this time, and Duckett has seen off the over. Might have seen off Bumrah. He's seen off me. It's Manners about to come in, and also Steve Harmison after a haiku from Jarrod Kimber.
No, it's still me. Must still be me.
Right, we'll do 2 haikus then.
I think the only story I know, because I don't know anything about wrestling, the only thing I know about Hulk Hogan is that he's weirdly linked to J.D. Vance, the current Vice President of United States. He was also backed by a guy called Peter Thiel, who is one of the main founders of PayPal. And there was a lawsuit that involved Hulk Hogan, Peter Thiel, and a guy called Bubba the Love Sponge. So I don't know much about wrestling, but I do know that that was a very important moment in US law, and I think a major website in America went broke because of that. And Peter Thiel used some of that power to move forward and ended up backing a vice president and getting quite a cushy relationship with the current president off the back of it. Talking about love sponges, here's Neil Manthorp.
I tried to follow that case.
Do you remember it?
Yeah, I do.
It was incredible, wasn't it?
It was absolutely amazing, and more so for the fact that I didn't really understand the detail. But it was fascinating. Here's Mohammad Siraj continuing, running away from us, and it's whipped away off his pads by Zach Crawley through the leg side. Turn and come back for the second run. I think India believe that they haven't had much rub of the green during this series, and that if there is that feeling, then it would be confirmed by the fact that we've now got the best batting weather of the entire Test match.
But we thought that might happen, Manners. But they didn't bowl well when they had a chance, did they?
They didn't. You know, I was just saying to Harmy off air, medium pace skidders. I mean, Siraj and pushed away defensively by Crawley. Siraj and Bumrah didn't bowl well. I think that was his worst spell.
Yeah. In
the 3 Test matches he's played. Maybe if he'd played all 4. No, being facetious, but I you know, I'm not going to be unkind to Anshul Kamboj, but he and Shardul Thakur are medium pace skidders, really. Whereas I think you need, actually, I know that Bryden Carter's figures aren't great. Ben Stokes's are, but they hit the deck sort of bowlers. Here is Siraj once more. Crawley is forward and pushes it up towards mid-off. It's the kind of...
You might be right, but it doesn't really matter if you're bowling balls down the leg side and half volleys outside off stump as well. Like, you know, Bryden Cars, we talked about how he bowls a lot more full tosses than everyone else, but he was still genuinely getting the ball in the right area over and over again. I don't think you could say that of any of the 4 Indian seamers today.
No, it's been a poor performance.
Is Washington Sundar currently flipped over on himself on the field?
He's like an upturned crab, wasn't he?
Can you do that stretch?
I may be able to get into that position, but whether I'd be able to get out of it again is a different question. Siraj in again. Crawley defends up towards mid-off. He was lying on his back and then had flipped his legs over his head. So, I mean, that is a severe backstretch, that is.
Army used to do the same one before he'd come on to bowl.
He didn't.
And then he had 7 weeks off.
He wouldn't be able to do it now, that's for sure. Crawley 63, Duckett 58. I know Duckett had 24 before Crawley scored his first run. Here is Siraj again, and Crawley's once more forward, treating this one with respect, guiding it up towards mid-off. There's a ripple of recognition going through the press box, Jarrod, of the way Zach Crawley has this uncanny ability to make a score every single time he needs one. When is Crawley going to be drop torque reaches its zenith, and when it's just about to reach a crescendo, then he makes another 80, and you know, looks good doing it.
I think he likes his pitch as well. So, like, he made runs here against Australia too, didn't he?
Well, he averages 60 at Old Trafford, 189 against Australia. That one is driven square of the wicket on the offside, and it's fielded by Jadeja. 123 for none.
Can we say that we both genuinely agree that umpiring decisions are made better now than ever before, and we're pro technology? Would we both say that?
Yeah.
Okay. Crawley's LBW should have been out.
Yeah.
Like, it shouldn't have. Obviously, it was bouncing over. I'm not sure it was going quite as much over as Hawkeye made it suggest, but it was obviously going over the top. I think that's fine. I just think if you leave that ball, you should
When a
just be
bowler
out.
makes you look that silly, he deserves your wicket.
Uh,
But you know, he might say, well, I left it on length. Yeah, it did nip back.
He looked
but
at the screen. I don't know if you saw it. He shook his head at one stage, and I think it was him going, I did not leave it on length. I left it on width. Jadeja's coming on. I didn't even see him fold himself into a crab-like position. Washington Sundar's done all of that warm-up, and he's not coming on.
I think Washington Sundar may have stretched for Jadeja. Such was the intensity of his stretches. Career Ravi Jadeja, he's just so good. His average is under 25, and with the ball, and 34 with the bat. That's driven down the ground by Crawley. First delivery, Jadeja's not wasting any time. Just brilliant figures still. In fact, I think his career average with the bat has just snuck up above 35 on the back of this series for 3 consecutive half centuries. Down the wicket comes Crawley, flick nonchalantly over mid-on, who's halfway back to the boundary and all the way into the old pavilion, or the crowd just in front of the old pavilion for 6. What an effortless flick.
Poor Jon Norman, who's been saying, get the spinners on to control the run rate, and Jadeja's going at 18 runs and over at the moment. It's a beautiful shot, came down. They've got the fielder about 3/4 of the way back.
Well, he was halfway back before that.
Was he?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
thought he
he
was in
was.
the same spot. Oh,
No,
you
he's
might be
gone
right.
deeper.
Yeah, he's gone a bit
He's
deeper.
gone deeper. Jadeja's in again. Crawley nudges this one out to short leg, where it's fielded. But is that Sai Siddharthan in there at short leg? He's a bit tall for that position. Yeah.
He's having a look. Very little is coming off the wicket at the moment for Jadeja. Oh, good shot again.
A little lap sweep from Zach Crawley. He's got 4 more. That's a short man's shot. You don't see too many 6'2" batsmen playing that with quite the subtlety and delicateness. I think it's a substitute fielder at short leg, isn't it? Because obviously Rishabh Pant's not there. Dhruv Jural's keeping wicket. No, it is.
No,
it is
Sai
Sai
Siddharthan.
Siddharthan. Yeah, he looks shorter with shin pads on.
He looks happier to take the helmet off.
He's been. I think he's going to go into a position to
Leg slip.
leg slip. Right. Is that enough to dissuade Zach Crawley from playing the lap sweep?
It should, because he would be caught.
Jadeja in again, down the leg side, and he's flicked it away. It may just have been off the pad. It's going to be 4 more. Jadeja's furious. He's gone for 14 off his first 4 balls. They are leg byes. But I think Jadeja thinks that Siddharthan may have done a bit better at leg slip there. I think that may be a harsh judgment.
He was fully vertical, wasn't he? Maybe he's a bit late. Just having a look, he was a little bit late there, considering it was down the leg side. But it's all right, Ravi. They don't go off your figures. That's all that matters.
England, this flying start made by England has now become a soaring start. Jadeja in again. Crawley pushes it straight back to Jadeja. Crawley's up to 74. Duckett 58's been left behind. He hasn't had much of the strike though, as John was saying. He has taken a single off the first ball of an over for 4 of the last 5 overs. This one is defended. England are 140 without loss. Crawley 74, Duckett 58. And the ground staff are running onto the field now. Not happy with the bowler's footmarks, perhaps. So there are no 12th, 13th and 14th men running on in high-vis vests, but Ravi Jadeja is parsimonious at best. He does not like to concede runs, and I think he's quietly simmering.
Tell me who's bowling the next over.
It's impossible to say. Well, at the moment,
'Cause
Siraj
Washington came over, Siraj has come over, and Shardul's coming over. Okay, it is Siraj. Because we did see Washington stretch, just pointing that out. But
who called the ground staff on? They are now repairing the bowler's footmarks.
I think Siraj did. I think he knew he was coming on, and he asked for them to be fixed before he came on. They're shaving them, Manners. You don't see a lot of shaving. Shaving with the shovel.
It's a cut-off shovel. I think that piece of kit has actually got a name. I think it's a sod turner.
I was going to say, of all people I've ever met, you had to be the person that would know that. It's what we call Manners, old sod turner. The love sponge and the sod turner.
It's a modified peat cutter, so it is a sod turner. But you're quite right. It's lying on its side. It's like, imagine a very small rounded shovel, and they're just scraping away the edges of the...
Just turning the sod. Which I think was also a villain in Superman.
Turning the sod. Look at this start, Jarrod. For some reason, England have been penalised a run, because 2 minutes ago the scoreboard had 140 without loss, and they've now gone back to 139 without loss. Crawley 74, Duckett 58.
It's the only win India have had in a while is that scoreboard going back. It's been grim for them for a little while.
And the weather is absolutely glorious. I mean, this is the brightest sunshine we've had at any stage on the first 2 days. The weather forecast, I did say right from the beginning of play, at the start of play at 11 o'clock, that we were in the lap of the weather gods, because the forecast was very consistent from 11 till 6, in which case it said that there was a 20 to 30% chance of light precipitation throughout that time. Well, there's absolutely no chance of it now.
Now, so they haven't called drinks, but India had 2 people in vest. Arshdeep, I can't say who's with Arshdeep as well. And Rod Tucker's just sent them off the ground.
Good.
We're seeing
more umpiring.
We're seeing infrequent bouts of umpiring in this game. Maybe the ICC have, after 15 years of not being involved, decided that umpires can be involved. Controversial. What happened to Paul Rifle's distant stares?
And Shafadullah's vaguely disinterested glaring. Here's Mohammad Siraj, and Duckett immediately cuts his first ball, late cuts it between second slip and gully for 4. Gee, we're seeing some batting here, and in days gone by you'd have thought, oh, they're playing too many shots here, they need to rein it in, they're going to make a mistake, but that's the conservatism that Bazball has challenged head on. And you know, if you're in 5th gear and in control of the car, then switch to 6th.
They haven't really over-attacked, though, have they? The Crawley shot was interesting, and there was a pull shot from Crawley early on, and maybe one from Duckett that he got in the wrong position. But actually, India have bowled Paul.
And that was just a little too wide, really. I mean, Duckett doesn't need length to play that shot. He just needs width. So even a length ball he can steer there through second slip and gully. Now tucks one off his pads down towards fine leg for another single. And
I'm not sure where you bowl to them now with this pitch being as flat as it is as well. They might have to look at short ball tactics soon, especially if they're going to score off the spinners.
Who's going to do it? There's no Prasid Krishna to sacrifice. Shardul? What? Bold medium pace long hops?
Yeah. England made Ollie Robertson do it at Lord's a couple of years ago.
That's true. But he is taller, at least.
He is at least tall, yeah. It was still a weird decision.
I must say, it says the Indian bowling has been bordering shambolic, as Siraj is in once again, and that's pushed away up towards mid-on. I guess there'll be people looking at this going like, wow, this pitch must have flattened out. Don't think it's changed much in character over...
Well, I think the ball has. I do think it's better for batting now than in any other time in the game.
Well,
but having said that, you're right. A lot of this is self-inflicted by India.
Mohammad Siraj needs... I think sometimes you just think sometimes he's the kind of bowler that responds. He needs a spark. He needs something to upset him, and he does get quite emotional. Crawley now drives with a bat angle at about 45 degrees out towards cover. It's gone straight to the fielder, and there's no run. There have definitely been times I've seen Mohammad Siraj affected adversely by emotion, Jarrod, and you would have as well, and Sid Mongear, who's coming in, has definitely seen Mohammad Siraj simmering in a bad way, but we've also seen him simmer in a very good way.
He can simmer in multiple directions.
Well,
I wonder if
multi-talented simmerer.
I wonder if Mohammad Siraj has ever been angry at Sid Mongear. Why would he not be? would be my question.
Well, if he has been, it wouldn't bother Sid because he's a proper journalist. You don't write for the players. That's driven by Crawley, straight back to the bowler.
It's such an important thing to teach. I remember I had someone recently, a younger person, come to me and go, "Oh, this player's really upset with what I wrote." And I said, "That's okay.
That's probably a good thing
because you've written for it for hundreds of thousands of people, not one. You can't please the players."
Well, you can, but it's irrelevant.
No, but you say that. You can't. I don't think you can even please them, because what happens is, have you ever had a positive review? God, that sounded bad. You've had positive reviews for your books before, and within that positive review, there'll be one negative, and that's the thing that you will end up attaching yourself to. That's what players are exactly the same. But yes, Neil Manthorp, who's written 100 books, has had positive reviews on his books before, not the beer drinking one.
Here's Siraj in once again, and that's pushed away behind square on the offside. One of the books that I wrote was a biography, and the player had possession of the draft copies for a long time, and didn't get. I said, "Have you read it? Have you proofed it? Have you?" And he had, and I said, "Look, the publisher needs it back now. Could you please?" And eventually, it was published, and he said, "Listen, on page 127, you said that I," and I said, "Oh, okay, right. Well, the book's 312 pages long. Whether you're happy with the rest?" Just that one thing.
Is this a wicketkeeper? Have I got too close to the bone on that one?
Former wicketkeeper.
Hello, Sid.
Thanks, Jarrod. 144 without loss. Zach Crawley 74, Ben Duckett on 63. It has really been a remarkable display of batsmanship against bowling that has disappointed. I think it's fair to say. I know it's fair to say. That's a sweep shot from Ben Duckett. Doesn't make contact and goes through to keeper Dhruv Jurel, who's done a lot more keeping. He's probably done more keeping in the last 2 Test matches than any other player who's not earned a cap for either game. Forward comes Ben Duckett, playing that one defensively, pushes it straight back to Mohammad Siraj. Hello, Sid.
At least the 25 buys at Lords don't go under his name.
That's right, of course. Yes, I didn't think about that at the time.
Not that it was his fault, it was quite wayward.
Here is Jadeja once again. Duckett tries again. If once you fail, try again. And he's failed again to make contact, that is. But he gets his pad outside the line of off stump in order to play that sweep shot to eliminate the possibility of LBW. Crawley 74, Duckett 63. India 358 all out. Ben Stokes becoming the 10th England captain to take a fifer. His first as captain, first 5-wicket haul since 2017. Third sweep in a row from Duckett and third miss.
The last one got lodged between the pad and the boot.
He's determined to. He's going to keep doing it until he middles one. There's nobody at 45 degrees. There's a long leg and a deep square leg. Jadeja in, and Duckett decides, actually, I'll play it out to the deep square leg along the ground with a straight bat.
Oh, such an anticlimax.
You wanted him just to carry on, didn't you?
Oh, obviously.
I think we all did.
India will do anything to get a false shot right now. I mean, they've been quite ordinary today. When they were batting,
Jadeja in again, and Crawley drives a little flat-footed, hits the inside half of the bat, looking to drive it through extra cover, but doesn't time it, and it's picked up by Dhruv Jurel. 74 to Crawley, 64 to Ben Duckett. Do carry on.
When India were batting, we were all unanimous in thinking 350 is a good score in these conditions.
I thought par to good.
Yeah, and you never thought that it would be 145 for no loss in 28 overs. They're going at 5 and over without looking frenetic, without having to take risks. There've been easy runs on either side of the wicket even from Bumrah in his first spell. Bumrah's second spell was a big improvement, and he got very close to getting Duckett out, but otherwise there hasn't been much penetration from any of the bowlers. which is quite strange for a team that has had 3 good tests with the ball.
Well, some significant changes of personnel. I mean, it's only Bumrah and Siraj.
Yeah.
No Reddy, Akashdeep. As Siraj continues right arm around the wicket to Ben Duckett, drops it down on the onside and scuttles through for a single, a gentle single. Television cameras are focusing quite a lot on Shubman Gill at the moment, which is always an indication of what the commentators are talking about. Young captain under pressure, what does he do? I can hear Nasser Hussain's voice.
which is always also an indication that the batting team is going at 170 for no loss and not looking like making any mistake anytime soon.
Zach Crawley is, I was just joking with Jarrod Kimber about the ripple of recognition going through our colleagues in the press box about Zach Crawley's. Siraj into him again, and this one is driven sweetly by Crawley, but only as far as cover, fielded by the tall. Is that Prasid Krishna? He's the tallest member of the squad.
No, that was Washington.
That's Washington. Sorry, I thought maybe Prasid had snuck onto the field as a substitute fielder. But yeah, the familiar trait that Crawley seems to have of scoring runs stylishly at just the right time when the murmurs of dropping we're about to reach a crescendo, and then suddenly he produces an innings like this. Here is Siraj again, right up in the block hole, well bowled and well called by Ben Duckett, because all Crawley was doing there was defending and trying to keep that Yorker length delivery out, and it was Duckett that called him through for the run.
So courtesy Matt Roller, my colleague, there are, since the start of last year, that is 2024, only 2 batters have averaged more than 50 against Bumrah. Can you name them?
Well, Crawley?
Yeah, well, that's the obvious one. It's not the obvious one, but because I asked you this question, it has become obvious.
Yeah, so exactly. I would never have got that. I would never have guessed that. And the other one? Duckett.
Constas. Sam Constas, the Australia opener,
but
who cannot seem to score a run against anyone else.
He averaged 7 in the West Indies, didn't he, I think?
Yeah.
Here is Siraj again. Short, pulled by Duckett very powerfully. What a shot. He's rolled the wrist, got on top of it. 2 men out, long leg and deep backward square. And he's smashed it between the 2 of them for 4 more to bring up the 150 opening partnership. It's been quite a display, I must say, and you know, it does beg the question. I've been taught, I think probably harshly said that India's bowling in the last half an hour is bordering shambolic, but the question is, did it actually start off like that, or have they been put under pressure, so much pressure, by the counter-attacking nature of Crawley and Duckett, that they have begun to bowl poorly, and then it's just gone downhill?
Yeah, I think it started a little ordinary because Bumrah bowled a good first over, but after that the first spell from the either end was not good.
Here's Siraj again, and it's angled into the pads and helped on its way down the leg side by Ben Duckett. Crawley 75, Duckett now into the 70s as well. He's 70, Crawley 75, 152 without loss, England, 28.5 overs.
I haven't seen Bumrah slip down the leg side as often as he did in that spell. I can't remember a spell otherwise where he might have bowled that many innocuous leg side balls. And his pace also has been down. I just compared his average pace in first innings of every test match, and it has come down 140 in the first test, 138 in the second, and 134 now.
Siraj into Crawley, and he cut drives this square of the wicket on the offside to Jadeja at backward point. Where do you get that information from?
I asked,
or is that a secret?
I asked my Hawkeye friends and Crickwiz friends.
Crickwiz. Okay. Well, that's significant. That's a significant decrease in pace. I've just been. How many overs did it take India to hit their first 24 boundaries?
Yeah, this has been. It does not make sense, the stark difference in the conditions that you're seeing. You would not expect any pitch to become this easy after India struggled their way to 350. Oh, nice. Somebody running with his posty snack right in front of the side screen as Jadeja is ready to bowl. And now he finds a seat in the stands.
I'm quite pleased that we can't decipher what that chant is that is going around the ground at the moment. It's a football style chant, which is they're rarely complimentary and very often derisory, and very often quite amusing.
Was it aimed at the person who walked in front of the side screen?
Could well be, yeah. In which case,
and they took their own sweet time to get to their seat. They couldn't bear to wait for the over to end.
Here's Jadeja from the old pavilion end, and reverse sweep from Ben Duckett, doesn't make contact. He plays the shot so well, but and he's shown in this series as well, actually, that if he misses a couple, then there's a sort of determination to keep playing it until he middles one. He decides against it now wisely, because it has led to his demise on a couple of occasions. Pushes this one gently away on the onside.
He did sweep Jadeja to distraction at Headingley. Although Jadeja seems to have learnt a little, he's going fuller and wider.
Here's Jadeja again to Crawley now. A little bit too much width outside the off stump. Late cut straight to backward point. Yeah, I mean, he was out to the reverse sweep, wasn't he? But he had got 149 by then.
Yeah, he had done his job by then.
Jadeja in once more. Crawley defends. Producer Scott has deciphered the chant, and he says that it is, to quote him, something along the lines of Mohammad Siraj isn't very good. Down the wicket comes Zach Crawley, driving to long off. He's become the pantomime villain, Mohammad Siraj, and I hope it's fair to say at the end of the over, England move on to 155 without loss. I hope it's fair to say that some of the booing and the jeering has been sort of good-natured. I think, you know, on occasion, players who draw that kind of reaction from crowds in England, there is an underlying backhanded kind of respect, and I think that's the case. I really do.
Even from the players at Lord's, he had that respect after he fought and then got out defending, like he middled that defense and he got out, and immediately the celebrations were not in your face. They didn't go on for too long, and immediately they were there checking on him, consoling him. So I guess, yeah, it's a little similar. Of course, the crowds need somebody to have a go at.
Do you know that Joe Root and Zach Crawley went almost straight to Mohammad Siraj, while Jamie Smith and the other players were engulfing, chasing Shoaib Bashir and celebrating. Root and Crawley,
Root was the first, and then Crawley.
And Crawley followed, and then a little later, Harry Brook had the presence of mind to come and noticed that Siraj was still in the middle and down on his haunches, and there was a strong show of mutual respect. I must tell you that there's a drinks break now, but did you know, well, of course you knew, you wrote the definitive article about it a couple of days ago, about over rates and how they're calculated, and I think I may have had confirmation from reading your article that 4 minutes are set aside for a scheduled drinks break.
Yeah.
And the average time, I'm told by the match officials in this series, has been double that.
Yeah, so that's not on the players, is it? I mean,
no.
Yeah.
No. Well, we're saying Paul Rifle and Shafadullah were not enforcing the playing conditions.
Were too lenient. And to be fair to them, Lords especially was the hottest test of the summer and among the hottest that have ever been played at Lords. So maybe there was a little bit of empathy from them for the players, and we haven't timed this one. Maybe in the next drinks break we will, if these umpires have actually brought a change to what has been happening.
Let's have a recap on what's happened today, shall we, Sid? We can remind you that India resumed on 264 for 4, and Ben Stokes bowled, I thought, magnificently. Brilliant delivery to get Shardul Thakur caught in the gully for 41. The story of the day, once again, Rishabh Pant hobbling to the wicket with a broken bone in his foot, resuming on 37 at the fall of the 5th wicket. That was Ravi Jadeja, who was superbly caught at second slip by Harry Brook off Jofra Archer in the 2nd over of the morning. Rishabh Pant came back to the crease and moved on from 37 to 54 with 3 fours and 2 sixes. Smashed a slower ball from Jofra Archer over mid-wicket for 6. Broken bone in his foot. I said that it was more foolish than brave, and yet you said that, you know, that would be his choice. He would have asked to do that.
And I tended to agree with what you felt. I also felt it was a little silly to risk making that fracture even worse.
Here is Mohammad Siraj continuing, and that is flicked away by Zach Crawley. The drinks break has been taken. I made that about 5 minutes, so better than the average that we've had, which has been 8 minutes. And it's just, you know, the umpires really, they don't have to be demonstrative. They don't have to make a song and dance in a scene. They don't have to draw attention to themselves. They just need to say, that's it.
Yeah.
Go off the field now. That's the end of the drinks break. And they didn't in the first 3 tests.
Yeah, perhaps warn them in the morning and then reinforce in their ear in the afternoon, and then if in the evening drinks break the same happens, then maybe wave them off.
Quite right. 1 slip in a gully, that's all for Mohammad Siraj now, as Duckett is forward and defending, pushing that one to Siddharthan, who's fielding in the gully with the leg guards on. So I've got no problem at all with Shubman Gill setting a ring offside field, 3 on the offside, saving 1, just 1 slip in a gully and a sweeper at backward point. I mean, sometimes you do just need to try and apply the handbrake somehow.
Yeah, and it's on the bowlers now to not get picked up on the leg side. You have to consistently keep bowling outside off on a good length, which is what the field is for right now.
6-3 offside field as Siraj is in once again around the wicket. Duckett comes forward defending, and it's also, I mean, it's also incumbent on the batsman to, you know, be aware, game aware. How many overs has Siraj bowled? How many is he likely to bowl? How long before they have to go back to, with all due respect, Shardul Thakur or
Anshul Kamboj.
Yeah.
I'm actually looking forward to how he comes back from that first spell. I don't think he presented the best of himself in that spell. Everybody that I've spoken to rates him highly, and I don't think that's what he's all about, what we saw in his first 5 overs.
Here's Siraj, and Duckett again opens to face the bat, looks to utilise one of his favourite scoring areas, a wide third man, but it is intercepted in the gully by Siddharthan. Well, he's allowed to be nervous. I know he's 24 years old, and he's had some stellar moments in domestic cricket, in the Ranji Trophy, and you know, so he's played quite a lot of cricket, but it is his Test debut, and you know, and was he expecting to get the new ball? Probably was. Well, he would have been told. Yeah,
and we were on air at that time, and I thought it was impressive because that's his strength more than Siraj's. Siraj can swing the ball. He's more of a seam bowler, so perhaps, and as we know, Dukes swing more after the 10th over and seam more in the first 10.
Here's Siraj continuing manfully as he has done in 25 of the last 28 Test matches for India. Full and pushed away by Duckett for a single up to wide mid-on. England are trailing by just 201. It's a lot to digest. 157 without loss. I mean, we've got over an hour's play, and you know, they've been scoring at I mean, they could
5 in over.
Exactly. I mean, they could, if the last hour, and it's often quicker scoring.
Yeah, they could end up at 230 for no loss.
I mean, it's feasible, isn't it? Well, maybe 220, maybe 210, something like that. Driven by Crawley up to Shubman Gill, who's got himself in a catching cover position all the way along the ground. Weather's just getting better and better. Let's hope it continues. My goodness, you and I were talking about India not having the rub of the green.
Can't say that about this test.
Well, weather-wise, pretty overcast, and yeah. Anyway, Kuldeep Yadav, Harmy and I were talking, and I know that we've probably got more of a bee in our bonnet about Kuldeep Yadav not being selected than you have. But so Washington Sundar played, batted 8, made 27 off 90 balls. Harmy and I reckon we've seen enough of Kuldeep bat to say that he could have made 27 off 90 balls.
Yeah, I mean, it does sound more forceful now that it's 158 for no loss.
Jadeja in. No, there's Duckett, reverse sweep. He's hit it very nicely, but straight to the fielder down there in the deep. It is Mohammad Siraj. Where's his sun hat gone? He's had one on for...
It's with his... with one of India's support staff.
Who's just brought it round to him. He's as I say, he's been wearing one in the field throughout the series, and suddenly he doesn't have one. But he has now. This member of the support staff has brought it for him. Here's Jadeja to the right-handed Crawley, slipping a leg slip now. Crawley opens the face of the bat on the back foot, pushes it to backward point. Fielded by...
Yeah, so we have been on and on about Kuldeep Yadav and how he should play, how India should find a way to play him. But India, I guess, after winning at Birmingham, they thought they had found a balance also and found a way to control runs through finger spin, which has not continued.
Jadeja into Duckett, turns it away through square leg, no run, 160 without loss.
There were cracks on this pitch on day one, so India were hoping that India were estimating that their finger spinners will be in the game here, and you wouldn't really need a wrist spinner. I don't think the ball has misbehaved for any spinner so far.
These alleged cracks, how did you hear about them?
Everybody who had been on the pitch yesterday, people who...
They must have been
broadcasters who were
very
there.
Small.
Broadcasters who were there on the pitch.
I mean, they don't have a history of widening much. I don't think they would have been anything beyond the normal. That sweep shot, orthodox sweep shot from Ben Duckett, hit it very nicely again down to Washington Sundar.
I thought when Reddy got injured, especially now there's no excuse left to not play Kuldeep. But they still found a way to not play Kuldeep, and I mean, Washington Sundar has bowled well, both at Lords and at Birmingham, with that wicket of Stokes, which drifted in so much. I think that has kind of
clouded their thinking.
Yes, that has given them confirmation bias.
Yes, Jadeja in once again, cut by Crawley, and nicely fielded at backward point by Gill. Crawley's 80 now, Duckett's 74.
I'd actually forgotten about Kuldeep Yadav because I didn't want to sound like a stuck record.
Harmy and I don't mind going on about it. We're huge fans, and we think that he's, one of the probably the second most potent match winner in the team. Sweep shot from Crawley for 4. He's hit that beautifully and deliberately in front of square. He's actually got a snap into the shot. There's no lap sweep there. He wasn't using the considerable pace of the Jadeja. He supplied all the pace, hit it in front of square, hit it very well for 4.
Plus it's a no ball, so he has to keep on bowling.
But a front foot no ball.
Yeah.
Jadeja goes through the motions of replacing his foot.
It's very interesting about Jadeja that before the regulation changed to the third umpire looking at every no ball, he hardly used to bowl a no ball.
Here is Jadeja again, and edge gone, taken at slip. KL Rahul takes a super low catch at slip, and the no ball has worked for
India. The magic of no ball.
And Zach Crawley can't believe it. He's in absolute total disbelief. He's just waiting for confirmation that it was a clean catch, but it looked like it was.
The fingers were underneath.
Oh,
clearly.
I mean, to the naked eye, I didn't even think it was that low. But Crawley he's perfectly within his rights. We say this every single time batsman decides to stand, and it's Ahsan Raza who's made the referral decision for Kumar Dharmasena just to have a look to see whether it was a clean catch, but there didn't seem anything.
But the umpires are also within their rights to tell them, hey, I saw it was clean, and you walk off.
Anyway, as I said, when I said the no ball works for India, the last scheduled ball of the over was a no ball. That was the extra ball,
Which has got the wicket.
which has got the wicket.
I hope the replays are confirming it. They're zooming in.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, clean as a whistle.
Straight into the fingers. And the Indian supporters amongst the crowd, we're looking at it again. Crawley's walking. Crawley has seen enough. I'm not sure the umpires gave him out, you know.
It's up on the big screen. So,
Out. Right, that's why
going
he's
back to the
walking.
no ball story, Jadeja hardly used to bowl a no ball before the regulation changed to the third umpire checking every ball. That's because Jadeja is one of the most difficult bowlers to adjudicate no balls on, because his front foot goes a long way in the air, then he drags it back, and he lands on top of that. He lands just on his toes, not on his heel. So not only does the on-field umpire have to keep track of his front foot dragging back in the air, the umpire also has to kind of draw an imaginary line from the heel to be sure that none of it is that some part of it is behind the line to actually not call the no ball. But once it has gone to the third umpire, it's become easier. They've got the replay. It's happening slower for them, and he is being called a lot more times than he was earlier. He hardly ever used to bowl a no ball. So I had this criticism for Jadeja that he has not adjusted to this regulation being changed, and he still keeps bowling 4 or 5 no balls every match. But what do I know? A no ball has got him a wicket.
Yeah. Well, the re-bowled no ball has got him the wicket. Anyway, England are 166 for 1. Absolute flying start. And I just think that Crawley partly stood there in the desperation of hope that rather than a suspicious belief that it wasn't a clean catch.
He was so close to his 100. He's under pressure. I mean, no matter how much they say in public that we back him all the time and we don't care about what the noise is outside, the lack of runs matters.
Ollie Pope's the new man at the crease and opens the face of the bat, does Ben Duckett, and steers it once again. See, that's the problem with only having one slip and a gully. There's a big gap there. It's a Duckett-sized gap. He loves it. This is one of his favourite areas, and he's just steered it away. I mean, he plays the shot time and time again.
Sorry, it was more of an edge than him opening the face on this occasion.
Was it? Have a look. Yeah, all right. Yeah, no, it was pretty edgy, but again, soft hands, and you know.
But I would rather have another slip here than a deep square leg.
170 for 1 now. Duckett comes forward and pushes it straight back up the pitch towards mid-on.
So what has the slip gone out for? There's a cover point, there's a cover, there's a mid-off. One of these three has to surely move into the slips. If a cover drives you through there for 4, well played. But you should not get your good balls going for 4s.
So is it the point, the cover point, or the extra cover? It doesn't matter. One of them needs to get into the cordon. The first slip's gone very wide as well, which always makes you nervous. Driven down the ground by Duckett, over pitched by Siraj. One thing it is quicker, if it's not the pitch, is the outfield. And that one is not sweetly timed. That was not perfectly timed by Duckett at all. But unlike on most of the first day, when the ball was slowing up on the outfield, that one just maintained its pace all the way to the boundary.
Yeah, and again, but it was not a great ball. It was... Oh, did he decide to... I must break this news to our listeners that Hulk Hogan is no more. And I saw... okay. This is old news now, but we just saw a fan in the crowd wearing a Hulk Hogan t-shirt. Now, I don't know whether he heard it and wore it and came.
Here's Siraj in again. Bouncer, good one, quick one too. Duckett's gone for the hook. Hasn't made contact, he's missed it.
Above the shoulder, not chest high. What a coincidence it would be.
Was Hulk Hogan? Well, I think one of the cameramen has obviously got eagle-eyed and has spotted that.
No, but
was he unwell?
No.
Was it out of the blue, unexpected? Okay.
So I was just saying, what a coincidence it would be if you woke up at 9 a.m. If you started from home at 10 a.m. and you came to Old Trafford wearing a Hulkamania t-shirt, and he's no more today.
Shame. Siraj in. Another bouncer. Duckett's gone for the hook shot and succeeds in finding fielder at deep backward square leg, and they are through for a single. Duckett now moves to 83. England to 175 for 1.
Another good bouncer. He got it high, even though Duckett played it well and rolled his wrist and kept it down. It's still a long way down from there, and it was in the air until it crossed the square leg umpire. So at least he was not in total control of it. Unlike the earlier bounces that were only like mid-ref high for a person as short as Duckett.
It's there's a second slip now, so there's a minor rejigging. That's pretty much all,
That's
though.
for a new batter, though.
It's exactly. That's what I'm saying. Ollie Pope. I mean, surely, they've got the backward point, the extra cover, the mid-off, the mid-on, the mid-wicket. Siraj in again. It's a brand new. That was his first ball. Ollie Pope plays it defensively, so straight up towards mid-off, and there's no run. So Pope's faced his first ball. Duckett is 83. Zach Crawley's gone for 84. England are 175 for 1. Change after. Just a quick word from you, Sid, while we change over. Jon Norman will take over from me, and I think Harmy's going to be in your seat shortly.
All change before we hear more about Kuldeep Yadav. But in India, just after the wicket, I noticed they all went into huddle. There was a quick word probably to say, hey, let's get this back together.
Yeah, because the huddles really worked throughout this series. And nice of you to wear Hulk Hogan colours as well, Sid.
But it says Macho Man Randy Savage.
Oh, yes.
His bitter rival.
Oh, really? Are you a wrestling fan?
Big time.
Well,
maybe in the next
commiserations for your loss. Be careful, Sid. Microphones everywhere. Jadeja is in, and once again, an absolutely outrageous attempted reverse sweep from Ben Duckett. I'm not sure it's possible to try and hit a reverse sweep as hard as what Ben Duckett has tried and failed to do there. Jarrod's alongside me, it's not Harmy. Although the two do look very similar.
Like for like, similar pace these days.
Yeah, similar accent. This is a normal reverse, normal sweep shot.
A reverse.
A reverse. Very often we see Ben Duckett frustrating a spin bowler by his judicious use of the sweep. But it's Ollie Pope now, and there's an opening. India have an opening here, or do they? They'll feel they do. They've got to strike now. 4 wickets they need this evening. That looks somewhat fanciful with 54 minutes to go and a score that reads 176 for 1. But Pope is a nervous starter. We know that, and steps away from the crease and tries to cut this through a packed square offside field featuring a silly point, cover point and a deepish point.
It's an interesting field with a silly point who's quite deep here, and actually just moving him in. He's saying, I don't want you deep.
This is flat and clipped through mid-wicket. Shubman Gill maybe just slowed up a touch to allow Pope to come back for a second. And the score moves on, 178 for 1.
Ollie Pope, one of the worst starters in Test cricket.
Yes.
He's got a median score of 16.5 in Test cricket. The lowest is 15, which is Grant Flower.
Down the track. Oh, and this is, well, if I'm being kind, I'd say guided to backward point.
I'm not sure how he got it to backward point. Did that hit the bat?
He hit the bat.
Oh, it did.
Hit the outside edge.
He just sort of
But
jammed
he
his
was
bat down.
coming down on it quite hard.
It's like slips practice.
And now a touch more flight, and this is pushed past that forward silly point. Now, he averages over 40. He averages 49, doesn't he? Once he's faced 20 deliveries.
He's incredible in the first innings of Test matches. He's pretty good in the second innings of Test matches. He's one of the worst batters in the world in the third innings, and he might be the worst fourth innings batter in the history of Test cricket.
And he's
he doesn't
not that
sleep.
great in the first 20 balls.
And he's not very good at starting his innings. Once he gets in, he's fine. We found a couple of players that were similar to him. Dennis Amos.
Really?
He's another one,
Okay.
very, very similar, weirdly, who went on to have a great record. What would he have averaged? About 47 in Test cricket? He wasn't far off my list when I was coming up with the top 50 batters. He has a sort of bizarro record, Dennis Amos. I mentioned Grant Flower before. Grant Flower's a very different kind of player. Marvin Atapatu.
Of course, Marvellous Marvin Atapatu.
Who averaged 10 after 9 Test matches, or 9 after 10 Test matches?
Incredibly, not so Marvellous Marvin. Who is that bowling? Is it Siraj continuing? It's on the pads of Duckett. And he is going to thread this through backward deep square leg and long leg for 4.
What is it about the fielders out at fine leg and deep backward square? I thought it was dark the other day, and that's why they weren't picking it up, but don't know who that is. It might be Washington Sundar out at deep square leg. He looked around for a second going, where's the ball, and then just threw his hands up. He wouldn't have stopped it anyway, but he wasn't actually running towards the ball at all as it went into the gap.
I think I'm right in saying, and I don't have it in front of me, that Marvellous Marvin made his debut for Sri Lanka and got a pair in his first Test match. He was then dropped for 2 years. He came back and then he got another pair.
He didn't get another pair.
Was it just
he got 1 run
in
his
second
next
innings?
Test. I can't remember.
And then he was dropped again
for 2 more years.
And then he came back, flayed to point by Ben Duckett. No run. Then he came back again
and got another pair.
And got he got.
No, he did.
He got another pair.
He had 1 run
from 6 innings,
but over 6 years.
But he didn't.
4 years.
4 years.
4 years, sorry.
Because he didn't get dropped for 2 years again. He
No.
then played again and he got some runs.
I think after 10 Test matches, his top score was 28. He went on to be a fantastic cricketer.
Yeah,
he really
was one
did.
of my. We know he's one of those players, that you have a fondness for that you're not quite sure why.
And very rare too. He was an Asian opener who's much better outside of Asia. And he really was a fantastic cricketer. It was just one of the worst starts that we've ever seen.
This is again guided to point by Ben Duckett. No run.
But he was exactly the same as Ollie Pope. He was basically really struggled to get started in his innings, and then once he got started, he was a fantastic player. So Harmy probably would have bowled to him as well. But yeah, so there are players with this kind of template. Sean Marsh be another one.
Yeah.
KL Rahul's another one.
Here is Siraj, and this keeps a touch low. But Duckett, who is 88 not out, and he's 12 short of what would be his second Test century in the series, following that brilliant. The partnership reminded me of the second innings at Headingley. How many did they make in that innings? The two, with that big run chase. Crawley, 188 for the first wicket. So 166 isn't even their biggest partnership of the series. Can India strike again? This is pitched up, and Duckett is going to certainly take 1. It's gone down to fine leg, and actually that was quite a good piece of fielding this time from. Who is it down there? It's the other side of the ground. Is it Sudarshan?
It might be actually. I can't see any knee pads though.
No, Jadeja. Jadeja down there.
Oh, it is too. Yeah, I wouldn't have even.
Why would you put Jadeja at fine leg?
Maybe he just wants a rest.
Maybe it is the most difficult. Oh, well, I suppose he's bowling at that end, isn't he? Yeah, makes sense.
So one of the reasons that Ollie Pope has a better overall record, 42% of his runs to fine leg. Well, they did bowl down there for quite a while.
He must have hit 20 runs in the first 5 or 6 overs down to fine leg. Left alone by Ollie Pope. Different game when he's at the crease.
Yeah, one of the reasons that Zach Crawley really struggles with his average, forget the technical stuff and the problems that he has within innings and everything else, but it's days like today when he should go on and get the big score and he doesn't. Ollie Pope might on a day like that, when he's that set on a flat pitch with the bowler struggling, probably makes 160 or 180, and it bumps you up. And to get back to the Dennis Amos point, I can't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but he's made 1100s, Dennis Amos, and I think a lot of them are over 150, maybe even more than half of them. And so, little things like that really matter. And we were talking about it before, weren't we? The scoring 300 or 250 can change your batting average so violently. In Zach Crawley's case, some of his best innings tend to be 70s and 80s, and then he gets himself out. He's in complete control. I almost feel like Zach Crawley, the minute it's like if you say too many nice things about him, he goes out.
Jadeja with the success, and he's bowling to Ben Duckett, who, can you guess what happens to the first ball of the over? He's on the sweep and he takes a single.
It's very annoying when you get production notes like this, that Harmy got Adapadu out on his ODI debut. I don't want to say that's something nice about Harmy. Or was it Adapadu's debut or yours?
But was it for a duck?
Yeah, but I couldn't remember if he started. I know he's older than you. Yeah.
Jadeja again, and Pope would flick this to the leg side and come back for another. Jadeja will be a little bit angry or annoyed with himself because this was over-pitched and on the pads of Ollie Pope, who's now faced 7 deliveries. He's 4 not out. Ben Duckett is 90.
I'll take this back a little bit though, because he did get Adapadu out, but he didn't get him out early on when usually people get. He got him out when set. That's a proper wicket.
You can have that one, Harmy.
Yeah. Put it back in your pocket.
Wide of the crease, fired in, and it's just pushed back to Ravindra Jadeja, who went early this morning, second over of the day, when he was brilliantly caught by Harry Brook. India batted on past the lunch break though, as Pope steps back and tries to cut this past backward point, but hits it straight to the fielder. No run. What have you found?
This scorecard, so they made 249 for 6, and batting at number 8 for Sri Lanka was Tilan Samaraweera, who went on to average 51 in Test cricket. What did he end up averaging? 48 in Test cricket. So handy number 8 in a one-day game. Hands
on the head for Jadeja as Ollie Pope coming forward, and has he been hit outside the line? Oh no, that turned in quite a lot actually. Would have been going down the leg side. Touch, slower edged, and that's a smart little bit of work from behind the stumps. And the fielders are going up towards the square leg umpire. They're going to just have a little look for the stumping. Ooh, it does look like he's come forward quite a long way, has Ollie Pope.
So the appeal I like here is Sudarshan's, because he had one of the best views and he really liked it.
And everyone else, he was at
Silly Point, wasn't he? Yeah. Everyone else was a little bit less certain. I didn't see Jarrod didn't get that excited for it, so
he went up for it.
Yeah.
But I suppose he was busy taking the stumps, and then, well, we'll see. Pope looks pretty relaxed, and I haven't seen a replay yet. It was a smart bit of work though from Jarrod. What's going on down here, by the way? It is the end of the over if this isn't out. Well,
Cambodge is coming on the ball, isn't he? I think.
Bumrah talking to Cambodge. Thank you, producer and summariser.
Looks fine to me.
He's absolutely fine, is Ollie Pope. So
I don't know what size the Sudarshan was looking at. Let's have a look. He drags it. And I don't think he lifted it for a millisecond. So what did Sudarshan see?
I don't know. But Ollie Pope is definitely not out. Marvin Atapatu, he played 90 test matches in the end.
His career is really long too because of the 1992 start, and it's like a 15-year career, isn't it?
Look at that.
A 1990 start, wow.
That is an incredible start to your test career, isn't it? And he got another duck in his...
Yeah, it's binary. Duck, 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 one, duck, duck.
You're making Harmy hungry. This is pushed up to mid-on, which is incredible because we've all been eating all day today.
There's another great one as well. Do you remember Ken Rutherford?
Yes, father of Hamish.
I think Ken Rutherford in his first Test series in cricket averaged 4 as a batter, and it was because he was a middle order player and he went to the West Indies and they said, what do you think, Ken? How about opening on your debut? Let's see how you go. He never really recovered from that, poor Ken Rutherford.
Cambodge is back after taking the new ball with Jasprit Bumrah for the first and maybe the last time.
That's it, you've ended his career that quickly.
It's a no ball as well, so 79 mile an hour, no ball on his return for his second spell. I'm not ending his career, I'm just saying that he may not ever take the new ball with Jasprit Bumrah again.
Or bowl for India.
He may bowl for India because they haven't got any other bowlers.
I do remember, Vinay Kumar?
Yes.
Was an IPL player back in the days when you were commentating IPL, so I'm sure you would have remembered him for RCB.
Here is Cambodge in, and this is tucked away for a single.
It's very rare, I would say, this guy will never play again, or this is his only test. But they got bowled out for about 170, India, at the whacker, and Vinay Kumar came on to bowl. And second ball, I think, or third ball, David Warner hit him back over his head for a flat back shot for 6. And the conversation out in the middle, apparently before he came on to bowl, was, this guy's good, we better watch him. And then he played that shot, and Ed Cowan went down, weren't we watching him? And David Warner said, it was in my wheelhouse. And that was when I think they might have almost beat, I can't remember if they had a lead at the end of day 1, but they were like 130 without loss or 150 without loss, whatever. And I remember basically said, well, that's the end. Vinay Kumar cannot bowl in Test cricket ever again. I feel bad, but this might be it for him.
Here is Cambodge bowling over the wicket to Ollie Pope. Was there a bit of shape there?
So, yeah. Our replay screen's about 20 seconds behind. Yeah.
Yeah.
If he bowled like that, if he bowled on that side of the wicket earlier, it would have been a good start, but also swinging it.
He is swinging it, but it's quite slow. He's not going through at any great pace. I mean, Ollie Pope has faced a lot of county attacks in his time. This is where he wants to be, isn't it? 2 slips in a gully, backward point. He's a cover fielder as well. An extra cover, and Cambodge is in, and this is cut to the right of gully and down to the boundary for 4.
Was that in the air?
It was in the air.
I didn't think it was that far away. Oh yeah, no, that
was steered though.
Yeah, but it not
wasn't
well.
Well, it was in the end.
Well, watch the way he's played this shot. I think it might have bounced more than he thought it was going to. So he went to play the late cut. Yeah, he's just practicing it again to go, that's not what I wanted to do. And he's ended up flicking it up in the air. He could have been out then, but he managed to pick the gap between gully and backward point, and he's gotten away with it. But he wasn't in control of that shot at all.
Actually, that bounced a bit more, I think.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. I think it was the bounce that got him. Almost got him.
Here's Cambodge. He pitches it up on the pads, and Pope is onto the shot. Just a touch too early, I think. Not quite a leading edge, but that's not where it was a leading edge. And it's trying to play that to mid-wicket, and it ends up in the hands of mid-off, Jarrod Kimber.
It's an interesting shot from Pope, because the other two have swung. That one didn't, and that was the one he got the leading edge from. Just needs to settle down here. As we said, not a good starter.
But he has now faced 15 deliveries.
Yeah, but he hasn't scored 16.5 runs, and he never will.
Here's that Cambodge again. Let's this one go through as Ollie Pope on the move. No run. 188 for 1 if you're joining us on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Hit that subscribe button. Let's see if everyone had a subscribe button.
How many followers do you have on the
subscribers?
Yes, subscribers. Sorry. I should know that.
85,000.
Do you know what happens at 100,000?
You get a silver plaque. Yeah.
So we've got one in our house, and I wanted to give it away, but our
who would you give it away to?
Well, no, because people I wanted to give it to our production team.
Oh, I see. Send it off to Bengaluru or Pondicherry.
Because you can buy one, but YouTube charge you a couple of £100 for the second one if you want it. And I was like, well, I'm certainly not. I didn't know this thing existed 2 days ago. I'm certainly not paying extra for it. But we have it in our house, and no adult has ever seen it or mentioned it. Right? Every time there is anyone under the age of 14, There's suddenly you hear the excitement. What's the YouTube play button? How do you have one of those? As if we've got gold in our house.
Down the track comes Ben Duckett, and it won't be a single first ball. Jadeja's got to field himself. There's no bid off, and he hairs to the boundary at wideish long off, collects the ball and throws it back in. What are you looking for, Jarrod?
I need them
There's
all
one
to stop
down
moving.
here.
Yeah, but
1, 2, 3, 4.
My point is, is that
6,
why
7, 8, 9, 10.
are they short of fielder?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. No, they're not.
Okay. So why did they not have a mid off?
I don't know. I didn't notice it until Jadeja started hairing off.
So they've got 4 on the leg side, and they got 5 on the offside. Yeah, they're not short of fielder. They just decided not to have a mid off. I mean, fair play to Ben Duckett. He came down the wicket and hit the ball there.
Jadeja is in, and he's getting Pope to play very, very forward. He's getting a big stride, and it's not quite overbalancing, but if he was to miss the ball, again, forward, and gets on top of the ball and pushes this out to the covers, Jace well fields.
He's not a bad player against left-arm finger spin. That's not his biggest issue. His big issue is off-spin, where he gets trapped on the crease a little bit against off-spin. But I do like what India are doing now, which is the silly point back in. I don't think you need a short leg for Ollie Pope. I think you want the fielder on the offside.
Oh, he plays very late. The ball keeps low and it zips through, and Pope just about gets his bat down on the ball. He's on the cut on-off stump, trusting the bounce, trusting the spin. Oof, no run. That's a risky dot ball. Jadeja again, touch slower, and Pope comes forward and pushes it to silly point. No run. He's faced 19 deliveries. Can he survive 20? Can he go past 20? He's down the track, and he is going to not get the ball past the field. It's Jasprit Bumrah who kind of falls over twice. It's a single, and that means Ollie Pope moves to 9. He's faced 20 deliveries, and that's the end of the over. England 195 for 1. I mean, India do have an off-spinner.
He certainly warmed up their off-spinner, but he hasn't bowled.
And the shadows are just starting to lengthen here at Old Trafford. Pushing towards the back end of the day. 35 minutes remaining, 18 overs short, and we do have spin at one end, and he does bowl them quite quickly. But we're going to be leaving a few out there in about half an hour's time. England 197 for 1. We figured they might be around 220. And they're probably going to be past that. And that's a huge chunk out of India's 358. Cambodge, 6 overs have gone for 35, and he's continuing in the late Manchester sun. And he's got a wicket! Has he got a wicket? He has, Ben Duckett! What have you done? He's fallen short of 100 again. He's gone in the 90s. It was a short, wide delivery. It swung away from the left-hander. Duckett threw his hands at it. It was there to be hit, and he did hit it. He just didn't get enough on it. And Cambodge has his maiden test wicket, and Ben Duckett has got to walk away, caught behind for 94.
Yeah, maybe the angle coming in made him think it was slightly wider than it was. It was there to hit. I'm not sure it was there to play that particular shot, because that ball was coming in a little bit. But either way, he had a big swing at that, and he's got an edge through to the keeper, and he's gone. And well done to Cambodge, who really toiled at times in the field and bowling early on. He wasn't having a good time of it, but he's got his first test wicket, and hopefully that makes him relax a little bit, get back onto line and length, which he usually does brilliantly in Ranji Trophy, and come back from there. But interesting wicket for this game. They're trailing by 161. We're just seeing Jadeja give Pope a little bit of problems. Even if Pope bats well tonight, he has to start again tomorrow. Just a very, very interesting period, although England do bat very deep. But if you'd asked me before, I would have said that the race was on to 550. That might have just slowed them down a little bit. But Root has come out, as you might have heard with the crowd, 197 for 2.
4 wickets. 4 wickets India needed in the evening session. They've got 2 of them. If they can get Root, with 33 minutes to go in the day, they will have salvaged something. And as you say, Ollie Pope, even if he survives the next half an hour, he's got to come out and do it again tomorrow. Can India get Root? Cambodge with a wicket to his name, running away from us. And this is pitched up very, very full. And too wide for Root, who... Well, does he play at that? Or does
he started to play at it, and then he pulled his bat away at the last minute. All he was going to do there was edge it to second slip or gully. It was a bizarre shot, but it swung massively out of the hand.
Will this calm him down? Anshul Cambodge, 1 for 35. He's going at 5.5. Can he bring that down? Can he get another? And once again, Joe Root plays a very similar shot. It's not a drive, but again, it's shapes to play and then decides not to. Very, very late.
Yeah,
and that's a bit too wide to a new batter who's not really going to be chasing at the start of his innings. He needs to get it a little bit nearer to Root there.
Yeah, it's just swinging a long way, I think,
exactly,
as well.
So get it nearer.
So he's just struggling to control that. He's barely moved the ball off the straight today. Suddenly it's hooping for him.
Well, it was that funny half hour at the end of Lord's Day 4, wasn't it, where everything went a bit witching hour. India have got to hope that's going to happen to them. He strayed onto the pads and he's given Joe Root an easy single down to backwards square leg. Root gets off the mark, and that brings Ollie Pope back on strike. He's 10 from 20.
Yeah, that one didn't swing. Probably, maybe just got it a little bit too straight. He could even come, with how much he's swinging the ball to right-handers at the moment, I think he could even bowl a little bit wider on the crease, angle the ball into off stump, and then let the curve, move it away. Whereas he's coming closer to the stumps at the moment, and when he bowls too straight, it's very rare to get that ball to swing back.
Change in the field, and we've got, is that Jaiswal going to backward point, and we've got Washington at mid-wicket?
Yeah.
For Ollie Pope. Cambodge is in, and it's going to get this through. I'm not sure it's going to reach the boundary. It will be stopped, but we'll get Ollie Pope off strike. He moves to 13. And England now 198 for 2. Have they reached 200? Might have reached 200 actually.
Did he stop that, or was it not just 4?
He did stop it, yeah. Or are they going to have a look at it?
I was going to say, wasn't his
foot?
leg on the rope? And he's massively a 4, isn't it? Let's have a look.
Might well be. Yeah. I think you're right.
I think his foot hits the rope.
Yeah.
His foot and his leg hits the rope before he gets his hand on it.
Well, such is the way of modern cricket. The two batters from exactly the same shot. They didn't punch gloves when it was 3.
But they punch gloves now.
Of course.
Do you know what Ricky Ponting calls that?
Go on.
A Shazam. It's in his book. He talks about Shazams quite a lot and how he doesn't like Shazam.
Here is Cambodge, and final ball of the 39th over. Cambodge is 7th. It's one that he will remember for the rest of his career. He's taken a wicket. That had Ben Duckett caught behind for 94, but Pope blocks it out. He's 14, Joe Root 1. England still well ahead of the game, but India have taken both of England's openers. Zach Crawley caught at first slip for 84 from the bowling of Ravindra Jadeja, and just a few moments ago Ben Duckett caught behind for 94 from 100 deliveries, 13 fours in there from the bowling of Anshul Cambodge. Are we going to see a spell from Jasprit Bumrah? Well, if you are, or we are, it will be commentated on by Neil Manthorp. He's coming in, and so is Steve Harmison, and it'll be Ravindra Jadeja with Joe Root awaiting that first delivery.
Thank you very much indeed, Jon Norman. Jadeja into Joe Root, pushes it into the offside. Thinks about scuttling through for a single, but realises that that's not a feasible option. Jadeja, after a eye-wateringly expensive first over, which cost 14, back to his miserly best now, and that one is pushed away by Root. There's a man at silly mid-off now, right in Joe Root's eye line, which is exactly where he wants to be, as Root now comes forward and then back and pushes it to cover, fielded by Cambodge, and there's no run. Jadeja really looks like he's giving the ball a proper tweak at the moment, not relying on his changes of pace and his quicker ball. He's not darting it in, really looking for some turn. Root again plays defensively forward, and there's no run. Feels like we're just reverting back to a little bit less frenetic Test cricket in the last half an hour, but we'll see. Joe Root pushes one through square leg on off about middle and leg, fielded by captain Shubman Gill. Takes another single. England now 203 for 2 in reply to India's 358. Jadeja in once again, and that is a quicker one, and Ollie Pope uses the pace of the quick ball, steers it away down to third man, towards third man, anyway, towards third boundary, and it's eventually overhauled by Sudarshan, chasing vigorously, Washington Sundar actually, and they go through for a couple. Pope moves on to 14. England 205 for 2 after 40 overs. Steve Harmison.
Yeah, good from Jadeja. What is it, 22 minutes left? Jasper, how much you got left in you? Have you got another little dart, little burst, little spell in you to come and try and get Joe Root out tonight? If India get Joe Root out tonight, what has been a really poor, disappointing day for India. If they were to get Root out tonight, I wouldn't say India are back in the game. I still think they're a long way behind this game. I think for that to happen, I think they need their best bowler to sort of turn up for 20, 25 minutes here. So wouldn't surprise me from a pavilion end if it wasn't Jasprit Bumrah to back up Cambodge.
Anshul Cambodge it is, though. Right arm medium pace, and steered away by Joe Root towards the gully, fielded by Sai Sudarshan. Pope 16, Root 2. 40 overs gone. England 205 for 2, trailing by, you're tempted to say, just 153, seeing as they're well over halfway towards India's 358. But it is still 153 runs, and it's even with the New England and their approach. We're used to scoring rates of over 4 and over. So it's still going to take some work tomorrow morning to get into a lead, as Cambodge is in once more, and Root plays defensively again. Ben Stokes joining an illustrious list of some of the great all-rounders in the game. Gary Sobers, Ian Botham, Jacques Kallis with 10 hundreds and 5 wicket hauls. That's a minimum, of course.
Not a bad list, is it? It's not a bad list.
Yeah, it's why isn't Imran Khan on that list? Here is Cambodge in once again, and that's pushed away by Root up towards mid-on, fielded by Siraj. Imran didn't score 10 hundreds.
Did he get the 10 hundreds?
No.
From where he moved up the order, didn't he? I didn't really see too much of Imran player, but he moved up the order
at times,
yeah,
towards the end.
But the majority of times he was further down the order. But to be in the company of Kallis, Sobers, both, and for me, I think Jack Kallis is the greatest cricketer ever. You've got to look at the numbers. Anybody wants to argue with that?
Throw 200 catches.
Throw 200 catches in there, and I think that's a top trumper.
Is Cambodge in once again outside the off stump, and it's left alone. And while doing that, throughout his Test career, this is the most irritating stat of all. Maintained a golfing handicap of 5 or below.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. He's a bit like A.B. de Villiers, isn't he? You look across and you're just a bit jealous of what their natural given talent. I think Jacques had to work a little bit harder than somebody like A.B. from a natural given talent point of view.
He had to play within himself. Kamboj in once again for much of his career. That one is short and cut powerfully, but only as far as backward point, and the backpedaling Jadeja does the fielding. And that was the problem with Kallis, is that his 3 quickest hundreds came in the last 2 years of his career, because much of his career South Africa was struggling at a brittle top order, and every coach that came in said, right, Jacques, we need to bat round you. You can't get out. That's why he played so conservatively. That's flicked away behind square on the leg side. It's a lovely piece of cricket from Joe Root. Siraj has gone wide. Kamboj has gone wide, and then has overcompensated with one that was too straight, was heading down the leg side, and Root, acutely aware of exactly where the fielders are, just played the finest of leg glances to pick up what for him was probably an easy boundary. Root moves to 6, Pope 16. England 209 for 2, losing openers Crawley and Duckett for 84 and 94 respectively.
And they batted brilliantly in that, and largely down to the fact that bowlers like Kamboj couldn't put 3 or 4 balls in the right place and build up any sort of level of consistency. I used to love it when you say that, you make that statement, Jack Kallis, one of the greatest cricketers ever, and you see people looking with like an astonishment on the face, and you go, just check his record. So you get them, when they get the phone out like that, and when they get the page up and they look at the average and the bowling and you just see their sort of eyes open with such surprise at the numbers that Jacques had. I mean, his runs were one thing, his wickets were another thing, but like you say, threw 200 catches in there. I mean, the all-round package was unreal.
Add his ODI record in there as well. Here's Jasprit Bumrah. It is just as Harmy predicted. The great man returns for maybe a 2 over. He might even get 3 actually. He might get 3 in from the far end, from the Jimmy Anderson end. And there was one of the great comparisons is you put Sachin Tendulkar's batting record and Zahir Khan's bowling record side by side, and then Kallis's to compare, and it's astonishingly similar.
Yeah. Then you throw in Old Trafford's catches.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. 3 slips in a gully. Here's Bumrah up to the crease now, bowls outside the off stump, and it's left alone by Ollie Pope. England trailing by 149. Ben Stokes, an absolute colossus with the ball today. 5 for 72. And sometimes it is possible that you bowl as well as other bowlers, and it's just your day or your innings and you end up with the 5. But on this occasion, Stokes, I think, was, with respect to everybody else, head and shoulders above even Jofra Archer, who finished with 3 for 73. A couple of tail end wickets today, and that's pushed away behind square on the offside. I beg your pardon, I shouldn't call Ravi Jadeja a tail end wicket. Anshul Kamboj was, but anyway, Archer bowled well this morning. He made that initial breakthrough when Jadeja was caught in the second over. Very good catch low down by Harry Brook for 20. Shardul Thakur batted well, 41, but Stokes got rid of him, and Washington Sundar, whose 27 spanned 90 balls, and then Stokes and Archer knocked over the last 2, finished with 8 of the 10 wickets. Here is Jasprit Bumrah again, bounce, pace outside the off stump. Ollie Pope happy to leave that one alone. Crowd not thinning out too much, Harmy. No. They're having too much fun.
They are. The sort of permanent temporary stand is not emptied at all. Little middle section, that's about it. And, the stand underneath the point, that looks empty, but if you look at the balcony, I think everybody in the point on the balcony has got a seat in that stand. So I think a lot of them have, because it's in the shade, have gone and it's a bit cooler, they've decided to disappear and go upstairs for, you know, a warmer look and a few liquid
and a colder
refreshments.
drink.
Yeah, a cold drink.
3 slips in a gully. Here's Bumrah once more. Pope is forward playing defensively up to Siraj, running in from wide mid-off.
Bumrah's ticking here. Something's upset Bumrah. Root's having a go. They've had words. The last three deliveries, Bumrah's gone back. Root and Bumrah are having words. I'm not sure it was about 3 or 4 balls ago. Bumrah and Root were really having a go at each other as we're walking past. I think Joe's just talking to Hassan Raza now, the umpire, just probably justifying what he's been saying. But interesting to get Joe Root back on strike against Jasper Bumrah, because he's flying here, is Bumrah.
Here he is, Bumrah, down the leg side, and Ollie Pope, I think, struck on the pad as he tries to flick it away down towards long leg. It is confirmed as a leg bye. I didn't even pick that up, but now that you pointed out, Jasper Bumrah he's stomping, isn't he?
He is. And I just wonder if that's an element of frustration that he hasn't bowled as well as he can do. And sometimes when your great fast bowler doesn't bowl as well as he can do, the others have to step up to the plate, and the others have been actually worse. And I just wonder, you watch Bumrah, he was at mid-off about 2 overs ago, talking to Cambodge, just patting him on the back and trying to tell him what to go and where to go, and giving him encouragement and trying to help the man on his debut. But yeah, there's something definitely not right with Jasper Bumrah. He's flying at this moment in time, probably in frustration of how things have gone over the last few hours.
Here's Anshul Kamboj, the 24-year-old, right arm over the wicket, and whipped away out on the leg side to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Just re-evaluating my description of Anshul Kamboj as a medium pacer. I think that's probably not fast medium fast. Medium fast, I'd say. I think Jon Norman just pointed out to me, and a great point is, if you remember when Bumrah got out, Bumrah got dismissed, it was Joe Root who was the one that instigated the DRS review, and I think Bumrah was upset about something during that. Here's Anshul Kamboj, and it's back and across goes Pope playing defensively. What did Joe what did Joe do wrong?
But I don't think Joe did anything wrong, but I think Joe was pointing. I think Bumrah, and I think this was right. I think Bumrah, the argument Bumrah's got, I think, was largely down to the fact that the 15 seconds started late. So I think the 15 seconds started late. So because the 15 seconds started late and England went to DRS 2 seconds to go, in Bumrah's eyes it should have been timed out.
Here's Kamboj once more. Pope tries to slap one through the offside, and it's fielded by Saisarasan. Well, this goes back to the Edgbaston Test match when India were 3 seconds overtime in calling for a review, and England, Ben Stokes was really upset by that, wasn't he?
He was, yeah. He was,
and it was 3 seconds after the stop clock, 15-second stop clock had expired. And so Bumrah's feeling would be that, hey, you had such a big go at us and now you did the same thing.
Yeah, I think that would be right, but I think it all comes down to when the umpire presses a button, when 15 seconds start.
Here's Kamboj once more. That's also down the leg side. It's a poor delivery, and it deserved to be hit for 4, and is, and it hasn't been hit for 4 at all. It's missed everything, including Dhruv Jurel's left glove. That wasn't. That was a poor delivery from Anshul Kamboj. India continue to leak runs, even though there are 2 new men at the crease. And the openers were absolutely flying, an opening stand of 166 between Crawley and Duckett, but that's just a rank poor delivery. I know he's on debut, but he's had some real notable highlights. He's played in some big games, Ranji Trophy games. I think he played in the Irani Cup final as well, which is the champion game between the 2 top first-class teams. And a test match is different, of course. That's driven up towards Siraj at mid-on. He hasn't. He wouldn't have played in front of 25,000 people before.
I don't think it has been as raucous as what it has been in this series so far. I think it's been a quite pleasant test match so far, hasn't it, Manners? We've had, we haven't had the sort of element at Headingley and, the fallen outs at Edgbaston and the total blow up of both teams at Lords. This has been played quite friendly.
2 slips and 2 gullies now, as Kambodge is into Ollie Pope. As he comes forward, rock solid, guides that one back up towards mid-off. 214 for 2, 43 overs gone. Pope 16, Root 6, and I think that we'll probably still be talking about Zach Crawley in the next 5 years, having talked about him for the last 4 or 5 years. I mean, when he's good, he's so good.
He is, and that's why they like him, and that's why I like him, and that's why I find myself. You have to criticise, because when he's good, he is so good, but when he's bad, he's so bad. But that's the fun of the fair with Zach, and if I was coaching Zach, I'd be encouraging him to stay the same. Keep doing it. Keep trying to enjoy, because let's marvel when you're so good. We've got something like Joe Root, the once-in-a-generation batter. We've got runs at 6 and 7. If he gets off to a good start, we get off to a good start. Look at the position we're in now.
3 slips and a gully for Bumrah, desperate for another wicket, and they may have got one. That's beaten the edge. Joe Root stands his ground. India are up, all celebrating. Dhruv Jurel's convinced. Shubman Gill has run in to consult his senior pros now. They're going to send this upstairs. They all went up instantly, and that is usually a sign that they will review, but it's Jasprit Bumrah, I think, who's turned his back on the situation. He's the one who's said no. Let's not burn a review. I was sure it was his decision, not Shubman Gill's. It was Bumrah who turned his back on the congregation of minds, and it was interesting. You'll have to have a look at the replay.
Yeah, he's got 13 and a bit thousand runs. He needs 120 more to go second in the all-time leading run scorers, and even Joe Root's not hitting this. LBW possibly, but it has hit the pad. I don't think it's hit the bat.
No, hit the pad, hit the top of the pad, was too high. Bumrah is in again, and Root now back and across, playing defensively, steering it away into the gully, fielded by Sai Sudarshan.
Sticking now, Bumrah, isn't he?
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah.
This is good. This is amazing. This is what Test cricket. This is last half an hour at Headingley, isn't it? This is last half an hour at Headingley when...
It's last half an hour at Lords and fourth day.
Yes, fourth day, yeah. This is Bumrah at his best. Get Jadeja on as quick as he possibly can, Shubman Gill, from the media stand in. Bumrah needs to bowl an extra over, and you need to build up some pressure.
Here is Bumrah to the crease again, bowls, and Root really solid in defence here. He knows... He knows the importance of course he does, played 160 test matches, he knows the importance of the next 10 minutes, 8 minutes. And I don't think we'll see Joe Root indulging in any conspicuous time wasting. I think he'll say, fair enough, you know what, if time allows you to bowl another over, I'll face it. I don't think that we'll see Joe Root, He's trying to get himself into the zone, just see off this great fast bowler, and we can do it again tomorrow morning. This one is left alone outside the off stump, taken by Dhruv Jurel. England trailing by only 144, 214 for 2.
143 now, that was a no ball.
He did this, didn't he, at Headingley?
Yeah, he did.
When he had Harry Brook. It was in the last half hour. He bowled 1 9-ball over.
He did. He bowled 3 no balls, didn't he? Mm. Yeah, 3 no balls. Yeah, I nearly had to get my socks and shoes off to work that one out, man.
3 slips in a gully. Bumrah up to the crease. Oh, that hits the outside half of the bat. Oh, Bumrah just momentarily, you think, is that going to carry anywhere? But it's hit much too much bat. And steers away towards backward point where Jadeja fields.
Part of me wants to get Ollie Pope down this end, because I'm thinking I don't really want to lose our best player. But part of me thinks if Ollie Pope gets down this end,
You lose him.
we're going to be 3 down, and Joe Root's going to be standing at the non-strikers end with a possible, either a possible night watchman or Harry Brook to come in. And we've seen what happened at Headingley when he came in for the last 10 minutes.
Here's Bumrah once again, and it's quick and it bounces outside the off stump, but it is left alone by Joe Root. So with Jofra Archer batting 11. I mean, I think Harry Brook is padded up, and I think that he would come out now. But if they were to use a night watchman, would it be Jofra?
Jofra or Bryden, they'd be the two that you'd possibly. I think you would probably go with Bryden. I would. Either or would be exactly the same. I think Jofra and Bryden, and then you'd have a player that's quite attacking coming in first thing in the morning if they got through it.
Here is Bumrah again, and Root turns it away off his pads down to long leg. Anshul Kambodge fields, and they go through for a single, which means that Joe Root keeps the strike for what should be the penultimate over of the day. Gee, the crowd are in good voice. There was a ribald, salty chant that somebody started about an hour and a half ago, football style, about Mohammad Siraj, which made everybody laugh. I'm glad I couldn't.
He's a
understand
pantomime villain, isn't he?
Yeah.
There was just implying that he wasn't very good, or he hadn't been very good today. Mitchell Johnson copped that song. I copped it in Australia. He is the pantomime villain with no Virat Kohli.
Is that the one he bowls to the left, he bowls
That's
to the
the
right?
one,
Is that what they were? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I know
so
that one.
I've had that one. Mitchell Johnson had that one. Mitchell Stark had that one as well.
He has Anshul Kambodge. Beautiful straight drive from Joe Root. He's finally got one straight as Anshul Kambodge, but it's too full. He naturally shapes it away from the right-hander, but that, I'm afraid, was a full straight half volley, and Root's just played the most glorious straight drive for 4.
Yeah, that permanent temporary stand were describing Kambodge's delivery there exactly the same as the way they were describing Mohammad Siraj's bowl, and he really has not found the right length here. He's missed his length and missed his line by quite a while. I think they all have, apart from Bumrah in this last little spell. I think they've missed their length so badly of India.
Here's Kambodge in once more, and Root with soft hands and an open face bat steers this one, looking for a gap towards the third man boundary, but KL Rahul fields it at second slip. It was a great education last night on the tram on the way back, Harmy, and it was absolutely packed. Remind me not to take the tram back from Old Trafford again in the future.
So you're not getting it here and you're not getting it back. Are you running in the morning?
Yeah, I'm Ubering with you.
You're Ubering with us. Are you going with Scott? Yeah.
I'll maybe come with Scott, producer Scott, who drives. He's got his Audi here, and I'm not taking the tram back after last night's experience. That's chopped away behind square on the offside, and there's no run. I wouldn't have minded, of course, if I was in the same condition as most of the other passengers on the tram, but I was about 6 love down at least.
Yeah.
And the I had forgotten to take off my media pass, and this lady, obviously very keen fan, obviously stayed the whole day, and she said, well, it's obvious what went wrong, isn't it? And I said, I don't know really, is it? And she said, well, Jofra didn't bowl fast enough. Here's Anshul Kambodge, right arm over the wicket to Joe Root, and that's left alone, a little bit of extra pace and bounce. And what do you say in a situation like that? I said, well, possibly, yes,
Yeah.
you could be right.
Possibly while thinking this tram can't go fast enough. Oh yeah, just get me out of here. Yeah, but Mike, who does the stadium announcing, he corporate hospitality, he was in the box a little bit earlier. I bumped into him this morning, literally nearly bumped into him. He's on his one of them e-scooters, and he comes flying in on the e-scooter every morning.
Here's Kambodge again, and it's pushed away defensively by Root. I told you Root wouldn't do any time wasting. I mean, he knows that it's a sort of tinderbox situation. And there'd be others who'd be quite tempted to just light a match and drop it in there and go and do some gardening. And
they would, but I think it's some point. I think if you're within a minute, or you're within sort of 2 minutes, with there like 2 overs to go. If you've got 8 minutes, you know you're going to get you can waste enough time to get just the 2 overs in.
here's Cambodge once more to complete the over, which he does with a good delivery, straight and attacking the stumps. Well, the stadium clock by which the umpires time the game says it's 6:28 p.m. So you're not going to be fiddling about for 2 minutes in order to prevent Jasprit Bumrah bowling the final over of the day. And he knows he's bowling the last over of the day. He is stomping. He's still stomping, Jasprit Bumrah, as Harmy says he's ticking. Something has got his goat.
It has, I think, and I think it stems from when he was batting. I think he feels as though he was hard done by. I don't think Jasprit Bumrah thinks he was not out. I think he knows he was out. I just think Jasprit Bumrah feels hard done by, and the manner and how they got to the DRS situation. I think there was that little bit longer, and then the button was pressed for 15 seconds to come up on the, and I think that's what he was annoyed at. And whether it's Joe Root said something to him, and the two of them went back and forward, we probably will find out in the press conference after.
Here's Bumrah, 6 balls to go in the day. Ollie Pope is on strike, and he pushes it out towards the covers. It's fielded by Mohammad Siraj, who comes flying in and hurls it to Dhruv Jurel.
I mean, that was not even close to being one there from Ollie Pope's point of view. I wonder if Joe Root's just gone down to him. It was a no ball as well. A no ball. I just wonder if Joe Root's gone down to him and gone, you're not batting with a night watchman anymore. If anything, at this moment in time, he would never say that because he's just the greatest human being ever. But somebody should be telling Ollie Pope, you could have faced these 6 balls because you're Joe Root's night watchman.
Just for this over. Ollie, you're Joe's night watchman. Here's Bumrah, bowls bouncer, and I think Ollie Pope was expecting that, to be honest, and he was he was ducking, seemed to be ducking very early. Either he picked it up extremely early, or, as I say, there was an element of him expecting it, and it passes harmlessly over his head. Crowd really have been very good in the last half an hour. My goodness me, the tram stop is going to be busy for 45 minutes. So it's an absolute crush, and there are some, always half a dozen, who just will not accept that there isn't room for one more body. Diving in rugby style into a ruck as Pope now defends this one on the back foot, and it's fielded by Siraj once again. On the way into the ground this morning, there was a desperate, I was one of the last on, and there was a woman who's absolutely desperate, she was close to tears. She said, I've got to get on, it's my job. I was I need to get to work. And it's funny how space can be found, and we all pushed hard, squashed and made a bit of room, pulled her on board. She was very grateful. She was only about 4'10", so she was a bit lost in the mass of bodies. 3 slips and a gully remain. Mid-off, cover, mid-on, mid-wicket. Here's Bumrah again up to the crease, bowls, and Ollie Pope pushes it away on the leg side this time. It was straighter from Bumrah. 3 balls remain in the day. It's been a very, very good day for England. Really good day. India resumed at 264 for 4. Didn't know whether Rishabh Pant would return. Jofra Archer made the breakthrough in the second over of the day. Pant did come out to bat.
Good job he did.
Yeah.
India could have easily been 300, 310 if Pant didn't come out to bat.
Was eventually dismissed for 54. Here's Bumrah to Ollie Pope, pushes it away defensively out towards extra cover, and while Pant was there, he smashed a slower ball from Jofra Archer for 6 to move to the top of the all-time 6-hitting list for India in Test matches with 90. Not the most 6-hitting wicketkeeper in the history of the game. That honour belongs to Adam Gilchrist of Australia with 100. Shardul Thakur made 41, and Washington Sundar studious 27 from 90 balls, but Ben Stokes 5 for 72. Archer finished with 3 for 73, and England, I think, well pleased to dismiss India for 358. And then an opening stand of 166 between Crawley and Duckett, both of whom have now been dismissed short of their hundreds. But if England can negotiate the last 2 balls and finish at 221 for 2, they will have had a dominant day. As Bumrah is in again, right up, looks for the block hole, and it's not only defended but half driven, half dug out by Ollie Pope so effectively that the ballers run away for 4. They talk about the middle of the modern day bats being much lower on the face than they used to be, and he's dug a Yorker out for 4.
Yeah, he has. That is it's hit the toe of the bat, I think, right underneath. I don't think it's put some chalk on it. It was a good brute of a delivery, 87 mile an hour in the block hole. Actually, it wasn't. It was a full toss. It was a full toss. I thought it was a Yorker because the dust came up, but he's hit the floor first as Ollie Pope and then made contact with the ball.
Still very low on the bat, wasn't it? Last ball of the day, bouncer. Pope expecting it again, I think. Ducks underneath it, and proceedings come to an end. At least the Sky cameraman thinks they have, because he's halfway onto the middle with his mobile camera to get the close-ups. Not so sure how I'd feel about that after 6.5 hours in the dirt, and a man runs on with the camera and starts pointing it in your face. But it brings the pictures that the viewers around the world love so much. And England have finished the day at 225 for 2 after 46 overs, trailing by just 133. It's been, as I say, a very, very impressive day, particularly good one for Ben Stokes. He became the 10th England captain to take a 5-wicket haul. It's a rare feat, 4 times by Gubby Allen, but yeah, England will look to build themselves into a commanding position. If they score at the rate they scored at today, they'll have a very substantial lead if they can bat for most of tomorrow, and then they really will be in a position to dictate terms. Steve Harmison, just a very quick word from you before Jon Norman comes up. You'll get a full review of the day's proceedings on the Following On podcast with Jon Norman and Harmy, but you're just a brief thoughts.
Yeah, brilliant, a fantastic day for Ben Stokes, especially with the ball. And then the way, we can talk all we want about the way India bowled, but you've got to give a huge amount of credit to Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett. That partnership at the start of this England innings, 84 from Crawley, 94 from Duckett, and put England in a position to go 3-1 up in this series. And like you said, Neil Manthorp, if England bat for the majority of tomorrow, then at some point on Saturday we might see England win this series.
As I said, a full and comprehensive review of an intriguing day. You might not cover this in Following On, but so just to tell me, how's the pitch changed from day 1 to day 2? Is it got a bit quicker, or is it just that India bowled poorly?
India bowled poorly, really simple as that. India, for me, have bowled poorly. They've missed their lengths, missed their lines, and been put under a huge amount of pressure by 2 batters who have got different contrasting styles and reach and wingspans. Cambodge on debut was really poor. Thakur looked very sort of anonymous. Siraj was a letdown, and Bumrah, for the greatness of Bumrah, unfortunately, his first spell wasn't great. He was good towards the back end of the day. England bowled well because they hit this pitch. I don't think India have hit it with the same velocity as Stokes and Archer have, and them 2 are the ones that's got at it. So for me, I don't think the pitch has changed too much. Possibly got a little bit quicker, but no, not for me. I think this is all in the way. India have bowled poorly, but England have batted brilliantly.
Right, we'll take the briefest of breaks. You can either listen to the Following On podcast live, or you can, of course, listen to it at a time of your choosing at your leisure, any time between now and the start of play, which we'll be bringing you from just before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.